and how and how the conclusion of the climax resulted. But with that, I yield.
You know what's crazy, Ariella? I remember when I was in school, when I was younger in school back in Nigeria. I remember they used to hand out the Edomites. They'll come to the school and they'll hand out like the just the New Testaments, the little blue books, right? That's all they would give us. It's like the Old Testament doesn't exist. You could definitely forget the Apocrypha, right? And a lot of it was because they were trying to indoctrinate us, right? And I remember they would have one of them come and visit and basically teach the scriptures, like a bishop from one of the Catholic churches around the surrounding area in the school, and they'll come and indoctrinate us, man. It was ridiculous. This devil has done a havoc on this world when it comes to their doctrine and their philosophy, man. Hey, shalom, Yawasap. Shalom, Yabashimia Shabrakata. If you guys have anything to add to the topic,
That was good.
Shalom, Elder. Yabashimia Shabrakata. Yeah, Khan. Yeah, man. They did everything in their power to keep us separated from the scriptures, man. Obviously, it didn't work. It did not work, man. Hey, Shaw Paul.
Con. You got Brother Clyde that jumped up. What's going on, Brother Clyde? You got something to say, King?
I do. Shallow. How's the teachers? How is everyone? So let's see. What is an Israelite? Well, I could begin with me and how things happen. What is an Israelite? As I study, the Israelites used to ride horses. The Israelites used to ride camels. The Israelites used to walk. But now we fly on planes. We have cars. We can ride the bus. So many things. In my learning stage and in my initial adoption, to suggest and to tell me that I was an Israelite, as I've indicated about the fraternity things, it has like many variations. I think I put on my profile that I had stopped at a restaurant and I was wearing my purple and gold. And this guy came over to me. He was not wearing anything. And he said, "You know, you're an Israelite." I said, "Okay." And he said, "You know, you're not supposed to be wearing that." And I said, "But we have the Greeks, $20, $5, $10, $100. We rent out the hotels. We do everything affiliated with the Greeks. How do we avoid that?" And with that particular brotherhood at the time with my man when I was very young, how was I supposed to know? Who taught me that I was an Israelite? Who taught me the ways of an Israelite? You right now are throwing a dart at me to immediately deal with denouncement. But there's so many other things that, as whatever the Israelites had done during Yahweh's days, during Peter's days, during Jeremiah's days, what were they doing? Because, a lot of I listened to Shawapara. I listened to Ari. I listened to my teacher here in the state of Illinois, Ariella. And I was listening to him last night. I didn't say anything. I just listened. And a lot of times I do listen. However, what is an Israelite? What is one? Because, when it indicated that, when Paul, he went where the Jews dwelt, he went before the synagogue. You had people like me that were in the audience, that were listeners. We don't know what role they play. We don't know if they're a chemist. We don't know if they're a physician, a mathematician, or whatever role, a producer, a director. We don't know what backdrop that is affiliated with being an Israelite. You know, I wouldn't dare take on Shawapar. I wouldn't dare take on Ari because from what I've gathered, they know mathematics, physics, specifically philosophy. Unfortunately, we, I think, waste our time with a non-Israelite brother right now named Tamario, for which you have people like me that want to listen, that want to learn, and I have to sit for 2 hours to listen to a debate between a brother that doesn't believe in us, the brother that doesn't support us. I think he should get less than 3 minutes of time because you have a lot of us that want to listen. I want to learn, but with my role and as I study, um, what is an Israelite? What does he do? I understand about learning his laws, statutes, and commandments. I understand about, well, what is love? I understand about cry loud, spell out. I hear that so much. But what I've learned about brotherhood, like I had asked IUC one day, for which in Chicago there was an let's see, there was a unity meeting, and I'm an alpha male. I don't have a problem going up and asking you questions. I'm not scared, and I have boxing gloves. I've been boxing since
Yeah,
1965. Even though,
Salakia,
hello,
Salakia, right? And we don't want to go too far off track, right? Israelite is definitely a bloodline heritage, right? It's a bloodline heritage. Us so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native Americans. Through Bible prophecy and through historic details that we know that we're Israelites. You know what I'm saying? And we definitely want to get into this. Have the people of the audience. What I'm saying. For really follow what we're doing and saying. So I'm gonna ask if there's any readers on deck to hit the stage. What I'm saying? Because we're gonna get into some prophecy, we're gonna get into some Bible verses, and we're gonna get the basics. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't want to confuse the people that are still novice. We're gonna get the very basics. You know what I'm saying? That's just so people just can know the basics of being an Israelite, man. I like to swing the mic over to my beloved brother Macabre, Elder Macabre, man. Elder Macabre, what is an Israelite, man? Macabre probably sleeping, man.
Nah, I'm not asleep. I'm here. I'm just getting things together. I
Kind
got to shake the cobwebs out. But
right.
but yeah, it's like you said, man. Being an Israelite is being is a bloodline. It's someone who falls under the curses, the prophecies and everything. You can find traces of us through history. We came over through the slave trade. We've been scattered about all nations. It's also someone who can bear witness, like when we're out there, our spirits bear witness with certain people, and when you're an Israelite, because when your soul bears witness, there's nothing else you can do. This thing consumes you. You understand? Because you've been searching for this all your life and you finally find it. So when you're an Israelite, following these laws, statutes, and commandments, it's returning back to our culture. Something we've been looking for all our lives. We was talking about this in the Shalom and Chill. It's like this the brotherhood and everything that you experience and feel is something that you've been looking for all your life, and when you find it, it's just like I don't know how to explain it, man, but it's something that uh, it's just a beautiful thing. But yeah, it's definitely bloodline. It's you find out through the scriptures first and foremost. You know what I mean? Usually, there's the history, all of that, and yeah, being an Israelite is being a man of the Lord. Serving the God of Israel, and I told you I'm kind of cobwebby, but I hope I was able to answer some of that.
Con. All right. And welcome to the stage, Elder Terah. Shalom. Right? Elder Terah's up early battling them spirits, man. Gotta come over here and get some of that kosher breakfast, Elder.
God.
Right? Today's question is, what is an Israelite? Are black people Jews? Let's talk about it, people. Right? What is an Israelite? And if you're not a Jew, can you still be an Israelite? How about that? Because, Amalek or the Jewish people got people thinking that Jews are the only Israelites, right? And that is another misconception that's going around right now. Ari, let me ask you: are Jews the only Israelites?
La
La.
God, so there's a lot of misconceptions going on right now, man. A lot of misconceptions. And like I said, if we got to read on deck, what I'm saying? We got, 120 people up in here.
I can read for you out for a little bit. Okay.
And y'all also share the room too. Share this room, man. Get our people in here. Because this is something that they're going to need to hear, something they're going to need to know. Okay?
King.
Share. Ping. This your kosher breakfast, hot off the skillet. Come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. When you hear it and the heathen fears it. Because every morning, brothers bring the swords out. Let you know what the law about. And turn the clubhouse into the Lord's house. We're going to bring it out. Okay?
Con.
Con.
Let me get Genesis 32 and start at verse 24. Matter of fact,
Con.
start at verse 20.
Con. Israel, make sure you guys are taking notes, all right, and follow along. That way you can learn, all right, and build yourself. All right, so you said you want me to start at 20, right?
Yeah, start at 20. The background of what's going on.
Start at what again? You broke up.
Verse 20, just so everybody get the background of what's going on.
Verse 20. I got you, King. Genesis chapter 32 and verse 20. And say ye, moreover, behold, the servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with the presence that goeth before me, and after I will see his face. Peradventure he will accept me. So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night, and took his 2 wives, and his 2 women servants, and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford Jabbok. And he
See that?
took
This man with 2 wives, 2 concubines, and at this time, 11 sons, right? 2 wives, 2 concubines, and 11 sons belong to this man, Jacob, right? He has a family, right? This man, Jacob, has a family, and this man has a heritage and a lineage, right? So let's take notes on that, right? This man, Jacob, has 2 wives, 2 concubines, right? And a family of 11 sons at this time. Okay?
Con.
All right, read on out. Salakia.
Now you good, King. Verse 24. Verse 23. And he took them and sent them over the brook, and sent over that he had. And Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint, as he wrestled with him. And he said, Let me go, for the day breaketh. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. And he said unto him, What is thy name? And he said, Jacob. And he said, Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and
Right.
hast prevailed.
Right. So his name
Right. So his name
changed
changed after.
after wrestling with that angel. His name changed to Israel. So Jacob was a man, right? A mortal man, right? But it was happened to wrestle an angel and receive the blessing with changing his name into Israel because he had power, right, with God and men, right? That's when you break down Israel in its natural form or its natural pronunciation, Yasher Allah. It goes back to Prince of the Power or Prince of the Power of God. You know what I'm saying? So this what it all comes down to. A man who was blessed with the name Israel. This is how you get Israelites. Khan,
Con,
Kana,
and like brothers say, right? The ite at the end of it, that pronunciation goes to descendant, a physical seed line. So all the descendants of this man, whose name was changed to Israel, became Israelites. So at the time right there, right, when he wrestled the angel and became Israel, there was only 11 Israelites at that time. Khan?
con,
Because he had 11 sons at that time, if I'm not mistaken, right? He only had his 11 sons.
Kana, Khan.
So at that time, there's only 11 Israelites. Now the Israelites are, as the Bible say, the sand of the sea. And there's, millions upon millions of actual Israelites. But this was the beginning of Israelites. God,
Khan.
all praises to the Most High God, man. Let's back this up by Numbers 1 and 18. Let's get the classics out.
Khan. Numbers chapter 1 and verse 18. And they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month, and they declared their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names from 20 years old and upwards by their polls.
Right. So
Right. So
throughout the
throughout the
Bible,
Bible,
they categorize people through the father's lineage. Right. The descendants of Ham are Hamites. The descendants of Japhet are Japhites. The descendants of Edom, right, or Esau, they're Edomites, right? So these are a lineage of people, right? Lineage, bloodline, heritage, a family, right? Just like, when you get down to different tribes, they call them by their tribes, but they have the "ite" at the end of it. Let me get Numbers 2 and 2. I read that.
God. Numbers chapter 2 and verse 2. Every man of the children of Israel shall pitch by his own standard, with the ensign of their father's house. Far off about the tabernacle of the congregation shall they pitch.
You see that
You
with the
see that with the
inside of
inside.
their father's house. So since Israel, Jacob, right? His name was turned to Israel. His ensign, right, or his last name, or his crest, right, will be what? Israelite, and that's where our forefathers come from. That's where our descendants, outside our descendants, that's where our descendants will be. But that's why our heritage relies in the our father's house, our father's tribe, our father's nation. Let's get Romans 11:1 to land me back on that.
Khan, Romans 11:1. I say then, had God cast away his people? God forbid. For I also am an Israelite of the seed of Abraham of the tribe of Benjamin.
Right? So I was about to say the tribe of Judah. Nah, you going off.
Of
But yeah, see, we he said he was an Israelite from the seed, right? From a man's seed, from the seed of Abraham, right? Because it gets passed down from your father's lineage. So this man named Jacob got his name changed to Israel, and his bloodline and his seed line that came from his loins passed through the loins of his sons. They all produce the 12 tribes of Israel. And that's just, a simplified, easy to follow breakdown. Khan?
Khan, real quick, Salakia. I mean, even from the beginning, the Most High has always chosen a line of people, right? All the way from Adam, Seth, Enoch, going down to Shem, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, on down to Israel, right? The Most High has always chosen the lineage of people, and just a beautiful thing to be part of that nation, man. All praise.
Yeah, all praises to the Most High God, man. A lot of people, man, they don't know their heritage. They don't know their lineage. You know, the Greeks and Romans, they picked up that philosophy of we all are one type spirit. That's why this is Babylon the Great,
Khan,
land of confusion, because they want us to believe we're all just one people. But the Most High God never made us to be one people. He made us to be a holy people, a peculiar people, a people set apart and set aside. This is why it's very important for you to know what is an Israelite. An Israelite is God's chosen people, man. Let's get the other classic guy. Let's get the
Khan.
Joel 2:27.
Joel 2:27. Khan.
Okay.
Got you. Khan. It's the book of Joel, chapter 2, and verse 27. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else. And my people shall never be ashamed.
So you
So
shouldn't
you
be
should.
ashamed. You shouldn't be ashamed of your bloodline, your heritage, your culture. Right? Nowadays, people will scoff us because we are not ashamed of who we are. And the Most High God is in the midst of Israel. He said, I'm the Lord your God and none else. So if you're an Israelite, just know that you are the only people on earth that has a real living God. All the gods of the other nations are idols. You are an Israelite. An Israelite. That is the ultimate blessing, man. the ultimate blessing. So yes, it's very important, man. The Most High God said what? He had a covenant with our fathers, man. It's the reason why we have the covenant right now. Through the seed of a man. The Most High God is in the midst of Israel. You know that's a beginner's verse, so it don't come out a lot. You know what I'm saying? But it's a very, very powerful verse. I'm the Lord your God and none else. That's that's playing upon tables, man.
Right. I got a quick precept. On Exodus 6 and verse 6. Wherefore say unto the children of Israel, I am the Lord, and I will bring you out from under the burden of the Egyptians, and I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm, and with a great judgment, and with great judgment. Salaki. Verse 7. And I will take you to me for a people, and I will be to you a God, and ye shall know that I am the Lord your God, which bringeth you out from under the bondage of the Egyptian. So why did I bring that out? I mean, of course, there's plethora of scriptures we can bring out, but we can see here in verse 7, it says, and I will take you to me for a people, right? The Most High has chosen us out of every single nation as a people to him, right? Us, the Israelites, so, but I just want to bring that out real quick and yield. Flo, you got it, Shaw Paul.
Con. Let's get Deuteronomy 7 and 8. All right?
Con.
Back to being an Israelite, it comes from the seed of your father, the oath from your fathers, the promises that was given to your fathers, and you are the seed line of your fathers, right? This is also why, man, brothers, when you come into the scriptures and come into your nationality, if you're lucky enough to still have a living, breathing father, you might want to go and have some conversations with him and reconcile that. While you reconcile, what I'm saying, your business with the Heavenly Father, our Father of spirits, right? Let's reconnect, man, with this Father of this generation. Con?
Con. All right. I'm going to
Tazor,
start.
Tazor jumping on stage should be a reader. All praise to the Most High God, his brother. You
All
know what I'm saying?
praise.
Shalom, family. Yabashim Yashabrakata.
Yabashakabata.
Way better reader, man. All praises. You got it, King. Start at verse 7, though, in that one. Deuteronomy 7 and 7.
We can start at verse 6. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We'll let that classic come out.
All praises. It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7, starting at verse 6. For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God had chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. The Lord did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because ye were more in number than any people. For ye were the fewest of all people. But because the Lord loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he had sworn unto your fathers, had the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Know therefore that the Lord thy God, he is God, the faithful God, which keepeth covenant and mercy with them that love him, and keep his commandments to 1,000
You
generations.
see that? How many generations are?
To 1,000 generations.
Yo, come on now, man. Come on now, man. And this is why it's important to realize who's an Israelite. and what makes an Israelite. Because they play that replacement theology game. You know what I'm saying? That replacement theology, like now, uh
The church
Christ,
is gone.
yeah, the church, right? The church has replaced Israelites. Like this man named Jesus the Christ, who is an Israelite himself, went and died so everybody else could take hold of his family's wealth. What kind of sense does that make? Like he would be a traitor, wouldn't he?
Gone. It's blasphemy.
That's blasphemous. That'll make him a traitor of his family. His family has an inheritance from God, and he went and died so everyone else could get his family's inheritance. Like most high forbid, right? You know what I'm saying? I leave a will for my children, right? Most high forbid. Not most high forbid I leave a will for my children, of course, that'll be a good thing, but most high forbid I pass away and I leave something for my children in a will. And then one of my children decides to kill himself so everybody on earth can get a piece of my will that I left for my children. What sense would that make?
That sounds crazy, King.
It sounds crazy, right? Am I bugging out? Right, read that part again with the thousand generations because this is our family heritage, and they want us to believe the man who was most righteous among us as a family, right? Big brother Yahushua. They're thinking that the most righteous among the family, right, gave up his life so the family's heritage and the family's estate could be shared throughout the earth. Read that part one more time, King. Babu Kashaw.
Khan. This is verse 9. Know therefore that the Lord thy God, he is God, the faithful God, which keepeth covenant and mercy with them that love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations.
To 1,000 generations, man.
Khan.
Like, hey, Ariala, how long exactly is a generation? Are we 1,000 generations from that covenant? Hey, Ariala caught up in slavery.
Hey, yeah, hold on. I'm taking care of something right now. It's like
Con,
here.
con. Yeah, what's up? You there, King? I know it's early morning, brothers getting their coffee together, right? But no, we have not lived 1,000 generations, right? It's been 1,000 years, right? But it has not been 1,000 generations. Our estate still belongs to us. And the white man would never do that, right? The white man would never ever do that, Tazor.
Khan. Ever.
You picture a white man, right? Can you picture a so-called white man, a so-called Caucasian, and all his caucasity, right? Can you imagine him giving up his life to split up his family's estate to the world?
He'll go out his way and find a stranger white man just to make sure it stays within his people if he had to. He'd give it to animals if he had to.
Uh,
Activism.
how many rich white folks, especially white women, that left their money to animals instead of giving it up to other people that needed it?
God, I heard of people even giving their to their dogs, their cats. Like, yeah, they're not doing it. They're not just giving no random. They're not doing that because it is madness. But that just shows you how much they're not gonna do it. They'll give it to their dog, a damn dog.
A damn dog. They would leave their heritage to a damn dog. Yeah, I already got it, okay.
Yeah, just to go back to the generations. Yeah, we're not anywhere close to that, man. in modern terms, I think a generation is about 20, 25 years or so. When you do the math, you're looking at over 20,000 years. So yeah, we're not there yet.
Yeah, I would say that a generation is 20, 25 years. I would say that, right? That would be a generation. You know what I'm saying? So we're nowhere near 1,000 generations. So that's a cut on, people that's saying that the law is done away with, and also a cut to people that's saying that, the covenant opened up and everybody could take part of it. Nah, the Most High God said 1,000 generations. Con?
Con.
Shalakia,
Con, go ahead, sister.
all praise to the Most High. Shalom, family. I just came up because I had a personal family experience that was in reference to that. My great grandfather, he left his will, and he was kind of slick with his wordings and the way that he did things because he was a little less traditional than the other slave masters or plantation owners or whatever. He actually had my grandmother in his home. She lived in the room with him. My grandmother and them were born in the house. They was raised as his children, and he just had enough money to for the people to respect him. But when he passed away, his sister took over the estate. They didn't like, the ways that he was moving, the way that he was treating, his woman and his children. And they sent them off to their black side of the family. But in his will, he said that this was heir property and it could never be sold, certain aspects of it. And it could only be leased and rented. Well, his sister had one son, and they were able to manipulate due to lack of education. My grandmother and her brother, and they didn't really know their wealth. They hid it from them, and the son ended up obtaining everything. And see, they were so wicked. They knew exactly, the details of this will, but he actually ended up being gay, and he never had any children. Before he died, he tried to adopt. Well, he did adopt um, grown white children, and tried to leave the estate to them. So it's some legal things going on with our family in reference to that because as it stands now, the black side of the family is the only living heirs. So I just wanted to share that because that's a perfect example of how they'll do anything.
Con.
Yeah, that's crazy. But this is why, that homosexuality is a super demon. It's a super demon because it makes our people forget about their nationality. Now they think their nationality is their sexual orientation. So I make them do stupid stuff like adopt white children and try to give their heritage over to Caucasians that have been oppressing their family for years. Oh my gosh. Damn, that gave me a headache just thinking about it. But this is, this is what they accuse Yahweh Shai of doing. They accuse Yahweh Shai of doing some gay shit, right? Take his family's estate and try to, pass it on to other people. That's not true. That's not true at all. So, us listening right now, what I'm saying? I want y'all to take that approach when you trying to reason with a Christian. Be like, you expect me to think that this man, right? This man who's the most righteous of his family, died just so he could split up his family estate and give it to the world, give it to the earth. Like he's not gonna preserve his family estate and make sure it's passed on to his nieces and nephews and his other family. Because remember, like Christ, like his cousin was John the Baptist. Like he had family, he had brothers and sisters. There's something I was saying to Corey, and I wanted to bring it out. One second, y'all. Let me see if I can find it right quick. Tazor, you on deck?
I'm here, King.
Let me get John chapter 19 instead of verse 25.
Khan. The book of St. John, chapter 19, and verse 25. And it reads, Now there stood by the cross of Jesus his mother, and his mother's sister, Mary, the wife of Cleophas.
So his mother also had a sister, right? See, he was an Israelite that had actual family,
That's right.
right? He had actual family, right? On record, it showed that his mother had a cousin who was the mother of John the Baptist, right? And now was on record showing that his mother had a sister. And who knows how many other family members his mother had, right? Read on.
Khan. And Mary Magdalene. When Jesus therefore saw his mother and the disciple standing by, whom he loved, he said unto his mother, Woman, behold thy son. Then said he to the disciple, Behold thy mother. And from that hour, that disciple took her unto his own home.
Right? And we know the disciple of Christ were Israelites.
That's right.
So if he wouldn't even trust the other nations with the care of his mother, how would he trust the other nations with the estate that the Most High God left his family? Y'all got to make it make sense.
Bring that out.
Y'all got to make that make sense to me. That his disciple, who was an Israelite, because Christ only rode with Israelites, right? People can have different doctrines and different debates, but no, Christ only rode with Israelites. That's facts. So his disciple, right? He said, "Hey, this is your mother now. Take care of my mom's." So if he wouldn't trust, he could have said, "Oh, everyone on earth, I dieth for you, so everyone take care of my mother." He could have said that if that's what his intentions was. But no, he looked for a person of his nation, right? It said, "You got to take care of my mom's, because I'm going." So that also shows you that he's very family oriented, man.
Khan.
Very family oriented.
Salaki.
Con.
Moreover, it's a one that he loved. You know he loved them all, but he made sure to find someone special for his family to make sure someone he knew would take care of his mother. You know, take care of his inheritance in a sense. Who will take care of your inheritance more than you or better than you?
Right, right. It did say one that he loved. Let's not forget about that. He said he seen a disciple that he loved and said, "Yeah, I know you a good dude. You gonna take care of my mom's." That's very family oriented. So you expect me to believe this man that is very family oriented, so family oriented that he wanted his mother to be taken care of after he died, took his family's estate from God, like the family estate that God promised him and his family from their fathers on. You know what I'm saying? His mother's children, his aunt's children, his cousin's children, his brother's children. He took the estate from them and gave it to the earth. It's not making sense to me. It's not adding up. Because the scripture says you gotta believe on him as the scriptures has said. Con?
Time.
Kind of.
So this type of man, right, who's very family oriented and wants his mother to live a good life and the rest of his family to live a good life because he wanted his mother to be comfort. He know, that pain. And a lot of so-called black, Hispanic, and Native American mothers, y'all know that pain, man. Or have you seen other women of our nation go through that pain of seeing your son murdered? Remember, George Floyd died screaming out for his mother, even though his mother already passed. But let's think about Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice, right? Akai Gurley. Let's think about Philando Castile. The pain going on with his mother. Um, the brother we did the pull up for Ari, Ahmaud Arbery, the pain his mother was going through, watching video of him dying, right? And this was more than a video, right? His mother was watching him being crucified before her eyes, right there live and in person. That kind of pain our mothers felt during slavery, watching, their son getting lynched or castrated or even worse, man, buck broken, man. The pain of a mother probably watching her son being buck broken. That's the pain Yahushua Miles must have been going through, watching him being crucified.
And their daughters, you know, publicly murdered, man, and no justice at all. Same thing Mary went through.
It's the same thing, right? Watching their children being gunned down in the streets, right? Mothers, what I'm saying? Same thing when, the children would get snatched from them and now they gator bait. The same way mothers got to see their daughters get snatched up and sold into sex trafficking or now they're in the streets being prostitutes. There's a lot of pain women go through, you know, in our nation. You know what I'm saying? So you think Christ, the family oriented Hamashiach Yahushai, this family oriented man that just wanted his mother to be comforted, he's going to take the estate that was promised to promised to his mother and her sons. He's going to take that and share it with the same Romans that put a damn spear through his damn ribs. You kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Right.
Right, we gotta wisen up as a people, man.
Right. He came to die for those demonic Edomites that killed him and prosecuted his people.
Right.
Madness. Now,
Remember
what
they
kind of Salakia King? Now, what kind of God are we serving? Does that sound like a just God to you? Is that balance? Right? That's not balance, man. And we know the Most High deals with balance. He'll send his son to die for these Edomites, the people he hates with a perfect hate. Madness, man. It don't take that much to put two and two together and know that it don't make no damn sense that that's who Christ came to die for. Christ did not come to die for these nations, man. I yield shall Paul Salaka.
Salaki.
all right, go ahead.
Kind of just like with the powerful brother going into balance. For one man to get the inheritance is for another man to go into bondage according to the covenant that's being spoken of. So he literally, you're saying he give it to the other nations for his people to continue to be enslaved and be oppressed and be the bottom, be the tail. That's madness.
That's absolute madness. Especially when you go into details and see it, like the first on record miracle he did was turn water to wine at a wedding, and he mostly did off his mother's request. You know what I'm saying?
Bring that out.
So how is this man who's so family oriented, right, takes his family estate? Because for him to share his family estate with the earth, that means that it deprives his family of something. If I got a let's say if I got a 12-bedroom house, right, and I got 12 siblings, I'm gonna have my siblings be cramped up in their room with other people because I want to allow 50 more people in there, and these 50 more people are not even family. Come on now, it's not making sense. But I digress, man. Like, back to the subject matter at hand. What is an Israelite, man? Right? We gave you an example. Jacob was the forefather of the Israelites. He became Israel after wrestling the angel in Genesis 32. And then after that, his lineage became Israelites. Khan,
Con.
Khan.
you're on deck, man. Shalom King, what's up? What's on your mind?
Hey, Shalom King, man. Yeah, how about Shimmy? How was Shabbat? Hey, I just want came on, man. I see y'all getting ready to head down to Memphis, man. When you cross that bridge, like when you cross the Mississippi River heading west, man, that's my people. That's my stomping ground right there. And so I just want to say to you guys, man, when y'all get down there to you brothers, hey, go hard on them people, man, because I have a soft spot for those people because those are my people. And so I just want to ask that y'all brothers go 100 times harder than what y'all really do, man, because I would love nothing more than to see my people come into this truth, man. Like, we've been trapped in this Christianity phase for a long time. And a lot of my family, they don't understand where I be coming from. And they like all of us know, they look at me, man, you crazy. You know what I'm saying? You in the cold when you different and all of that type of stuff, man. But y'all getting ready to go into my grounds, man. And so I just want to say, when y'all get there, just go 100 times hard, man. Not only for my people, man, because if you miss my people that's there, anybody that you bring into the truth, as your Howard Shah said, you know what I'm saying? Like, those who follow the commandments, like the statutes, like, these are my people. You know what I'm saying? But everybody that's in that area, I consider them my people, man. So I just want to say to you brothers, man, I commend y'all for going down there with all that's going on in them areas. But man, I pray that the Most High be with y'all and y'all go hard down there, man, and y'all win over the souls and spirits, man, that can join in and get us up out of this captivity, man. And that's really all I had to say, King.
Khan. Real quick. Yeah, we're gonna be in Memphis, Tennessee, just to add on to what the brother's bringing out. May 20th to the 23rd. All right. So if you're gonna be in the Memphis area, come out and congregate with your family. All right. We're gonna have a couple of other activities going on. You can be part of it. Just make sure you email us first so we can vet you. All right. For the activities for the camp, anybody can come, obviously. You can reach us at houseofisraelnyc@gmail.com. Houseofisraelnyc@gmail.com. Also, you can reach the camp directly. My brother Yeshaya is the main brother out there teaching over there and starting up the camp over there. And the email to reach out to him is HOI Memphis at gmail.com. HOI Memphis at gmail.com. You can click on the link above and watch the promo video for it. Yeah, but we're going to be out there, most high willing, man, doing the work. But I yield. Sharp, you got.
Con, I was gonna ask if you got the link.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Khan, I got it up there.
if you got the link, you could throw it up on there. Oh yeah, there you go. Con, yeah, we gonna be up in Memphis, most high willing, man. Bring a light to the children of Israel, man. Tamario. What's going on, yo?
What's up, brothers and sisters? I wanted to what is an Israelite, man? You know, I been popping in and out for a little bit, trying to hoping somebody was expounding on that.
Well, an Israelite is a
Is that
bloodline.
is that a question?
I think
Yeah,
that's
it's a question. Like, that's the question of the room, right? What is an Israelite?
A descendant of the man named Israel.
Got you.
Was that all you had?
Yeah,
Okay.
I come in peace, man. It's a good Friday. You know, brothers be having sisters that thinking that I'm some type of psycho, man. I don't, sometimes I just come to listen and just contribute in a positive way.
Tamario, every time you open your mouth, you prove that you are that. Brothers ain't got to do that work for you, man.
No, so it's important that we don't have echo chambers. Like, if anyone actually listens to what I'm saying, like, and not be triggered, like, I just we can't be like emotional about what I'm saying because I have that same vision. We just saying different stuff. So I'm not, I get it, but at the same time, man, I'm not against you, brothers. I'm just trying to clear that up, man, because a few people hit my back channel, like really felt like because people like to assassinate my character and call me a liability or a agent, like these things, and that's not the case. Like, I'm not, I don't benefit coming around here. So, and I'm not a person that's, I ain't on this app listening to like a lot of clown shit that people talk about. Like, I like intellectual discourse, and that takes place in this space. So, but I have a different understanding, and it's based on reason. So, we can, whatever your understanding is, I feel like we can question that and we can examine it. I got something too, man. Like, I don't believe in echo chambers. So, so I'm just chilling, man.
Hey, tomorrow. Sounds like you like this echo chamber, man.
Nah, well, I like, because I just think we need more than one. Like, yeah, I respect what y'all doing. Like, that's needed. Um, some other things like have to work because you can't really, like, I can't convince, like, I'm around my nephew a lot these days, and it's hard for me to convince him why NBA's young boy, and he's not gonna listen to what y'all got to say, right? So I have to, like, I'm like, I have to convey that to, because he'll listen. I'll be in his room sometimes. He'll listen, like, he tune you niggas out, right? And I have to say that just because, like, but he does that, and it's not that y'all are wrong because like people like him should be hearing like that value system, but it doesn't resonate. So, and I'm just saying that to he don't care what I'm talking about either, but there's like another way to reach him. Like everybody's not gonna. The point I'm making is like if we're all saying that trying to get to the same place, like sometimes there's multiple messages that need to be brought. I know that y'all think that what you're saying is the highest authority. I disagree, and that's just what it is, man.
Mario, you
Bro,
said all that to say nothing? Right? You said all that just to say nothing? What
No,
the hell?
I'm just
What
saying.
the
You know
hell?
what? I'm saying I'm chilling. I
Tamario,
came
what
up.
Tamario, what is your nationality?
What is my I'm not a nationalist.
Hey,
I'm an
hey,
American.
Tamario.
Like I'm an
Tamario,
American.
hold on. You've proven that you're not a nationalist. All right? You've proven that over and over. Answer the question. What is your nationality?
I
And
am.
please give an intelligent answer to Mario. Please. Think about it
No,
before you
I'm
answer.
gonna be real. You know what? Like the only way that I know how to answer that, like how it would be accepted, and I don't even know if you would accept it actually, but just whatever a Black American is, I would, But for me, because I'm not a nationalist.
Hey, Tamario, hold on. Did that sound intelligent to you? Say that again
No, but
one
listen,
more time.
listen, listen.
That's
It's
not,
inconsequential
no.
to
Come
me.
on, man. Tamario, you know how we do things in this room, all right? Now, I want you to say that again. I'm going to ask you that question again. And think about it as you say it. What is your nationality?
I am a
Edomite
melanated.
lover.
I'm a melanated or so-called black man in America, bro. Like that's
So black is your nationality?
like again the titles, the what do they call it? The what is it called? The what's that word in politics? The like I don't need like damn, I forgot the term, man. But identity politics, like that shit to me is inconsequential. Like,
No, we're not talking about identity politics. We're
well, it is
asking
like
you a
like
simple shut up.
if we're gonna
Shut
split
up.
hairs on
Hold
me,
on. No. We're asking you a simple question. What is your nationality? Why can't you answer it?
you know what, brother? I'm Greek, man.
You Greek now?
Wow.
But you were black.
No, I'm black, man. Hey, man, have you know about Giannis Antetokounmpo, the basketball player, brother? Like we got
Yeah.
brother, man.
Wow. Amazing. Black American Greek.
There you go, brother. I like that.
Salakia, if I may, brother Irie, man, I'm surprised you didn't wake up earlier. But in the Shalom and chill room, man, Tamario came in there, and the elder Macabre was asking him a bunch of questions and stuff like that, man. And it didn't turn out too well during that time. I don't know what else to say about this dude right here, man. Like I explained to him earlier, the best thing that he can do is repent, because when the Most High released that spirit upon Israel, man, he gonna have to deal with us. And I'm one of them brothers that Tamario don't like. You don't even want to see me in the world. So I know you don't want to see me if the Most High, or when the Most High released that spirit on us. But he came in there, man, and he was spitting a whole lot of rhetoric and all that, man. Um, Basically, the dude was saying he got bigger fish to fry than to deal with our people. You know what I'm saying? All kinds of stuff, man. Tamario, man, like just being real, you finished, bro. And like I told you then, I'm gonna tell you now, repent, man, and get into the fold, because when the Most High released that spirit on us, bro, you you better hope that I'm in a different mind frame, because I'm coming for somebody like you. You didn't spill so much rhetoric amongst our people, man. You didn't cause so much division, um, all kind of other things. Like it's no wonder your nephew won't listen, man. Your nephew, if he listening to you, it's no wonder he won't listen to the truth because you only spill lies, man. You don't even realize what's the real and what's the truth, and you in these rooms all the damn time. So if he got to listen to people like you, there's no way he'll understand how to listen to the truth being brought out, man. But at the end of the day, King, I'm gonna tell you this right here. You better hope we don't cross paths, and that's now and when the Most High released the Spirit upon us, man. Because you gonna have to deal with your people in some kind of way. And I'm not saying it in a way to where I'm gonna do something to you, but you're gonna have to deal with your people, man. You're gonna have to stand up and be a man at some point and deal with your people. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to face the reality and you're gonna have to face the facts of who you are and who we are, what we up against and what we deal with. You're gonna have to be a man. And if you ain't ready to do that, I suggest that you repent and get ready to do that. Because the worst case scenario is that you don't do that. And you don't want to see what happens after that, man. Read them scriptures and figure it out, Tamario, man. And this is my last time talking to you ever, brother. And this is in front of everybody, man. My last time dealing with you, man. You gonna have to deal with something. Straight up. And with that I yield.
Con. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the lesson in a minute. But tomorrow, yeah, you got to get it together, man.
Yo, brother Ari, I got a question, man. This brother, Yaron, I don't have no problem with him, but I think he's a little bit out of his range, barking up the wrong tree. So in this case, I would like to ask permission from you or Sharpar, if I could cut this brother in his understanding right now, because that's like the third time that he said something like this, and I just have to.
No, it's like 5 times, brother. You can address me personally. I have no problem with that. You don't have to ask for permission from somebody else, man. I'm coming straight to you, talking straight to you. So me being a man coming straight to you, be a man and come straight to me because I'm not out of my range. I'm coming to you straight up, and that's just real. But you know what I'm saying? We can go private or however you want to do this, face to face or whatever. And I'm not coming at you like I said. I'm not coming at you on somewhere I'm trying to do something to you. But what I'm telling you is, if you don't get yourself in order, you're gonna have to deal with either me or a brother like me. And so it's better off that you go ahead and realize these things now, because I can promise you, you don't want to deal with me.
Hey,
You
so
won't want to
So,
deal with me now
real
or
quick,
later.
real quick. Oh, go ahead, Shopper.
let me just ask Tamara your question. Tamara, you got family, right?
I do.
Do you have a will?
I do.
Now, Tamario, right? Let's say if you want to hand your family down something in a will, but someone wanted to split your will up and give it to everybody else on the block, would you let them?
No.
Why not?
I mean that. Well, I mean I'm dead, so I can't do nothing about it. But that's I set up how I wanted to set up. Like I thought that was supposed to mean something. So that's yeah, I would feel a way about that.
No, but what if they said like you wasn't really progressive enough, and like the whole block needed what you wanted to pass down to your family, right? Would you let them do that to Mario?
No.
So why do you think that the God of the Bible passed down a heritage to Israel and it belongs to everybody else now?
You know what? I know how to answer that question. So I believe in science, and with that being said, like it's I just have a different understanding of what all of this is about. Like and
You believe in science?
right,
You
right, right.
don't,
So
yo,
because I
Tamario,
believe in science, because I
Tamario,
believe in science. Now,
Tamario.
Hold on, Tamario. You say you believe in science, right?
yeah,
Tamario, does a scientist patent his his chemical advancements, his genetic advancements, his scientific advancements? Does he patent them?
inconsequential. What we understand about the universe, how this world works, we
I'm
start
asking you
asking
a question.
questions. No, I mean it's inconsequential. Is that it's about what we know about what's going on. Like,
Tamario, come on. Let's not play the game early, Yak. Yes or no? Does a scientist patent his discoveries and his advancements?
yeah, probably, yeah, sure,
Probably.
yeah.
So the theory of relativity,
I
right?
mean, you want to
The hold on.
like these
The,
type of
dar-
things.
there's a
These
whole
type of
thing.
things.
There's a whole thing called Darwinism, right?
Yeah.
Why is it called Darwinism?
He was the first person to actually write down like a concept or a theory of evolution, like kind of a like it's a concept that was created, like and the good thing about science is we don't have to just base this on his understanding. Like that concept created another concept that we evolved. Like we can update what he was trying to say. Like we don't have to. Like I don't have to feel what he actually thought about on that. Like
But
there's a
what's his advancements is still his, right?
no. He introduced a concept. Somebody probably did that before him. They just didn't write it down. Like that's my understanding. So I can't. I have to accept all things. I have to take things into consideration. Like this is what it is. So and so and having said that, right, I have to ask questions like you know I ask I have a lot of questions about some of the stories that are in the Bible, and they can't be answered. Even if I asked a simple question like, "Hey, when was the Old Testament actually like written and published? Like originally, like no one would be able to know that. Like it's all speculative. So I have to accept some other understanding about this world. So that's just where I'm at. So I'm not emotionally attached to what this book is telling me that I'm in captivity to Egyptians, to Assyrians, to Babylonians, to Persians, to Greeks, to this and that. When this understanding of Aristotle, who taught Alexander, went to conquer Egypt and Babylon before he was 25, like, and I'm in a like I
So
can like
now, so now
that's a concept, man.
the
Like
teachings
that's
to Mario, the teachings of Aristotle, do they still belong to Aristotle?
hey man, it doesn't matter because we update whatever he was thinking.
But you're still giving, but you're
We've
still giving
updated
him
it. It's
credit.
updated.
You're giving him credit, right? You're still giving him credit. You're noting his name. You're allowing his name to live on. You're not just saying like, okay, this philosophy that's going on. I like this type of philosophy. This is a philosophy that's been going on. You gave his direct name, not even his nation, but him directly. Are you not?
No, I hear you. It's because like this is just where people just started like writing down your own thoughts and not like necessarily writing words inspired by God or some other like laws that go by. People are like creating, there's like, life ain't about me answering to Cyrus or Xerxes or whomever, Darius, like like that's I don't see
You
life like
you
when I
answer
not
now, but now you answer to Aristotle.
no, it's not about that. I know,
Yes, because
when you ask me about
if
his
you if
teachers,
you
like
if you
Plato
would
taught him. So
if
let's
you
go down there. So Plato is his teacher. And you're going to ask me, well, who taught Plato? I'm going to say Socrates. So we'll keep giving. So if I'm going to Aristotle, it's going to be a never ending game. Like at some
and,
point,
and that's the same thing the Bible does because it been passed down from Abraham to Isaac to Jacob, and you see how now you have made the crackers your god in your religion.
what,
Nah, it's the same
my
thing.
worldview is I have
No, it's the
everything
same
in
thing,
this world that I need.
Mario.
Like that's
Now
nobody has their foot on my neck, man, right now. Like
yes, Socrates does.
no, he doesn't. He doesn't, bro.
Yes, he does. Right? We have our lineage and our thought process passed down, right? And our culture passed down from Abraham to Isaac to Jacob. Jacob became Israel, and now you have Israelites. What you are is a Soccerlite. Clown.
Hey, you know what? You know what? I'll accept that because
Then accept that shit.
yeah, I would accept that.
Then
I'll take that.
I
yeah.
got a question for Tamario real quick. Tamario, so you don't believe in the scriptures, right?
I believe. I'm not saying that the scriptures are not. I don't believe it's 100%. Absolutely not. But there is a lot of truth. There is a lot of wisdom, like in it. Like it's and I respect it. I respect what it is, but I just have a different understanding about what's going on in this world. So and it all just revolves around science. So I'm not emotionally attached. Like I can't. I don't believe that we should be out here teaching young black people to be defensive about life. Like, you can literally have anything
Hold
you
on,
want in
Tamario.
this world. Like that's like
Hold on,
holding
please.
on to
Hold
like
on,
that.
hold on, hold on. You're making a lot of statements, right? You said, I'm gonna just get to the last one. You said to be defenseless about life, right? Do you know that the Bible teaches you how to defend yourself? Did you know that?
Right. As I said earlier, the Bible tells me that I came from
Mario,
Egyptian
would
captivity.
you say,
I,
hold on a second. Would you say that you lack the understanding that come out of the scriptures? That's why you don't believe in it as you should? Because you know science is in the Bible, right? You know defending yourself is in the Bible, right? You know governing yourself is in the Bible, right? You know how to manage your finances is in the Bible. You know that, right? You know that. All this stuff you keep saying that you believe in. You know all that is in the Bible in righteousness. You know that, right?
one of my favorite scriptures. Just kind of the irony here.
You
I'm
gonna
gonna
answer
bring.
my question? Oh no, tomorrow. Do you know those things are in the Bible? Yes or no?
No, I understand. Like that's I understand that. Yeah.
Okay, so what are you mumbling about the scriptures? So
No,
I mean,
so
yeah.
all right.
What
So
tomorrow? Hold on. What I really want to know is what is really going on. That's basically what I'm saying. Go ahead. You know what I'm talking about.
like I want, you know I want what's best for black people, right? But I think that the mindset, because I've had this mindset of being defensive about life.
You don't want what's best for black people. That's a lie.
Yes, yes,
No, you
no, I
don't.
do, brother, I
No,
do.
you don't.
That's real.
No, you don't. Who who has killed more black people within the past 500 years?
I don't know.
What?
I mean,
The-
I
How
know.
about how about 100 million just on the voyage from Africa to America?
So here's the thing, right? Here's why
No,
I'm not.
to Mario. Let's say just on the voyage from Africa to America alone, 100 million.
All right, so I have to answer it this way. Here's why I can't be emotional about that.
We're
So
not.
in
We're
your
not being emotional right now. We're being
right,
logical.
no, I got you. All right, so let's be logical. Let's be
Yeah.
logical.
Let's be
So
very,
so
very
in
logical. Very
in
logical.
science, in science,
Yes, in science.
the Bible's narrative of so-called antiquity, what we know from science, whether I accept Darwinism or something else, but
Yes.
just having an intellectual conversation,
Yes.
we have to ask questions about who were the ancient Sumerians, like, because those people were. It was quite a while ago when and for us to even start making places like Babylon, like how these things came to be. Like, there's a lot of time that the Bible cannot account for it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just keeping it real. So
Now,
with that,
Tamario, why are you running from my question like a bitch? Right,
no, I have to, I
Because
have to,
he's a
Tamario,
bitch.
Tamario,
I
That's
have
what
to
you
put
are,
out there that there
Tamario.
Tamario,
are, well,
Tamario,
like I already asked, what am I doing here? So I'm trying to clarify what I'm doing. Like,
Tamario.
that's
No, you said that you're best for black people, right? And so, as a person that wants the best for black people, I would want to keep them safe, right? And I would have to round up, because if you're talking about science, there's something called fight or flight. There's a response that goes to every living creature called fight or flight, right? It's either they're gonna fight or they're gonna flight when they're in the midst of danger. A response, a scientific response that every living creature goes through. Every living creature, right? Even the bacteria that's inside your body, once it starts to gets attacked, right, by your white blood cells and other antibiotics you might take, it's either gonna fight it or it's gonna flight and exit your system, right? So even the bacteria understands fight or flight. So, and if you add that with adaptability, which is also scientific, the ability to adapt. Now let's take the last 500 years, scientifically speaking, logically speaking, and you have a people that have been murdered, tortured, and destroyed by another people. What would be the logical and scientific right response to that, Tamario?
I don't know.
This nigga said he don't know. Tamario, to the gulags with you, my nigga.
Hey, but he want to have an intellectual conversation.
To the
This
gulags
guy's a
with you,
bad
man.
joke.
Shalaki, I want to ask Mario a question.
Nah, fuck that.
Nah, he gone, man.
He said he's going
I
to
was gonna
bed.
kick him down, Shaw Paul. I'll be honest with you. I'm tired of this guy, man.
Nah,
It's funny though how that dude, like, he asking another man for permission to come at me. Like nigga, you can hit me up and we can go at it, or we can talk man to man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand cats like that, man. And it's people like him that get me out of my character, man. When I be trying to do the right thing,
Nah,
you
Iran, you don't have to
yeah.
worry about that guy. That guy was a joke.
Everybody, uh, um, everybody hashtag Tamario the good slave. Everybody hashtag that.
Shalom, Marcus.
Shalom.
Shalom, elder. Yabashim Yashabrakatah.
Shalom.
Tamario the good slave, right? We're gonna hashtag that for the rest of the day, man. Tamario the good slave.
so
Mario,
ousted.
He don't want
the
to talk
slave.
about the Bible, right? But once we talk logical, he can't even have that discussion, man.
God, he's a philosopher. He's a philosopher. Anytime you tell him something, he's always, well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Man,
All you want to talk about is Aristotle, man. No, he's Greek god.
You asked him who has killed more black people than ever, and he said, "I don't know."
God. Yeah, because he don't want his daddy to get the blame. Like brothers were saying yesterday, he is the full 24-hour bulletproof for the damn white man, man. This dude would take any kind of bullets for them.
Refuse to believe that the white man has an agenda and a plan to destroy us. Like this man refused to believe that. I don't know what world he's in. Like it's mind boggling with this guy, man. For him really. But you know what the thing is, it's good to use him because there are a lot of Negroes out there like that, man. There's a lot of Negroes that actually believe like, the white man doesn't have an agenda. He didn't plan parent what is it?
Planned
What is
Parenthood.
it? Yeah, man. It got me tied up. He didn't, orchestrate this. They didn't sit down and have think tanks with this, how they was gonna get us to destroy ourselves, and the abortions. Like he actually think it wasn't a plan. So it's crazy with this dude, man.
Hey, Tamario, man, the Most High is gonna hold you accountable for every idle word you made, man. Right? And you're a fool for not believing in the Most High God. You are 100%. Somebody give me Psalms 14. Right? Cesar, you there?
Kind of Salaki, I had stepped away. Psalms 14 from the top.
Yeah, from the top.
Kind of. This is the book of Psalms, chapter 14 from the top. The fool had said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good.
Right. That's what you are. You are corrupt. And you do abominable works, right? Worshiping other gods, right? And putting the so-called white man as someone that you want to see yourself being like, right? And getting heavily involved in its system. You're a damn fool, man. And people get on me for calling people that, but hey, the scripture says it, right? In your own heart, you think you're saying there's no God, you don't believe in this, you don't believe in that, right? Because you lack the understanding that comes from the scriptures, man. Scriptures takes care of every single thing that you're talking about. You ain't saying nothing new, but because you don't know what's going on in the Bible, this is why you can make statements like that. All right. Yeah, but I yield sharp. You got it, man.
But Ari, here's the thing, Ari. Here's the thing.
Right.
Like
Always here's the thing, right?
I know, Elder.
God,
Yeah.
he always trying to everything you tell him, he will come and try to, say philosophize it or try to get around it. He won't just take it and listen to it and dissect it. No, he has to try to philosophize it. See, he sees it this way, and I don't see it that way. Which, look, nobody's telling you to be a robot, but come on, some things is just straightforward in your face. You don't have to philosophize. You don't have to. It's what it is. It is what it is. Okay, like the Apocrypha tells you. You know what I mean? Everybody has a natural enemy. If you don't think we're showing you that this man planned this abortion with us, put it in our neighborhoods for us to kill each other. Because what? He knows that we're his enemy. He understands this. So he doesn't want us to increase. It's just that simple. There's no way you could philosophize that. He knows that we are his enemies, and he's doing everything he can to stop us from increasing. You know what I mean? And that's just straightforward, but yet you still want to try to philosophize and come around it, It just don't make sense.
Elder, you know what's crazy? I bet you if I asked Mario, is he a realist, right? He'll tell me, yeah, right? But the problem with that is, for some reason, when it comes to certain facts that has to do with how our people has been treated for years, we're not talking about this just started 6 months ago, 7 months ago, a year ago. We're talking about hundreds of years on how these devils have treated our people For some reason, in his mind, that don't exist, right? That never happened. It's not facts anymore, right? When it's plain and it's something that you can see yourself, right? You can see it right now. This is not even something where it's history. This is something that is going on right now as we speak, right? But he's going to deny that and say it's not true. It's madness, man. It's Mario, man. You better come out of that way of thinking, man. I'm tired of dealing with you. I'll be honest with you, man. But again, like brothers say, we just use you as a teaching tool. After we get tired of you, we just throw you right down and go on with the lesson. Shao Paul, I think you should continue with the lesson. You're bringing out some great things on the lesson. But also, Israel, don't forget, click on the greenhouse above our head, follow the platform. That way, when we set rooms like this, you can be part of the conversation and the build. Follow the mods on stage. Also, follow the brothers on stage that are bringing out the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. The respective camps that come up here and build with us. We appreciate y'all brothers like Yawasop on stage right now, Ram Gadal. Make sure you guys follow him. Also follow the rooms that he's with. Also, Sons of Thunder, Sakari got Dagger House, and Godfrey's Gang and all the other camps that congregate with us and build with us. But if you guys have any questions you want to add to the topic, the conversation, raise your hand, come up to the stage. If you have a friend that you think might benefit from this topic or the conversation, make sure you ping them to the room or share the room with them so they can be part of the build. But with that, I'm going to yield, and we can get back to the lesson, really, Shao Paul.
Con. This guy still got his hand raised too. Unbelievable.
Who's that?
Samario.
Yeah, I heard Biblical Smoke was good yesterday, last night with the Kevin Samuel thing. Like, it was real good.
I mean, everybody talking about Kevin Samuel's dead. I'm gonna wait till like the mainstream media says it because that kind of thing happened before, where people say certain people are dead and it wasn't really true. So I'm gonna just wait for that. You know what I'm saying? With all the witchcraft our sisters we in, man, they must have try to send a couple of demons after that brother, man. He be rebuking them so hard.
Yeah.
Shalom King Salakia. NBC News just put it out that his mother said he died. That's on NBC. Um, I'm reading that now.
What?
Word?
But I read he had put a post out.
It's on NBC News. It's like,
What's on
go
NBC?
ahead, Elder. Go ahead.
Go ahead. My bad. I read that as soon as he posted something, he died like 20 minutes later or something like that. As soon as he posted something on his social media, then something happened to him.
No. There you go. Well, either two things are gonna happen, right? There's gonna be a bunch of dudes running to take his place, or he just be immortalized as the dude that started speaking out against feminism. But yeah, I'll probably do a room on that a little bit later. But one thing for sure, he used to quote the Bible a lot, but he never mentioned that the true children of Israel are the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. You know what I'm saying? That probably would have extended his life a little bit longer. Con?
Uh,
right? So let's get back to the subject, man. Right? What is an Israelite? Right? We went to Genesis 32 to show you that our forefather Jacob, right? He wrestled the angel to be named Israel or Yasha'Allah. And his descendants became Israelites. You know what I'm saying? Because you are who your father is. We addressed that in Numbers 1 and 18 and Numbers 2 and 2. You are who your father is, right? But how can you identify Israelite in these modern day times? Right? That's what they be trying to come at us about. You know, people like Tamario, other people that want to come through and scoff the camps. You know what I'm saying? How could we tell who are the Israelites in these last days, right? So let's get Deuteronomy chapter 28. Let's get the classic. Let's get Deuteronomy chapter 28 and let's start at verse 1.
It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 1. And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth.
So one of the signs to being an Israelite is if you see people keeping the commandments and they're very prosperous, right? Because this is what the Most High God told Israel, that if you keep the commandments, I'm going to set you on high above all the nations. Read on.
Come. And all these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God.
Right? So there are blessings listed that's going to happen to a nation of people if they keep the commandments of God. And you see this going on throughout the Bible, that when the Israelites do keep the commandments of God, they are very prosperous. That narrative is all through the Bible. Now go to verse 15.
Come. Verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
Right? So it says, if you don't follow the laws of the Most High God, then the curses shall come upon you, right? And overtake you. Now, there's no nation on earth, I say as a collective, is all keeping the commandments of God. Not even the Jewish people, because they have a gay parade in Tel Aviv, right? Let me see if I can look that up right quick. I'm gonna post it because our people. I'll say for sure, our people don't keep the commandments of God, and I'm saying as a whole. I know everybody, listening right now are doing their best to keep the commandments of God. They're absolutely doing their best. You know what I'm saying? They're over here getting this kosher breakfast. They, keeping up with the law, statutes, and commandments. They're earnestly trying to change their ways. That's granted. But this is only a room filled with what? Just about, between 140, 150 people, the influx back and forth, right? But we have other people, thousands of people that's on this app that's not keeping no commandments right now. That's of our nation. So we're getting smacked with curses. But now you got the people that say they're Jewish and they're breaking the sodomite laws, man. Heavy inside the land. Let me get that. Let me just get that right quick, man. I kind of almost don't want to post this. Ah, man, have mercy, right? But Tel Aviv Pride 2022 weekend package. They advertising this shit. You understand? To hold what you got and get Leviticus chapter 22, verse 18.
Con. Book of Leviticus chapter 22 and verse 18. It reads, Speak unto Aaron and to his sons and to all the children of Israel, and say unto them, Whatsoever he be of the house of Israel.
That's Leviticus 22:18.
Con.
Let me get Leviticus 20 and 13.
Con. The book of Leviticus chapter 20 and verse 13. If a man also lie with mankind, as he lieth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them.
Right? The Most High God says it's an abomination. I had it backwards. Let me get Leviticus 18 and 22.
Con. The book of Leviticus chapter 18 and verse 22. It reads, Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is an abomination.
Right? The Most High God said, right, that homosexuality is an abomination. And you should get put to death for it. Right? And you got a whole. I thought, like, what happened to COVID, man? How's it a gay package deal traveling to Tel Aviv? Right? What the hell happened to COVID?
Yeah.
Everywhere else got restrictions besides the Pride Parade in Israel. Come on now, man.
Lord and Christ.
Lord in Christ, man. So they're definitely breaking those commandments off rip. And there's a long list of things that they do too that's breaking the Lord's commandments when they get into the Talmud, you know what I'm saying? And there other extra books which, cause them to worship idols and, other things, blasphemous things they do. So if they were really the children of Israel, they would have to fall under Deuteronomy 28 and 15. Read that again, huh?
The book of Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
So now these curses are supposed to be on the real Israelites for not keeping the laws of God, right? Go to verse 21.
Huh. The Lord shall make the pestilence cleave unto thee, until he have consumed thee from off the land, whither thou goest to possess it.
If you look at the HIV rates, right, in Atlanta, Georgia, a lot of black male homosexuals, they make up 80%, right? Black male homosexuals between the gay men and the men that you say that they trans women, they make up 80% of the HIV. So the Most High God is plaguing them for their homosexuality, right? But over there in Tel Aviv, they're prosperous, man. They having damn carnivals, parades, and damn traveling packages, right? This is how you know who are the real Israelites. Whenever our people partake in sin, they get punished for it. Read on that.
Uh, the Lord shall smite thee with a consumption, and with a fever, and with an inflammation, and with an extreme burning, and with the sword,
And with the
and
what?
with the sword.
And with the sword, man, our people are not only dying from the hands of our enemies, but we killing each other. That's another curse we're gonna get into. But that sword is destroying our people. Khan,
Con,
right? Read on.
con. And with blasting, and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish.
Right? And who's still pursuing the Jewish people, man? The Jewish people are over there oppressing the hell out of the Arabs. They're not being oppressed by the Nazis anymore. That came and gone. But they're still breaking the laws of God, but somehow they're still strong enough to prosper and oppress other nations. Right? Go to give me verse 30, King.
Con, verse 30. Salah. Thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her.
Right? And does the Jewish culture right now have a, how can I say a influx or a high rate of adultery? No, that's our people, man. We make songs about it. We got the Dream Wicked ass. Is that your girl? I love your girl. Right? You
Con,
got R. Kelly singing about keep it on the down low. You got TLC talking about so I creep.
bring it out.
Right? You got Chris Brown singing about these hoes ain't loyal. Right? Jay Z and Memphis Bleak had a song with Twista. What was that? Is that your chick? And this is not nothing new because for hundreds of years our slave master did that to us, man. They used to just take our wives at will. Is the Jewish man going through this curse right here?
Ah,
Absolutely not. Right? This is also how you could tell who's an Israelite. Read on.
Con. Thou shalt build a house, and thou shalt not dwell therein.
And look at that. Look how many houses we built. Talking about, all the tribes, man. From Judah, Benjamin, what I'm saying, Levi, especially Issachar. Look how many houses you see Issachar build that he don't get to stay in. How many houses we built during slavery we don't get to stay in. Right? You don't see the Jewish man going through these curses. Read on that.
Con. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and shalt not gather the grapes thereof.
How many vineyards and cotton fields and sugar cane fields our people worked in and didn't benefit from it? Man, we got articles of modern day slavery that the so-called Mexicans are going through right here in Georgia, man. Modern day slavery. Let me see if I can post that right quick, man. These are the curses we're going through. The Jewish man are not going through these curses, man. He's setting up gay parades in the Holy Land and still on top of the earth. That's not what the children of Israel, all through the Bible, the constant narrative is if the children of Israel break the laws of God, they get thrown into captivity and the curses come upon them. That is the constant narrative of the Bible from beginning to end. The constant narrative, right? I'm about to throw this link up and just get that right quick. All right, y'all, check out this next link I'm about to throw up, right? Modern day slavery in Georgia. Not only did we go through slavery as a people, but then you got certain tribes that's still going through modern day slavery. And eventually, if you really look into it, all tribes are still going through modern day slavery. right? Gad is number one with sex trafficking. They're snatching girls off the reservations at will, sex trafficking them. Right under them is Judah. Right, it's snatching a lot of our sisters up. A lot of our sisters are going missing. Right, and then you got the southern kingdom and also Ephraim and Simeon filling up the jail cells, which is modern day slavery too. And now you got Issachar, man. Issachar going through modern day slavery in Georgia. Check that out.
Hey,
So
shalom, shalom. Child Paul, can I bring another perspective to us being Israelites so that brothers and sisters can get some understanding? You know what I mean? One thing I always knew, we can't get proud because we went off against the Lord. So we got to understand that the Lord is doing this for his name's sake. You see what I'm saying? And this is what we got to understand because we went off against the Lord. So by the mercy, the Lord is doing this. Can I get Matthew 3 and 9 real quick? Just to bring some perspective in that.
Con,
Matthew 3 and 9.
This is the book of St. Matthew, chapter 3, and verse 9. And think not to say within yourselves, we have Abraham to our father. For I say unto you, that God is able of these stones to raise up children unto Abraham.
See that? See what the Lord say? So think not just because we Israelites that, you know what I mean, we have Abraham as our fathers. Don't glory in that because we went off. Yes, it is. What advantage have the Jew? A lot of advantages because we are the children of Israel. But just not get proud and understand that we went off against the Lord. The Lord is able to raise up the stones. Read on. Read on that.
Salat. And now also the axe is laid unto the root of the trees.
See that? Give me Isaiah 48 and 11 real quick. So
Con,
let's just put it in perspective, Israel. Humble yourself, man. Lord did not have to choose you. But don't get arrogant because we need to be, fasting, praying with sackcloth and really humbling ourselves that the Lord even allowed us to come back after the things we did. But the Lord gonna tell you something here in Isaiah 48 and 11.
the book of Isaiah, chapter 48, and verse 11. For mine own sake, even
For what?
for mine own sake,
Come on.
even for my own sake, will I do it.
Even for
For
his
how,
own sake will he do it. Read on.
for how should my name be polluted?
So how should his name be polluted? The Lord here is glorifying. He's saying, for my name's sake, because they know that I'm attached to you with the covenant. So he said, for my name's sake, because you are called by my name, my people, and the nations know this. So the Lord now is boasting. He's saying, for my name's sake, God will do this. Read on.
God. And I will not give my glory unto another.
And he's not going to give his glory out to another. So give me one more. Isaiah 49 and give me the 14th verse, brother. Babu Kashar.
God. The book of Isaiah, chapter 49, and verse 14. But Zion said, the Lord hath forsaken me,
But Zion say the Lord has forsaken me. Come on.
and my Lord hath forgotten me.
And my Lord has forgotten me. Come on.
Can a woman forget her sucking child,
Can a woman actually forget her sucking child? Come on.
that she should not have compassion on the son of her womb?
Come on.
Yea, they may forget, yet will I not forget thee.
Come on. So see that the Lord says we may forget, but he's not going to forget. So because that covenant he made with us, you know what I mean? But we went against the Lord and we got to understand and we got to be thankful and don't get proud just because we the children of Israel. We just got to humble ourselves and be thankful that the Lord, choose to keep his covenant and will not give his name to another. So that's all I wanted to say, Babu Kashar.
God.
God, God, right? Israel got to be continually grateful that the Most High God did choose us because He ain't have to, right? When people say their prayers, man, right? You definitely got to thank the Most High God that He's still showing mercy unto Israel, But when you get back to Deuteronomy chapter 28, go to verse 46 because other people do want to confuse us and have us believe that we're not Israelites. That's all Bible prophecy too. We just understand that these scriptures and these curses that's on us and these prophecies are how you tell who we are. They're a sign and wonder. They're upon us and our seed forever. Let's get Deuteronomy 28, verse 46.
It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, and verse 46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever.
I mean, ain't no getting around that, right? People may
Con,
try to get around that. But these curses that's written in Deuteronomy 28 and Leviticus 26, right? And the prophecies that's written about us, the things that shall surely come to pass, the description of us that's in the scriptures, all those things are a sign and a wonder. If you ain't have no GPS and you was looking for, a certain spot, you'll look at the road signs, man. You have to see that it says uh, um your destination 5 miles away. You know what I'm saying? 2 exits away. You have to be paying attention to the road signs, right? And if you're looking for Israelites, these curses are a sign and a wonder, right? And right after verse 46, read verse 47 and 48.
con. Verse 47. Because thou servest not the Lord thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things. Therefore, thou shalt serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he had destroyed thee.
So this is a curse that's on us, right? We have to serve our enemies in the one of all things. Our enemies. Tell me who's the Jewish man serving right now? Who does he have to serve? Who does a Jewish man have to serve, right? And historically, they're gonna tell you that his true enemies are either the Arabs or the Nazis, right? Especially the Nazis. Show me a Jewish man that has to go to a Nazi for the one of all things. Man, them Nazis are still in hiding. And we already proved that they're breaking commandments. They're defiling the Most High's God rainbow. They're defiling his holy land. They're defiling his laws. They're defiling each other, right? When they have that gay parade over there in Tel Aviv. And when they idol worship at the Wailing Wall. We see those things, but they don't have the curses on us. I mean, they don't have the curses like us. They not having a yoke of iron around their neck until they're destroyed. These things are not happening to them. These things are happening to the real children of Israel, man. Go to verse 54, Ak.
Con. Verse 54. So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil towards his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children, which he shall leave.
Which he shall leave, man. You don't see an alarming number of single parent Jewish families. Their fathers are mostly in their households. I'm not saying completely, but I'll say mostly in their households. Their fathers, their grandfathers, their great grandfathers, all of them are still close into the households, man. And then you don't see a large amount of. When I go through Brooklyn, man, I don't see damn Jewish gangs banging on each other. I'll go through Williamsburg and it's the top hats versus the low hats. But there's a hat gang that's a blood gang that'll bang on another dark skinned people. Well, where real Israelites are trying to kill each other all the time. Kind.
God,
So we gotta understand these things, people. That if we're not keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, these curses are on us and not on any other nation, especially not the people that's claiming they Jews. Right? Go to verse 56.
God. Verse 56. The tender and delicate woman among Salah.
Is it me or is the brother breaking up?
Can y'all hear me? Salaki, I got a phone call.
Oh yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, Salaki. Verse 56. The tender and delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicateness and tenderness, her eye shall be evil toward the husband of her bosom, and toward her son, and toward her daughter.
Right? And this goes into our mothers not being mothers anymore, man. Right? A lot of our mothers they rather hit the club and open up an OnlyFans than take care of their children. Right? Read on that.
Ah. And toward her young one that cometh out from between her her feet, Salah, and
And
toward
and
her
then and evil towards the young one that comes out between her feet is talking about babies. And what is a lot of our women trying to fight for right now? The right for abortions.
ah,
That's part of the curses. You don't see a bunch of Jewish women out there trying to have abortions. You'll see the damn Jewish woman with like 5 to 7 children. Actually, that's probably the only Edomites or them and the Amish. I'll say that's probably the only Edomites I ever see with really large families. They do a bunch of inbreeding, yeah. A lot of their babies come out ugly as hell. But yeah, the Amish and the Jewish Edomite women, man, yeah, they're having the most babies I see out of Esau. And Esau ain't really having babies like that. But guess who's being evil to the young ones that's coming between her feet? That's our women, man. We did the room yesterday. Our women is disproportionately very large when it comes to the abortion clinic, and that's that curse right there, right? Everything our people go through is the curses. Believe it or not, read or not.
ah, and toward her children which she shall bear, for she shall eat them for want of all things secretly in the siege and straitness.
So
Where,
in the siege of Israel historically, right, when they starved us, a lot of women did eat their children. Believe it or not, that's just on the history books. But now you could take that and say that yeah, a lot of our women they eat their children, like kill their children, sacrificing it for a career, for a life. They don't want to ruin their lives, quote unquote, by having a child, and now they can't go to school and work like how they want. They want to build their future. So a lot of our women are having what abortions and basically eating their children up for the want of all things. Right? Read that part one more time. Huh?
God. And toward her young one that cometh out from betwixt her feet, and toward her children which she shall bear. For she shall eat them for want of all things secretly in the siege and straitness, wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee in thy gates.
Right? And the enemies has distressed our women that's what put them in that place. Right? It's through the enemy's distress. That's what happened. Right? The enemy's distress did this and put our women in this place. But guess what, man? It all goes back to the curses of us not keeping the law. Right? Read on.
God. If thou wilt not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book,
You see that it all goes back to doing the law that's written in this book. This is how you know we're Israelites. Right? Read on.
God, that thou mayest fear this glorious and fearful name, Yahweh thy power.
Right? You're supposed to fear the glorious name. So anybody tell you that the name doesn't matter, that's a lie.
Bring that out.
That's one of the reasons why we in this captivity, because we don't fear the name. We don't put enough respect on it. So yes, his real name does matter.
That's right.
It does matter. You just can't say God. You just can't say Jesus. Right? In your ignorance, yeah, the Most High God winks at ignorance. But come on now, we gotta get our act together, people. Okay?
God,
I read on that.
God. Then the Lord will make thy plagues wonderful, and the plagues of thy seed, even great plagues, and of long continence, and sore sicknesses, and of long continuance. It's a lot of long continuance. I said that wrong.
Right? Sickness of long continuance. Right? Long continuance. Sickness of long continuance, man. A lot of our people be struggling, man. Absolutely, man.
God,
Do we have a scoffer? Paulo or Paulo? What's going on, man?
I'm at work, brother. But listen, Danny was in there talking crazy. So I was just putting the precepts to edify the chat because nobody really dealt with him. They just let him run his mouth. So I just dealt with it real quick.
Well, what is Daniel saying that's crazy?
So let me step off real quick. Just real quick, he was going into just trying to disprove us, and he was talking about putting together a room. Take care of him right here.
Daniel was talking about disproving us.
Exactly.
Which Daniel? Let me see.
Hold on. Yeah, get
Dan,
Daniel.
Danny.
Oh, hold on, Paul. 1 second. Daniel, come up. Raise your hands, Daniel.
His name is Danny.
You said Daniel, right? Daniel or Dan?
Danny Cola.
Danny.
Oh, Danny. Okay, okay. Salaki, Daniel. I thought he was calling your name. Danny, where is he anyways? He can come up to the stage. You see, that's the thing too, right? If you guys have any issue, Danny Davis, if you got any issue, anything you want to talk about, raise your hand and come up to the stage. All right? We're not going to allow scoffers on the chat just like we don't allow on the stage. It's the same thing. All right? You got anything to say? Raise your hand and come up to the stage. If you keep scoffing back there, we're just going to ban you from the room. It's that simple. All right? Come up here and debate your cause. All right.
His profile says Clubhouse to Clubhouse administration, right? He represents the Lord Jesus Christ. So why don't you like come up here and represent your Lord Jesus Christ?
Yes, please do. Please come up and represent him.
Yeah, because I was wondering why the brothers dropping so much scriptures and tagging someone, so I called them up here to see what was going on.
Yeah, I just invited him up too. So, all right, Danny, you've been called out. So come on up. Yeah, we got to pay attention to those chats too, because some wicked doctrines could be coming out there. You know, brothers that are regular in this room, yeah, keep keeping an eye on it. Brother Paul, the water for coming up and letting us know. All right, yeah, because a lot of doctrines and spirits can come through that too, and they can try to deceive the people too, just from that angle, because they know
Right.
we're not paying too much attention on that, and that's just like a devil. That's how they slid and come into your surrounding, man, to deceive the people.
Right.
You see, they never come up to the men, and this is what happened in the garden, Israel, right? This devil understood that he could not come to Adam with that stupid doctrine and that knowledge, right? And this is what they do. They have the same characteristics. They go behind the scene, right? And try to hide from the men that has the wisdom and the knowledge, because they know they're going to get cut the hell up. Come up here to the stage and prove what you're talking about. This is why, sisters, man, you guys, if you married, man, and he's a righteous man keeping the laws and doing right, there is no better hedge of protection than that on this earth, apart from Yahweh Shai and the Most High, right? Because we see right through these demons, man. Come up to the stage and prove what you're talking about. And madness, man.
Yeah.
Salakia, can y'all hear me?
God.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, kind. So if we start at the 20-minute mark, I dealt with him, man. He was just saying he was being just crazy, man. So he was talking about making a room or whatever. So I was just telling him to go because it was irritating. He was taken away from the lesson. So I was just telling the family, like, just get back to the lesson, man. Don't deal with him.
What was he talking about, anyways?
He was talking about Hamites teaching the Bible that we not Israelites. One of the things he said he said again, I exposed you clowns with one question. Um, Here, let me just read it. He said you clowns claim you are what your father is. I said, so go teach it, Danny. Stop hanging around. You speak like devils do, so go teach the truth of the Bible. He said, claim Isaac was black, then claim Esau was white. He said, I exposed you clowns with one question. Upset because your preset package didn't teach you how to respond to that simple question.
Okay, one of the camp haters. Yeah, when they say that preset package, I know it's either an ex camp member or just a camp hater, individual.
Right.
Like, yeah. You can tell their spirit off the rip. Yeah,
Yeah.
they
He
start
said,
using the preset package and stuff. I already know where they are. Go ahead. What are you saying?
Nah, he was just saying he's gonna host a room in a bit if anybody wants to go in there. So he
Yeah.
probably sitting there
Again,
by himself.
yeah, that's what's going to happen. He's going to set up a room. It's just going to be him in there. This is, the jealousy in Israel is madness, right? We over here trying to wake up our people to who they are, right? Giving out an edifying lesson, but we got damn scoffers in the back just running their mouth and can't come up stage to stand by what they believe in, right? But just like a typical punk, right? That's exactly what they do. A man will face the man that he's accusing, or he will debate his cause with that man. That's what real men do. If I have an issue with somebody's doctrine, I'm going to come to you and we're going to chop it up, right? Yeah, but what else is expected of men like that?
Uh,
Come up to the
Slack.
stage. Go ahead, King.
Yo, real quick, this is kind of off topic, but when Powell came up and said Daniel, I heard Shower Paul walking back to his phone with a vengeance. He was
God,
nice.
God. That's what I thought he said too. I thought he said Daniel. That's why I said, well, let's hold up. Let's get Daniel up. Yeah, that's what I thought at first. And Salaki for that, man.
Nah, you
But
good.
yeah,
See, I
that's
was
what
like, what? I was like, what, Daniel?
I know. I'm like, nah, I don't think so. We're gonna have to hear this out of his own mouth.
Khan, the water, Salakia.
Nah, you good, King. All right, Khan. Yeah, this guy's not gonna come up, man. He's a punk, typical attention seeker. You go to Ottoman's foundation to build your own. Go start a room and teach your doctrine somewhere else. All right, stop coming in people's rooms and try to get likes and followers from that. You're a weak man if you do that. If you believe in what you teach, go teach it. All right? Go teach it. You don't need to start off with any man's foundation to teach what you teach. All right? This is what we got to deal with, man. I yield. Sharp you got it, man.
Hey, Salaki King, I was just messaging his corny ass. I just tell him come to the stage and we could discuss the matter because what he's saying that could easily be cut and that helps our argument because he tried to call us Hamites, right? And who knows anything about the Bible? The children of Israel are constantly mistaken for the children of Ham, from Joseph to Moses to Paul. Like it's three cuts in a row with that one.
Hey yo, he just proved the scriptures, man.
Yeah, the children of Israel always get mistaken for the children of Ham, right? The Most High God made us both melanated. You know what I'm saying? Heavily melanated. So I don't know what the hell's going on with him, right? So I don't know what he's talking about saying the children of Ham. He's only proving our scriptures, and guess what? There's no way you could mistake a Jewish dude for the children of Ham.
Khan, period. And just stop already with this, man. Just go somewhere else and teach what you believe, man. Like, what do you have an issue with us keeping the laws? What's the problem? Get out of here, man.
Yeah, that's what it really boils down to, right? They want us to stop keeping the laws, either that or salvation for the other nations. I mean, if you get to the crux of this conversation, if he comes up here, it's gonna fall into one of those two things. I can promise you that it's gonna end up falling into that, right? It's always about saving Esau, really, not really the other nations. Esau. I mean, they could be OT only. They could be anything. And somehow, some way, the argument will get out of what their ideology is about the Bible and fall into saving Esau. Madness, man. All these other doctrines and ways are wicked. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, it's really messing with their money, man. That wallet is getting real thin. They don't like it. It's messing with their doctrine. Um, they can't. They can't defeat the Bible now, so now they got to attack our identity straight up. So, it is what it is. Look, listen, Israel, when we in these rooms and there's powerful lessons going on, do not let these people in there scoffing like that take you away from the lesson. Just don't respond. Somebody will deal with it, but don't let them take you away from the lesson, man, because that's the whole point. When stuff like this is coming out, here comes Satan, man. That's just how it is. That's how it's always been. It's a lot if I'm coming along. My family's asleep right now, but yeah, just stop letting them take away from the lesson.
Con. Yeah, Daniel, for all y'all brothers, just, yeah, keep an eye on the chat. Just, hit us on the back chat or come up to the stage, let us know. Because, yeah, we do have to pay attention to the chat too, Israel. I noticed that's one thing that we tend to do, especially moderators on stage. We forget about that because we focus on the conversation in the room. But a lot of doctrines come out from that chat room, right? A lot of spirits come out there because that's their arena. They feel like, well, I can't reach them on stage. I can just keep chatting back here as long as I can until I get caught, right?
Salakia.
Go ahead, King. You got it.
Real quick, brother, because I was tied up at work in the desk. So, what I was saying was basically the brother was trying to bring out the false doctrine, and a lot of times people will come in the room and they'll try to subvert your faith like that. So I try to keep an eye on it and try to put the precepts where I can to kind of dispute what they're bringing forward. So they're not bringing in precepts. So I just cut them up in the chat, and that way all onlookers can see. And I yield.
Con. So, yeah, the regular brothers, you brothers that frequent these platforms, all right, you guys understand what we teach, right? Yeah, I would definitely give the okay on that. If they become extra scoffing, just tell them to come to the stage. Like once you put out the preset to defute what they bringing out, tell them to come up to the stage. If they don't, just let us know and we just kick them off. I don't think we should be dealing with them back there, just pushing false doctrine. All right. Once you've given them the preset to give the clarity or understanding on what they're trying to bring out, the next thing is, listen, go up to the stage, man. Right? Obviously, we've tried to deal with you in the chat. You're not feeling it. Go up to the stage and deal with the brothers. And if they still don't want to do that, they want to keep putting false information or just being scoffers on the chat, just let us know and we'll just kick them out of the room. That's just how we're going to move with this moving forward. All right? We got to have some order.
Look, come up to the stage like a man. All right? Christ would have never did that. Shit, in some chat tells you when Christ was a young man, he was reasoning with doctors and lawyers and so on, physicians. He would have never been in some chat like a little coward. That's what I'm gonna call you. Stay in your ground. If you're a man, come up and let's deal like men. All right, that's what men do. Little kids do little things in the chat and then run off. Nobody's gonna bite you on this app, man. You speak it. Nobody can come through the app and do you any physically harm. You're speaking like men, so you shouldn't. You come up and stand like a man. We give you time to speak and say your differences, but don't run like a little coward, man.
Con. But yeah, I mean, since he wanted to defend his Lord Jesus Christ, yeah, Christ used to deal with men that wanted to kill him, man. Right? And like Elder Torah said, we can't do physical harm through this phone. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move you to the audience, kick you out the room. If anything, it might hurt your feelings, but like physically, you know what I'm saying? It ain't really nothing. I got kicked out of rooms before, right? I got said to the audience before. It ain't really do nothing to me. I just laughed it off, you know. And tell the truth, we like the dialogue. I like cutting up you BLAs, man. You BLAs, man, that act like you're supposed to be Christians, but you don't follow Christ, man. I take pleasure in cutting y'all up, man.
Maybe I could break your strong delusion, man, and have you
God,
worshiping the scriptures the way you're supposed to.
God. Salakia, but is he anointed kingdom or something? Because is he one of them anointed kingdom that don't believe? Judah, Benjamin, Levite is Israelites. So he's talking about you Hamites. You Hamites is ready to come to his rule. Welcome to come. He gonna start a rule. It's a coward. It's a coward.
Lakia, I think he deal in the same circles as unfaithful and vulgar. I think that's what it is. It's people.
Yeah, he must be. As he said, Hamites. Hamites is ready to come to his room. So apparently he's trying to call, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi Hamites.
It's okay. They got a rude awakening coming. So, let them be reprobate. But Salakia family, I'm gonna move back down and continue listening to y'all, bringing it out.
Time. Hey, let me just get the scripture right quick, y'all.
Con,
Let's get Exodus 2:11.
con. It's the book of Exodus, chapter 2, verse 11. And it came to pass in those days, when Moses was grown, that he went out unto his brethren, and looked on their burdens, and he spied Salah, and he spied an Egyptian smiting a Hebrew, one of his brethren.
So Moses grew up as an Egyptian, but once he was grown, he seen what Egyptians smiting the Hebrew man. So that the Hamites and the Israelites, they was always around each other, man. Even Moses, right? His wives were, not Israelites. One of his wives was Ham. Joseph, one of his wives was Ham. The Hamites and the Israelites were always mistaken for each other. Read on.
Con. And he looked this way and that way, and when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Egyptian.
He did what?
He slew the Egyptian.
But hey, he still was slaying the Egyptians, man, for his people. Read on.
God, and hid him in the sand.
And hit him in the sand. Let's get Acts 21:38.
God, the book of Acts, chapter 21, and verse 38. And it reads, Salah, art not thou that Egyptian, which before these days madest an uproar, and leadest out into the wilderness 4,000 men that were murderers? But Paul said, I am a man, which am a Jew of Tarsus, a city in Cilicia, a citizen of no mean city.
Right, a
And
citizen of no mean city. And he said he was a Jew. He was mistaken for an Egyptian, but he said he was a Jew. So these people trying to call us Hamites or trying to call us Egyptians, they're like cutting themselves because all through the Bible you can see the real Israelites were mistaken for Hamites or mistaken for Egyptians, right? All through the scriptures, Old Testament, New Testament, whatever, right? Or because a dude is black, they say all those black people look the same. That's the Edomite rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? Right?
God,
If if I would walk into an interview and throw in my accent, right? They either gonna think what I'm Jamaican or they might think I'm from Africa. It don't matter, right? As soon as a person is dark skinned, they just think we all the same. That's the ignorance of Esau. And that's why Ham was just so foolish to do a deal with Esau anyway. Because Esau gonna hate Ham more because Ham looked like Israel. You know what I'm saying? And that's why after Ham did the deal with Esau and betrayed the Israelites, help us get sold into slavery, right? Esau been doing Ham dirty ever since, man, destroying Africa. And now here
Uh,
comes Moab destroying Africa too. You know what I'm saying? It was real foolish of Ham to even do business with Esau. Because we looked too much alike. We were too close. You know what I'm saying? Esau
Con.
got regardless. All right, go ahead, Ari Salaki.
Nah, I was just gonna say, even Christ himself, right, and his family, right, Joseph and Mary, they went into when they were being when Herod wanted to kill them. Where did they go to blend in, right? See, these are things our people don't think about, man. We've always been mistaken for the damn Hamites, right? But we understand that the Most High still severed us away from these other nations. We might look like them in certain ways, right? But we're not the same people, not the same spirit at all. All right. And what I just said, you can see that in Matthew's 2:12 on down, the story of them being, Herod trying to kill Yahushua, man. Right. And that goes back to Genesis, man. You understand? So yeah, man, it's madness when people just make claims and don't even have any clue what's going on, man. You understand? But I yield.
Salakia, could somebody bring the classic out? Acts chapter 13 and verse 1.
It's the book of Acts, chapter 13, from the top. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon that was called Niger, and Lucius of Cyrene, and Menanin, which had been brought up with Herod the Tetrarch, and Saul.
So we can see here that Simon Peter, what was his nickname? His nickname was Niger, and that translates to black. So if anybody wants to dispute that, they can go right into the Greek and see exactly what his nickname was. So all throughout the Bible, as the brother brought out, calling us Hamites, they're cutting themselves.
God.
Con. All praises. All right, people. If you haven't clicked on the link, I click on the green house above our head. All right, become a member of the room. That way, when we have rooms like this, you can be part of the conversation. Throughout everybody for adding to the build. What is an Israelite, man? Right? The blacks, Jews. All right, and that gets into the topic of what we're talking about with these damn scoffers making claims, man. Right, and a lot of it, he's just proving what the scripture is saying, right? Right? And a lot of it is part of the curses. We've been discontinued from our heritage. We don't know who we are. You ask Jake, like just another person that proved that again was Tamario today, right? He's a black American Greek. A black American Greek. And this is the guy that said he wants to have an intellectual conversation. And you don't even know what nationality means because he didn't know what it meant, right? It doesn't mean where you're born, man. Right? This is how these guys think they're wise, and their wisdom is nothing but garbage, man. He can't even answer a simple question as what his nationality is. It's not determined by where you're born. It's from your lineage, your seed line, your bloodline. Right? That's what determines what your nationality is. But our people are so lost, man. Bring that classic out. Hosea 4 and 6.
God,
All right.
it's the book of
It's the
Hosea,
book of
chapter
Hosea,
4,
chapter 4.
and verse 6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
They're what?
My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
For lack of knowledge, man. This is why we're destroyed as a people. This is why we're scattered in the four corners of the earth. This is why we have no idea who we are. This is why we can call ourselves Black American Greek. Right? Read it again.
God, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Right? And they can care less about gaining knowledge. Right? Read on.
Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me, seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy God. I will also forget thy children.
Look at that. That curse goes more than just you. Right? This is why when we always talk about, well, it's just my generation. Nah, you're actually cursing your next generation, right? Living the type of lifestyle that you're living in, right? A life, full of lack of knowledge, man. It's madness, you know? It's madness, man. But drop that. Hey, Shaw Paul, you there? You continue with the lesson?
Con, I'm here, Salakia. Got the handle most of my business for the morning, so I'm over here checking up on family. Yeah, but yeah, I just got the word. It's official, man. Kevin Samuels is gone. I might open up a room later on.
It
God,
says that a female was there and he fell right on top of her. The female that called the police said his heart went out on him. Said he fell right on top of her. So maybe he was having sex. I don't know. I don't know how you fall on top of somebody other than
Well,
sex. So
well, I don't want to say it, but the Most High God probably killed him for being a hypocrite. You know what I'm saying? Because you know,
Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of things. I'm wondering if he took the shot, the vaccine shot. 'Cause this is the thing, man. This thing, and it's been killing a lot of so-called celebrities. They not saying like K Slate. It was that first they said he didn't take the shot. Now they saying he did take the shot. So the shot affects you later on. You know what I mean? It wasn't meant to just affect you right there. So I don't know if he took that shot. I don't know. They saying Red Bulls. A lot of people that drink a high volume of Red Bulls, they heart races a lot, and it can affect them too. Or then I'm hearing it could have been a setup. The Red was a nurse.
yeah,
I
Rip
mean,
was a nurse, and Eve hated his ass. It could have been a hit.
yeah, that. But the thing that's really in biblical smoke was dealing with it. The thing that's kind of is how Eve is just rejoicing like over this man's death, and really, what was this man doing really to affect Eve, but just telling his viewpoints and bringing out a lot of hypocrisy with a lot of women. You know what I mean? I even get a little arguments, a little pushback from women in the truth sometimes. All the man was doing was bringing to perspective a lot of things that's hypocritical about our sisters. To tell you the truth, that don't mean we don't love our sisters. Now the only debate is whether he was doing it just mockery, like they say, and he really didn't have that love behind it. Whether they claim he was gay and but that's the thing. When the sister wrote that book way back, The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman, the sister said that. She said, Sharal Ali, I believe her name was. She said that women will do that. A lot of women will say a man is gay when they don't like the message that he's saying to defer from the message. She said it. They have a habit of doing that. So, it's just a lot of things with the situation. But, it's unfortunate that our people feel the need, especially our women, feel the need to rejoice over a black man's death. That's really something we gotta look at.
And he died at 56 years old, man. And it's so young. 56.
Yeah, when you check out what's going on in Twitter and stuff, they having Kevin Samuels parties, man. Kevin Samuels parties.
Damn, that's sad.
And these are mostly Eves that are doing this too, man.
Of
Right?
course.
Rejoicing in the death of your own brother, man.
Only E's and a couple of sodomites. Mostly E.
Man, they breaking all kinds of laws and don't even know it, man.
And if y'all would really watch him, right, he'll do the same thing to Jake. Like he'll get Jake on his show and be like, yo, you need to get your act together, right? You got to make a better income. You got to lose some weight. You got to get focused. You got to clean yourself up. He'll do the same thing to Jake. Don't get it twisted. But Eve's reaction, because us as men, we're used to constructive criticism, but our women are not used to that at all. They can't stand it. They get that hot sensation in the back of their neck, and then they get that feeling in their belly whenever they being corrected, especially by a black man. You know what I'm saying? And that's what made everybody pay attention to the way he corrected Eve. But he would correct Jake the same way, but he wouldn't get as much attention when he correct Jake. So everybody was focused on how the way he corrected Eve. And I do admit, he started correcting Eve more than he corrected Jake. But then Eve was mostly the people that called up his station now. Now it was like all these women, because that's who showed him the most attention, to be honest. Even the women that hated him couldn't help but watch him. You know what I'm saying? Call up and try to challenge him all the time.
Salaki.
Go ahead, Cesar, real quick. Go ahead.
Khan. Yeah, he always talked about how, his first 3 years on YouTube, he was literally specifically talking to men, how to better men, going into
Right.
men
I said that
fashion.
earlier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And then he decided to switch his focus uh, to Eve, like you said, and that's when he became controversial. Because, like the brother was saying, no one can correct Eve. She not having that, right? And so, it's only when he switched his focus that's what made him popular. That's the crazy part. And not to hear like what y'all saying, then people having parties that this man has passed, and that's the irony of Eve, though. She wants you to protect us. She wants us to be man enough to be leaders, this, that, and the third. And then you'll rejoice at a man who all he was doing was trying to correct you, as if you was his daughter or his sister or his mother or his auntie. The correction come out of love. We know what the scriptures talk about. You chasten those whom you love, and that's all that brother was trying to do. With the knowledge that he had, obviously, he needed more knowledge of sense of self, but and what he did have, he was trying to correct the problem in Israel, low key.
Right. And let's make this clear. We understand that true wisdom comes from the word of God. Right? For us to heal ourselves as a nation, it has to come from the scriptures. Can life experiences be added to that? Right? Of course. Right? But we understand that true wisdom and understanding comes from the scriptures, not from some guy over glorifying money, because that was his lead, and I think Ariala was touching on that earlier. It was all about money. You know what I mean? That's what determines your worth and who you are. So, Judah, 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna call right to you, Sister Lynette. Are you there?
King.
Hey, Shalom, sis. No.
Shalom.
I was just looking at the chat because ever since that guy got on here, now I'm looking at the chat a little bit more, and I was just reading what you said. Could you expound on that real quick, if you don't mind, sis?
Yeah, what I struggle with a lot is that everything leads with Eve and what Eve is not doing and what she's supposed to do. And I understand that. And I think a lot of sisters are trying to, follow that. You know what I mean? But I want to hear more about what the men who are supposed to be leading us, you know what I mean? Because they're falling into a whole bunch of traps. And
Hold
why?
on, Sister Lynette, 1 second. Was Adam leading Eve in the Garden of Eden?
No.
Was he leading her? Was he charged to lead her?
He should have been. But okay, well, this is how I felt. I felt like if you're saying you're the head of the house and this is who was before us, that you're the man, you're before us, then that's what has to be done. That you have to be up before us. And so whatever trickery or whatever else that we try to pull upon, it's like anything. Somebody is going to pull a trick
Lynette,
on you.
1 second, Sister Lynette. If you are my wife, right? Yep. Can I force you to do things? Yes or no?
I mean, well, some do, but okay. I got what you're saying.
You get what I'm saying, right?
Yep.
So I can't force you to do anything, right?
No.
So, this is why I brought you up, because I wanted you to expound on that comment that you made, right? And yes. I think, hold on, sis. And I think what the problem is, women do not understand their role. That's what I really think the problem is, and why we have this issue, right? Because if you understood your role, sis, and I love you, and I know you love me, sis, because we've talked and everything, but when we hear or see things that is off, we need to correct it, right? That's what the problem is, sis. If you're struggling with that, you might not know what your role is. Now, if you need counseling for that, that's different. And we can get into the scripture and give you the understanding of it.
Can I respond?
Of course you can. Go ahead, sis.
All right. My response is, yes, I do understand. And I'm not going to sit up here and say I know everything about what my role is. I accept my role. And the thing that I struggle with is that there are so many times when I see a whole bunch of sisters doing what they're supposed to do, and men are not being corrected. They're still doing the same things. They're still, because they're the head of the household and they're doing all these things, and we have to accept that. Okay. And that's my struggle.
If you're making that claim, right? Could you give us an example of that?
I mean, I have personal experience with it. You know what I mean? So a lot of men who are in the truth, and then some who are in the truth, who are still learning themselves, but they still go out and do certain things. You know what I mean?
Hold on, sis. I want to make sure that we're clear, and I do not want to bear any false witness against you. Okay, sis. That's why I'm kind of like slowing the conversation down. So let me get this clear. So you were with a man that was in the truth, right? And did the same thing? Is that what you're saying?
No, he's not in the truth.
Okay,
my husband is not in the truth. Yep, he does not. He's not in the truth.
Okay,
but I've been around men who have been in the truth as well, and they still do some of the things that question, And so I'm not sitting up here trying to be like, men are just bad and, there's no use for them. I'm not on that format. I'm not on that platform. I'm only speaking of the ways that we can communicate and understand each other a little better, because it can't be just only one side of the story. There's another side of the story that I feel like personally, I'm not speaking on nobody else, needs to be addressed more appropriately when you're referring
Sister,
to things.
sister, I'm gonna tell you something, right? And this is this is what we see. You know what I mean? Because we clearly address and correct men, and I'm not. This is not personal, but I just see that women really have a hard time with being corrected. It just triggers them because everybody knows. I could speak for HOI that countless times we have corrected men, but when it comes to the woman, a lot of times they just don't want corrections. Like I said, you didn't take it personal. So anytime you say something that they may see as negative, it just triggers them. It's just what it is. It just triggers them. They don't want to hear anything that's negative about them. I deal with a lot of councils, and I make sure when I deal with the councils, brothers telling me all type of things. Oh, she's a demon. Ah, she's a demon. I say, yeah, brother, but I want to hear from the woman. What have you done? What have you done, brother? You're telling me she's a demon. So I'm very fair when it comes to that, but I just see that, and even when you correct a lot of women, they still say, well, it's the man. It's the man. I'm going to tell you one of the biggest issues I know that women have with men in the truth, and I'm going to just be straight up, it's that the man is not bringing in the income like he should to support the family and the more than one wife thing. That is two of the biggest issues I see that women in the truth have with men. Now, one thing we always tell the sisters, one we're not going to say is off the man having more than one wife, because he could do that, but he has to be fair and honest with his woman and tell her the truth. That's not against scriptures. We clearly tell it. But women always have that issue with it, even though it's not against the scriptures. Then, well, the household, which is, that's a complaint. You know what I mean? And that's an honest complaint, because a man needs to be taking care of his household if he can. If he goes through, I'm almost finished. If he goes through things, yes, it's understandable, and she can help him. But eventually, he has to find a way, if he's in a relationship, to take care of his wife and his children. So, you know what I mean? That I'm gonna stand by that. But those are the two biggest things I have. But I just find out that it's just, and I kind of know the scriptures. I kind of know the reason why. But women just have a problem when you point out the negativity about them. But you can stand all day and correct the man. But when it comes to the women, they just have that problem. It's just what it is.
Salaki, can I bring a couple of precepts in?
So 1 second. Hey, Shalom, Pana. Welcome to the stage, King.
Hey, Shalom.
Um,
And let the sister Lynette respond. And,
uh,
I want to ask her a question, and then you can bring out the precepts out.
hey, real quick. Sharpar, I think we need to get into the understanding of that, right? Maybe set up a room another day about our roles, the men's roles, the women's roles, according to the scriptures, and
Con.
start from the beginning. We have to do that. We got to really get into that understanding. But go ahead, Sister Lynette, respond.
Kind, and thank you. And I think that's a good, a really, really good idea. And I accept that. I do, Elder Tara, and I appreciate everything you said, because I agree with you. A lot of times, women do not. I don't have a lot of, female friends from that same thing. They don't like to be corrected. So I understand that 100% completely. I think what we struggle with, well, what I struggle with, is that when you give somebody, yourself completely, you put a lot of trust in them and what they're going to do. And, they can make you fall. And, you're still trying to strive and do better and all this other kind of stuff. And, try to progress and, if you're the man, you know, you have to be that strength. You that's what I feel. I just in my soul, I know it. You know, you have to be that strength for me, you know, to help me and not be, looking at me like you're jealous of what I've done or what I'm doing or whatever the case or how I treat people, and
Sister
abusive.
Lynette, Sister Lynette, you see, you just made a statement. See, I pay attention to certain words you're using,
Mm-hmm.
right? In the Israelite tradition, right? It's nothing like what you're seeing today, right? With the system that is implemented and how they support you sisters more and grant gifts to you guys more and separate you from your men, right? You use certain words, and I can tell by you using those words that you don't know what your role is according to the Bible. You made a statement saying, right, and not be jealous of me, right? And I know what you're alluding to when you say those words, right? You can claim it's something else, but I can tell just by your words that you still have the indoctrination of this society in you. And for you to know your role according to the Bible, that cannot exist anymore in your mind. Just like the men, we know what the assignment is. We understand what it is to keep the charge. And you, sisters, have to know that. You cannot have any sign of this system indoctrination in your mind. That's how I can tell that you don't know what your role is.
And I accept that. I accept that, King. And I welcome. That's what I said. I welcome to go over that. Clearly to understand.
Right.
And that's what I
That's
mean.
why.
I'm willing to be
Hold on
submissive.
1 second, sis. This is why I said to Shaul Paul that we definitely need to get into the scriptures to extract the wisdom and understanding that comes out of it. Because, again, I think even some of our men don't know their role,
Right.
right? They still lacking that wisdom. So it's
Right.
not just for you sisters alone, but brothers too. But I yield. Go ahead, Shaul Paul. You got it. And shalom, priest. Oh man, he left. Go ahead, shalom. Shaul Paul Salakia.
Yeah, Sister Lynette, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but every sister, what I'm saying, y'all could probably answer this in the room chat. Why were our women created?
To produce, to have, and to multiply. I really feel like that.
Women don't produce. They bear. The man produces life and puts it in a woman, and the
Okay,
woman bears it. So,
sorry, to carry them.
but yeah, but a man can't do that without the woman because why? The woman is his helpmate, right? So, first primary purpose for a woman.
I understand.
Get up, you breaking up. Yeah, the brother is right. The woman, because the man has the seed, and the woman helps him bring that seed to life. When he, puts the seed inside her, and she incubates it, and then delivers it out. A woman was made to help the man, a helpmeet, right? So,
Correct.
and according to law, your desire should be to your husband, right? So, a lot of our women through Babylon, they go off their own flesh and their own desires. So, whenever a man is contrary to your flesh and your desires, it irks you, and that's not, particularly your fault. It's partly our fault because we allowed sin to destroy our nation as men, and then now that our nation is destroyed, Esau comes through like the serpent and presents you women with quote unquote options. But as daughters of Zion, repentant daughters of Zion, y'all should figure out what your purpose was, and that was to be a helpmeet. So even if we move on from correcting the men and start correcting women, we don't need women bucking up against us while we correcting women. We need women standing next to us and be like, yes, sisters, we got to get our act together. Like, I'm not sure how long you was on this app, but there was a time in this app where there was almost a little sisters revolt. Because whenever we made rooms correcting the sisters, other sisters will open up other rooms and be mad about it and have like an echo chamber of how us men just be going hard on sisters. To tell the truth, I never handled a sister really crazy on this app. Not really. Like how I handle men on this app. I never really handled a sister crazy like how I handle men. Today, I caught Tamario a bitch and kicked him off stage. Then made everybody do a hashtag about him. Y'all can't say I ever did that to a sister.
That's a fact. But
Y'all
that's
can't.
that.
What do you say, King?
I said that's that spirit in Israel, man. It's like, oh, like don't say nothing to the women. No, like listen, we are a nation of fallen. Like there's members of the nation, and all the members need correcting.
All the members need correcting. And you know, our women, since they haven't been getting corrected in a long time, to be honest, they need the most correction because they are the farthest from what they were made to be. That now they're telling our women they're independent. Where that's not why the Most High God made you. The Most High God did not make you to be independent. So now you're far off from your original state. So since you're so far off from your original state, yes, you need correction. And a lot of our women, until you realize that you're supposed to be helping the men of your nation, then it's always going to be a conflict. Because whenever we turn the focus on y'all and start correcting y'all, no matter how harsh you think the correction is, you need to be like, okay, yup, sisters, yup, we need to get, because the men, yup, we need to get our act together. That should be your attitude to that. Not, oh my gosh, here they go again talking about the sisters. Oh man, don't they know we're trying? Don't be that. Don't be combative, right? Be helping us through it. And that's all I gotta say.
Con,
Can I
and
respond? Sorry.
right, one second, sis. And correction is just a part of a life. Now, what I won't lie about is you may have some bitter men that, you know, they want to get their rocks off, but you gotta examine through that. You see what I'm saying? But for the most part, I could vouch for the brothers I deal with, is we correcting a woman out of love. Correction is just part of life. You're not gonna get better. You know what I mean? If you're a boxer, a man has to be corrected on how to throw the jab the right way, or how to throw the hook the right way. You're a ball player, same thing with your shot. You don't get past correction in anything. It's just something that we have to deal to reprove ourselves. I got corrected many times, sometimes unjustly, sometimes justly. You see what I'm saying? But I had to deal with it. And I mean, to a certain extent, we may see why scriptures, and it's not to knock our sisters because we love our sisters, but we get scriptures like, out of 1,000, one man, out of, 1,000 women, I'm paraphrasing or something like that. I haven't found one. You know what I mean? And that's not to say sisters ain't going to make it in the kingdom. They are, but I just think they just can't get over that correction. It just hurts them so much when people just point out the negativity about what they're doing. And you need that in life. You need that in life because I see a lot of sisters here. Oh boy, here they go talking about the women again. Ever holding the men accountable when we clearly give examples of men that are off, but that just goes out their ears because it triggers them. Once they hear about the woman, it just triggers them. You don't hear nothing is said about the men in correction. But as soon as you say, well, sister did this, and that just triggers them right off the bat, and that's all they hear. That's just
Salakia.
a shame.
I would go as far as I think it's who's correcting them for one, right? And I also let me make something clear. When we on this app, who do we primarily deal with and cut up all the time and correct. Do we primarily deal with women or men? Slacky, Ariella. What do you say, King?
Niggas,
There
we
you
correct
go.
niggas.
That's all
Hey,
we do
Shalom.
all day, right? So for you sisters to say, there we go again with those sisters, all we do is correct brothers all day. Like Shaw Paul made the point, he dealt with Mario and kicked him off the stage and told people to hashtag him, right? So I don't know why sisters always feel like that. Oh, that's all we do all day is correct them. When you can see on this platform that that's all we do in all the other platforms is correct men. So again, I think a lot of this is, I think some of our sisters, they lack the understanding of what their role is. And I think a room needs to be done on that to really give the breakdown and the understanding. Not that other sisters are not already doing that, but I think we should do it on this platform someday and really get into that understanding.
Hey,
Con.
Shalom, Shalom.
Sure, everybody.
Shalom.
If I could, real quick, if I could, real quick, I just came into the room, but I'm already concerned. This is a concern of mine that I have a lot with our sisters, and I'm just going to speak frankly. It's like we shouldn't have to give this caveat every time it's time for correction. Like, to sisters, we shouldn't have to do that. I think that our reputation should precede us. I think the sisters should know that we love them, and the correction is out of love, right? Because it is your, for lack of a better word, your ethnic image that is tarnished every time somebody that looks like you does some bullshit. Just like me as a man, as a black man, although I'm an Israelite, although I believe in the Bible, at the end of the day, I still live in this world. And so every time a black man does some dumb shit in the world, in the truth, whatever it is, my ethnic image is automatically by those without attached to that person. So I have no issue as a man when men are rebuked for doing dumb stuff. I know it's not me, so I don't get offended. There's an old saying, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. You're supposed to like to see evil rebuked, whether it's a man or a woman. There should not be, I don't need somebody to give a caveat every time somebody's being reproved, like, I'm not talking about you, brother. I know you're not talking about me because that's not me, so rebuke that thing. We shouldn't have to give the sisters a caveat every time it's time for correction. They sit in the same rooms we sit in. They watch us rebuke the men 95% of the time, like Ari said. So when it's your turn, it's your turn. Simple as that. And I don't believe in giving caveats all the time. Brothers is being very merciful, but when it's time for correction, when something's wrong, it just needs to be said. And sisters are supposed to understand, and they're supposed to have our back on that. Seriously, we're not in the time to be babying anybody at all. There's a lot of wicked things going on in the world right now with our people that need to be called out. There are things that go on in the truth with the men and the women that need to be called out. And if you are a righteous spirit, I'm about to land now. If you are a righteous spirit, you should be joyful and glad to see evil rebuked, whether it be a man, a woman, or a child. And there doesn't need to be a caveat every time we do it with sisters. I hope y'all not upset. We're about to talk about the sisters. We shouldn't have to do that. And me personally, I am not going to do that. And with that, I yield.
Con.
God,
And also
God.
crazy.
Can
Also
I just
crazy. So like real quick, sis. Right? It's because a lot of our
look at
people,
him? He's standing up.
and especially our sisters, don't understand, that they have to be renewed in their mind, as not Revelation, Romans 12:1 through 2 tells us. We have to be renewed in our minds, right? The way you think. The way we think as a people, right, that have been oppressed has been shaped by us being in slavery, right? We're not thinking as Israelites, as Israelites who grew up knowing they were Israelites, never went into captivity, things of that nature, right? So when you're not renewed in your mind and you don't understand that love is not, oh, good job, hugs and kisses, mwah, all that nonsense. That's not love. All right. That is lip service, right? Love is correction. Love is rebuking your neighbor. Love is not suffering sin upon your neighbor. because ultimately love is keeping the commandments. So if you're not doing that, right, and someone corrects you, that is them showing you love. Our sisters gotta understand that, and you're absolutely spot on, priest. There's so many times I hear about a sister, all right, they mad at. I'll give an example. They're mad at my wife for the way that she corrected them, right? But then someone could say the same exact thing, and oh, okay, like it happens all the time, right? Even another brother, right? Another brother can say something that's in correction to a brother, and then another brother say the same exact thing, and there's not an issue because our people have a problem with respecting persons, right? We just have a sin problem, right? And we don't understand that love is correction. It shouldn't It should not matter. Like when we look at the scriptures, we're actually told to sometimes rebuke people sharply, right? Like when we look at the judgments of the law, right? If a child is rebellious, right, and he continues to be rebellious, right, and he doesn't take any correction, you're supposed to bring him to the elders. They take his little ass outside the gates and they stone that little nigga, right? And everyone got to watch so that now you know that that behavior is unacceptable, right? That's a form of correction, right? Adultery. When the nigga was picking up sticks on the Sabbath day, right? He got put to death with stones to dome, right? That's correction. So sometimes you have to correct people sharply. Sometimes you have to correct people in a different manner. It's about balance. But either way, correction is love. All right. You get this false ideology of love being, Valentine's Day and roses and kisses and, smooth words. That's not smooth words. Smooth words will lead you to destruction. Harsh and rebuke words will lead you towards righteousness and towards life. With that, I
Hey, Yeshua, you gonna say something?
I just wanted to bring something out real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, King.
Just let me backing off Ariala. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of respect to persons. You know what I'm saying? That be going on, and we gotta remember that the law says that we can't be respected as a person. We gotta remember, you know, if we get, you know what I'm saying, rebuked or corrected by anybody, you know what I'm saying? It's all about understanding if it's good correction, if it's perfect, or like the elder said, sometimes if it could be like harsh correction, and it won't even be like, you know what I'm saying, in the right manner from the right person, but you know they mean well, right? So I just want to bring out Deuteronomy 16 verse 19, and it reads, "Thou shalt not rest judgment, thou shalt not respect persons, neither take a gift, for a gift doth blind the eyes of the wise and pervert the words of the righteous." Right? So, basically this is just letting us know, like, if don't just take the rebuke or the correction if an elder is the one giving it to you. You see what I'm saying? Or only if a certain person. Scripture say don't have any respect of persons. And then also on top of that, it's twofold, because you can have respect the person, and you could not respect certain people. And then also we want people to not say anything to us. You know what I'm saying? Like when we get on men all the time, but now we say something, one thing about the women, but you want us to be respected as a person. You see what I'm saying? You want us to break Deuteronomy 16 and 19 and not say nothing. But we cannot sit there and just not say nothing. The scripture right here tells us what we got to do, right?
Yeshai, can you
Also,
repeat the scripture? I walked away. I'm sorry, Salaki. I walked away. My mom was calling me. Can you repeat the scripture for me?
that's Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 19. So, and just to actually just make sure I point it out, that's a law. That's Deuteronomy. You know what I'm saying? That's a law. That's a commandment. You must do that. So let me see, Leviticus. I got one more.
Leviticus chapter 19, verse 15. This is Leviticus chapter 19, verse 15. And it reads, Ye shall do no, Salaki, ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty. But in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Right? So you should respect the poor person the same way you respect the rich person. You cannot be a respecter of persons in this truth. You know what I'm saying? It's going to pervert your judgment. And this is what the Most High is trying to, this is why we have these laws. The Most High is trying to keep us from having perverted judgment when somebody's trying to correct us. Because you can't be a person that thinks that you're above correction or, you know, nobody can say anything to you, or, you know, you want somebody to just be such a respecter of persons that, you know, damn, they can't even mention nothing that, you know what I'm saying, women do. You cannot be like that. That's actually having perverted judgment. And, you know, if I mean, you gotta grow up. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. In this truth, you gotta grow up, and you gotta grow up fast. But with that, I yield.
Khan. She Wolf, I brought you
Sorry,
up.
Salakia. Sorry, what scripture was that again?
Khan, that's Leviticus chapter 19, verse 15.
Leviticus
Chapter
19 and
19,
15.
15.
And it talks
Khan.
about no respect for the poor
Right,
or the rich.
right.
All right,
Khan.
all right.
Khan.
Sharkin. So if I can interject,
Go
is
ahead,
that okay?
Lynette. You can respond. Go ahead. Then I'll go back to the queue.
Yeah. All I wanted to say was that I do not mind being you know, checked or, you know, somebody telling me what's correct. You know, I've never, you know, claimed that. And, you know, the only thing that I was trying to say was that in a general tense, because a lot of times I believe when, you know, the brothers are speaking on here, they're thinking generally, right? Women or Eve, it's all of us, right? And so when I say men, I'm not saying, you know, of this platform and things like that. I'm saying in general, you know, that's what I see. And that's the things that I know, you know, and I'm not, but I welcome all of it. And I know, and it really, thank you. Thank you, Ari. Thank you, Shawapar. You know, thank you, everybody who spoke, you know, and Priest, everybody who spoke, you know, to me, to let me know, you know, because I know y'all care. And I'm not going to be the person that's going to bring y'all down, you know, talk about y'all in a negative way and all that other kind of stuff. And I'm not one of them females. I do think, though, that we need to understand, you know what I mean? I think that that dialogue needs to exist where we, you know, can understand. And I think, Ari, you brought up a really good position in saying maybe we can just, you know, have just a whole thing about it so we can really get it out. But you know, I'm not talking about anybody on this app, and when I'm talking about generally, but you know, it's a lot of times when I see a lot of men not doing things, you know, and they're not of this truth, and which
But
they
sis,
should be.
listen.
That's it.
One second. You got to stop saying that. I'm gonna tell you why. And this is going back to the priest's point, right? When we talk about the brothers, we don't say, well, we're not talking about the brothers that are in the truth, right? But when it comes to the sisters, we always have to put that caveat in there, just like the priest said. Well, this is not about you sisters in the truth, right? Like onto his point, you already know you don't do that. It doesn't apply to you. So we shouldn't have to clean it up before we talk about it because it's dealing with the sisters. That's the whole point. We never do that for the men. We couple the whole men together, whether they're righteous or not. We don't try to clarify it. We don't try to clean it up, right? When it comes to the brothers, that's the point I'm making. We shouldn't have to do that when we're dealing with our sisters, right? Yeshaya just brought up the scriptures. There's no respects of persons. What that gets into is every aspects of us as a nation, whether you are rich, poor, a woman, a man, dark skin, lighter skin, it doesn't matter. That's what that's applying to. So we got to get out this whole mindset of, well, I don't see them talk about, no, because when we talk about the men, we don't clean it up. We don't divide the righteous man from the evil man. We just usually just put everybody together, and we brothers already automatically know that that doesn't apply to us, right? And like I said, I just think that the problem here is our sisters, some of them, of course, right? See how I did it again, right? Have a problem accepting their role. And some of them just don't understand it. And that's why I said we're going to get into it. We're going to, most high willing, going to make a class on it. And Priest Daniela, I would really love for you to be part of it. And Panah. And obviously, we got our elders here at HOY that's usually part of our conversations to help with that build. All right. That would be a great lesson just to really get into our roles as a nation, right? And how they apply to us in these days, right? So that way, hopefully, we can get out of this whole notion of, because that's very divisive when we start doing that. It's extremely divisive, right? Now we got to have a special thing going on for the women when we never saw that in the scriptures. Show me the scriptures where there was a respect of person when it came to dealing with that women. There was no such thing.
Jezebel.
Now you know what I mean. Talk about, like,
If I could, right? Slack it real quick. The proper spirit to be in, well, I'm going to tell you, I shouldn't even say the proper spirit. This is the spirit I'm in, right? When I sit in rooms and brothers are teaching, sometimes I'm on mute and I'm listening, when brothers are pulling out scriptures and rebuking brothers. And even, sometimes I be asking myself, damn, I wonder if that's me. I know it ain't me, but I still examine myself anyway. I wonder if I'm like that. Like, no, I ain't like that. Okay. That's my first reaction. Not anything else. It's always looking inside, which the scriptures tell us, man, we got to examine ourselves, whether we're in the faith. That's a daily thing. So when something is coming out, just listen to it, examine yourself, and if you know it's not you, then separate yourself from what's being spoken about. And guess what? I'm going to tell you something. Sometimes somebody's going to say something, and the reason why there is, I'm going to do a caveat now, too. I ain't talking about you, sis, or anybody else. But sometimes when there's a reaction, it's because you got cut in spirit. That's what it is. And let's be real. We all sometimes get cut in the spirit with the word when somebody else is talking. And you know deep down inside, that was for you too. The Most High was speaking to that person for you too. That's the level that we have to be on. We shouldn't be so offensive or sensitive when the word is coming out. You eat the meat and spit out the bones. What's for you? Examine yourself. If that's you, fix it. If it's not you, let it fly. But you shouldn't be taking offense to anything that's coming out if it's coming out the word of the Most High, because this is love. And here's the thing. If you're in this walk and you're offended at correction, how can you expect, this goes for men and women, how can we expect the people that are not in this walk to receive the correction we go out and we give them every Saturday during the week, whenever we go to camp? Why do we expect them to take our correction when we're going out there trying to correct our people from their folly and their error and their sin, when we are in this truth, many of us, and I'm speaking the word us, so I ain't leaving nobody out, including myself. Why is it that when we're in this truth, all of a sudden now we can't take the correction no more? Now we don't want to hear it. Now, well, that's not me. Like, what is that? I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. So we have to be better, Israel. See, when we do the rules cutting the Christians or talking about the white man, Esau and everything is hunky-dory. Everybody's on the same page. It's all love. But that's why, I'm going to land here. That's why Paul's epistles are so controversial in a lot of ways. Because you know what his epistles do? They made the people in them churches look at themselves. It was a mirror held up to make them look at themselves. Because that was the part that Israel always neglected. That's Matthew 23. The Pharisees did all the outer stuff. But that inner stuff, the inside, they wasn't doing that. He wasn't doing that. That's always been our problem as Israelites, is that we don't receive correction, we don't look in the mirror, and we don't make the necessary changes. We just want to buck up against correction. The Pharisees did it. The people in the churches, some of Paul's churches did it, and we do it today. And it's not the right spirit to be in. So yes,
Yes, we need to have this conversation sometimes. Like, I definitely will be a part of the conversation. If you brothers have a room on that stuff like that, and there's going to be rebuke to go around for everybody, from the top, from the most esteemed elder on down, the person that's been in the truth the longest, to the person that's been in one day. There's going to be something for everybody in that room. For myself, Elder Torah, everybody. We all could do better, and that's the bottom line. And there shouldn't be no issue with that. So with that, I you.
All praises, elder. Oh, go ahead, Panah. Go ahead, Panah.
Oh yeah, man. I just was receiving what Priest Yanyala was, saying. Spoke very beautifully. Somebody could pull Proverbs 15 and 10. I'm gonna be short and sweet. But the scriptures say, "Spare not." Isaiah 58 and 1. Lift up your voice like a trumpet. Show my people their transgressions. Right? But the scriptures say, "Spare not." We're not supposed to spare the old. We're not supposed to spare the young. Right? We're not supposed to spare anybody dealing with, any particular sin that we read of in scripture and be a respect of hers. We're supposed to call it is what it is, right? We're supposed to call a spade, right? So if a sister's being loud, right, and the sister, and it's no disrespect to the sister. I got a red bar. Can anybody hear me?
Go ahead, we hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's no disrespect to the sister. A lot of our women, they speak from a hurt place concerning a lot of the things that they've experienced with men, and we got to take that into account too. And a lot of us men see that, right? But when you say, that men aren't doing their responsibility, and kind of what's going on in the community now, like we see what the Kevin Samuels, we see what's going on in the black community, Hispanic and Native American community. We see what's going on. But one thing that we have to also pay the most, attention to is the fact that the so-called black man is the lowest of the social structure in the world. They have put the woman above the man to platform women's. Why? Because Mark 3:27. If a man want to spoil another man's goods, he must first bind the strong man. So they have to take the black man from the home. They have to take that masculine image from society. And black women of these modern times are not used to seeing that, like they saw it in the 1800s, like they saw it in the early 1900s, right? They had to find a way to cause the black man to conform to the image of this world, right? And then at the same time destroy his image and give the so-called black woman a social rank above him in society. So when you always point the finger at the black man, yeah, of course it's men that are not doing their duties, but there are men that are. Right? We have to understand that our women have been given a wider, a more broad platform to display and express a lot of their sentiments concerning the black family structure. But then when it comes time to correct our women, it looks like we're being overbearing. It looks like we're being, I heard last week got called chauvinistic, right? Male chauvinism, right? When we was at camp, well, this sounds like chauvinism. How does it sound like chauvinism, sister? Right? Because we are correcting you and trying to get your actions corrected, right? But if we mention feminism, right, then it's everyone in support of feminism, because we know what feminism came to do. It came to destroy the so-called the black family nuclear structure and take the black man from the equation, right? And that's what we're concerned about. We're not concerned about bashing you. We're not concerned about keeping you in the house all day in a damn a sheet with just two eyes poked out looking like a ghost in the house, keeping you captive. No, we want to see our woman grow and be exalted, but in the element. But the woman has lost sight of her element, and the Bible speaks to that. So when we spare not and we tell the woman the proper element you're supposed to be in, they don't like that because they've been given so much liberty. The scriptures tell you Give not a wicked woman strength to gad abroad, right? And this is what you see in society. So when the sister said, and it's like I said, it's not coming at you, but when you said, and not men that are not in the truth, what about women that are not in the truth? What about the abortion rate, right? What about all these things that we see our women doing on Instagram, right? What are going on in the club, right? Everything that's been going on in this world. Remember, sin came through a woman. That's what the Lord said, not us. So when we call these scriptures out, we honor our women as the weaker vessel, meaning the one who could be beguiled easier than the man, the one who can't hold on to the amount of emotions we can, right? So please read that scripture, Bible Kashar, Proverbs 15 and 10.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 15 and verse 10. Correction is grievous unto him that forsaketh the way, and he that hateth reproof shall die.
And that's just point blank, period, right? If you hate the way of the Most High, right, then you're going to perish in that, right? If you hate how the Most High ordered things and you got a brother telling you what you're supposed to do, if you do not like what you're hearing and it's coming out of the oracles of God, then you hate the way. And this is why a lot of our sisters, right, they don't gravitate to the masculinity of the Israelite man because they're not used to it. They're not used to being corrected in society. When they're finally told, okay, you have to do this, you have to do X, Y, and Z, don't raise your voice at me. The scriptures said that the woman's supposed to be under all subjection, not 90%, not 95%, all subjection, right? And there's a reason for that, right? The Most High deals with will is to get you to expect it in. And the reasoning behind it is to get you to an expected end. That's why it's there, because he knows the weakness of a woman, right? Just like he knows the weakness of a man, which is the woman. How about that? So, when you're dealing in the scriptures, we all got to be responsible for ourselves, but we also got to be responsible for each other, and we can't spare each other. And what the Lord is, compelling a person to speak concerning that person's sin, right? We're not supposed to suffer sin upon our brother or our sisters, on our neighbor. So if I see a sister going off, I'm going to be correct. And I counsel brothers all the time. Brothers call me, take a deep breath. Right? You don't know the pain that a man goes through going to work, coming home, and have to deal with consistent complaints. That's what sometimes a woman, designed herself to be. Complaint. A plaintiff in the damn house. A plaintiff belong in the court. You prosecuting men. We're already tired of being the image of a criminal and a felon. And when we find out that we're kings, the scriptures say that a good silent woman is a pillar of rest, right? So be a pillar of rest. Put yourself under the greatest subjection you can, like you see your foremothers, how they called Abraham Lord, how they called the men of Israel their governors. We're governing our women, right? It's starting from the bottom up. But when you see us in the kingdom, you want to be set on high along with the men, right? Yet under the men. So that's what this is all about. It's just about tearing down to build back up. And with that, I yield.
Khan, that's a great point. And again, like I said, you definitely got to get into this. But the water panah for that wisdom. And I don't know if you heard what I said. We're gonna give you brothers heads up, most high willing, on when we're gonna set up that room, because I kind of want us to dive in all aspects of that. Just our role in the nation of Israel as a nation. I would like for you to be part of that build because you have a lot of wisdom when it comes to that. Let me see. She Wolf. Hey, She Wolf. I brought you up because I just had a quick question to ask you. What is correct? And I'll come to you, the Revelator and Judah, because I know y'all brothers. I know you guys didn't speak, and Isaiah. But I just had a very quick question. What is correcting in love? What is that? What is that to you? What does that look like? If you don't mind me asking. And Shalom, sis.
Shalom, Adawan. That's a good question. I guess it would look like you kind of made me think about it real quick. Maybe me saying that is kind of like me wanting correction a certain way. And if I don't get it a certain way, I don't receive it. Maybe I need to think about that and kind of listen to Priest Daniela and Pana. I'm you know like okay. Let me put it like this. I'm glad I brought them up. When they say stuff, I receive it. It feels like they really want me to be better, do better, and then he leaves. um, and it's coming from a loving place. You are like sometimes, and I love you guys. I love all of you. Seem angry sometimes. It seems like you. I don't know how to really explain it. Like it don't seem like it's coming from a loving place all the time. Like you actually just seem like you doing stuff for Clubhouse sometimes. I'll put it like that.
Oh, okay. So you think I'm doing it for clout, right?
Not you in particular all the time. Like me and you have had our own
Oh, I'm talking
discussions.
about me. I can't. Hold on one second.
You,
I'm talking
oh,
about
you.
me.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not talking about anybody else. What do you think about me? You think I'm doing it for clout? You think I come on this app all day and do it for clout?
No, no.
So why did you use that word? So when I'm dealing with you, do you think because I mean Clubhouse when I'm dealing with you, right? So that should be part of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Part of the clout, yes or no? She Wolf. I was just asking. When I'm in Clubhouse and I'm dealing with you, is that part of it, or that's not part of me trying to get the clout?
I'm sorry. Ottawa, my mom came in here. You're gonna have to repeat yourself.
Now you fine, sis. No, I said so when I deal with you on a particular matter on Clubhouse, right? Since we established that that's part of it,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now, in those times, like when I deal with you, is that part of the clout too? Am I doing that for clout?
Okay, I'll give you a good example, brother Ari. Like, um, when I come up, when I come up, I feel like I'm dealt with harshly because it's good for the audience in a way sometimes, right? Like I can come up and if I get emotional, like y'all will start mocking me, y'all will act like and I think that's for lack of y'all not really hearing me and thinking that I'm coming from a different place and not really genuinely like um valuing y'all's counsel and being vulnerable. I feel like y'all may think, because like I said, so who was it? Somebody last time I was up here, somebody said, I think it was you, brother, or you said I just wanted attention. And he was like, just let me talk. And I really be coming for answers. I'll really come for answers. And, I may be confused or whatever. And I'll get told, like, I just want attention. And, oh, she always does this. And I don't feel like that is the the avenue that like somebody like a brother Pana or a priest Daniela takes. They don't take that route. And sometimes my HOI brothers, I love you guys. You guys take a different route that seems a little clout chases. Yeah, I said that right.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So with clout chasers, right?
Right, right. Let me say something. I mean, to be honest, She Wolf, no disrespect. You know what I mean? That's your opinion.
That means it's
You
about
know
to
what I
be
mean?
disrespectful.
No, I mean, really, we don't really care to a point because we know why we doing this. And at the end of the day, our judge is the Most High. So, I mean, if you feel that, like I say, that's your opinion. We know, I'm sure each and every brother here knows that they're here to correct their people and to try to get their people to come back the right way according to the Most High. And we know that in the spirit. People have a right to their opinion. You could think that, but it's not.
Mhm.
Now, I will say, and I will say, the last couple of times you've been here, you know what I mean? I think this is where the problems start with you. The last couple of times you've been here, I must say, you kind of humbled yourself down. When you first came up here and brothers was first dealing with you, you was getting interrupted every second. You know what I mean? We wasn't even allowed to finish our sentence. It just seemed like you was just here to challenge us. And I think that's where the problem had. And that's why, the scriptures also talk about rebuke sharply so that others can fear. So you may think that we're doing it for clout chasing, but a lot of times brothers was rebuking so that other people can see, or other sisters can see how not to be out of order. Now, I will say that the last couple of times, it seemed like we was able to develop a conversation. Hope I'm not in the matrix better. But when you first got up here, it just seemed like it was a challenge and it was a war. So we had to come a certain way. You understand?
Hey,
Yes, yeah, Elder. If I may, like, since you talked about like the last couple of times we've had conversations, there what the one of the last couple of times when you feel like it was a war, and like I said the last time I was on here, I don't choose violence unless I feel like it's necessary. One of the instances that you talking about was when we had a discourse about you saying, and it's funny that we're talking about correction right now. That you were saying that the Southern Kingdom sisters were more like responsible for all Israelite women being pretty much out of order, like the Black Israelite women um are the ones who like start that behavior, and the rest of the Israelite women just follow it. And I thought I was very offended by that, by you saying Black women are the leaders of this behavior and the Northern Kingdom women. Like, it was basically an issue of me trying to say Southern Kingdom women get more correction than Northern Kingdom women. Black women get it way worse. And we're talking about being respecters of persons here. And that was one of the things we had an issue about, Elder Torah, was me trying to express to you that I felt Southern Kingdom women get correction a lot more frequently and a lot worse than Northern Kingdom women. And you doubled down on it and said that that's because we start the problem, and they just follow us because the Judean women is the leaders amongst the women. That's what you told me. And it's instances like this where I do start interrupting and get upset and probably lose control where I shouldn't, and get out of order a little bit. I will admit that. But it's because of an issue like that I would still have a problem with today, that I still feel like is an issue within Israel today. Judean women get correction 10 times worse than Northern Kingdom women. And we don't never have that conversation.
hey, Elder Tarak, can
Yeah,
I speak real
yeah,
quick?
yeah,
Can
yeah. I just
can I
wanted to
speak real quick?
respond real quick, 1 second. Let me just respond real quick, and I stand by that, sister. I stand by that. Just like with the men, and when we read Genesis 49 and say, "Thou art they who thy brethren shall praise." All right, Judah. Judah is the leader, whether it's the men and the women. Judah is the leader. So my statement was basically yes. A lot of women follow the Judite women in their rudeness and their behavior, because why? They are the trendsetters a lot of times. Just like the
Right.
Negro man, just like the man, Judah is the trendsetters. You see what I'm saying? So yes, yes. But does that mean that we're biased towards the Judah and the Latino women, the Northern Kingdom? No. Now, can I speak for every man? Maybe some men may have some bias. But as for me, in my household, I know I'm doing it for the purpose, and knowing the scriptures that the Judite women have led a lot of women off because they are the trendsetters. So if you get offended by that, sis, maybe you should go back and really understand the scriptures more when
I
I
get
say
what
that
you're saying.
statement. Go
That's not
ahead,
a
brother.
reason to
Go ahead.
correct. That's not a reason to correct Black women more than so-called Northern Kingdom women. That's not a reason for us to be corrected more. If you're not going to be a respecter of persons, all women, all Israelite women need to be corrected as a whole, not Southern Kingdom Israelite women. That's not. So you are. That is a bias.
I don't know where you getting saying that I'm corrected more. I'm just saying that they're the leaders and the trendsetters. So we start at the leadership a lot of time, but it ain't no
Okay,
bias. And
Elder.
if a Northern Kingdom is off, she's going to be dealt with. She's going to be told. But I'm just saying, from a biblical point of view, I know who is the trendsetters. You know what I mean? And who a lot of women, whether they believe it or not, who they're looking up to and why they going off on a certain extent. That's not to excuse them. Not making any excuses. I'm just doing it from a biblical point of view. Yeah, go ahead. The brother wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just
Asiala,
wanted to.
go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, yeah. Shalom to the panel. My elder Panah and the rest of the elders. Shalom. So I'm at the plantation right now. So I just wanted to be very brief because I heard the sister talking about cloud chasing for my brother Ari. I we can't do that, right? We can't say that this man is clout chasing, right? Because I've personally myself had conversations with She Wolf, you know, as far as her dress, like her apparel is concerned, right? And when we accusing brothers of clout chasing, we got to look at ourselves in the mirror because I've caught you so many times in, these worldly rooms, and I've caught you so many times with your chest exposed and you wearing a one piece romper with your private area with the print out, and I've reached out to you. I've sent you messages. I told you need to try to speak to somebody, but you continue to do those things. And so when brothers is up here giving you correction, and you might not like the correction, he's giving the correction that you specifically need. You see what I'm saying? Because you continuously doing the things that he's trying to get our women as a whole to stop doing. You see what I'm saying? And so I just wanted that to be said on the case of clout chasing, because yeah, there are brothers that's on this app, and everybody wants to be seen amongst men, so that you can get you a wife, and you can look like you study and you know something, and that's true. But we can't just call everything, Israelite clout chasing because somebody isn't speaking to us in a way that we want to be spoken to. So I just want that to uh, stay on your mind while we accusing brothers of being clout chasers. I'm about to go back to work. Shalom, y'all.
Okay, so the first
Hey,
thing that came out
Salakia.
of my mouth was that
Oh,
Ari was not a cloud chaser. And so
Hold
I
on,
would like
Brenda.
to also make the
Salakia,
point that it doesn't
Brenda.
matter if I wear what I wore, that doesn't mean that anybody else is not clout chasing. You can talk about my apparel. That
Wow.
doesn't mean that somebody isn't using a moment to correct me to also as well be a clout chaser for Clubhouse. You can talk about whatever you came into my back channel and personally corrected me, not in front of anybody else, Asiala, until this moment, which I received and respected you for. You came in my back channel and told me that. You didn't tell me on a stage in front of nobody because you really wanted me to be better, which is what, if you would have listened to my whole point, was being, they asked me, what is correction in love? It's when and my answer was when they actually want you to do better. When you came in my back channel and said something to me about my apparel, that was, I received that in love, right?
Did you
So
did you
She-Wolf,
change?
real quick. Asiala, 1 second. 1 second. She-Wolf. Before you just change the picture you got on there now, right? Which picture did you have on there? Was it showing your cleavage in any way?
no, it was not.
The picture that you had on yesterday when you came on, was that showing your cleavage, yes or no?
No, it was not.
It was not showing your cleavage. You sure about that?
Yo, I'm about to sign off, man. I got to go back to the plantation. Just want to say, how about Shimmy
Yeah,
Abashar
so my
Barakatam
point was
to the
Asiala can
to the
bring
panel.
that up and that's perfectly fine, but it doesn't change one thing. It's not one point is
She-Wolf,
not,
She-Wolf,
it
you still didn't
doesn't
answer my
refute, it
question.
doesn't
Hold on, She-Wolf,
what I
hold on.
said at all.
Hold on.
He's
You see,
absolutely right, but it doesn't dispute what I said.
She-Wolf, She-Wolf, you got to stay in order. You see, this is where it falls apart with me when I'm talking to you,
Yes,
right?
Autumn.
You're always pointing the finger one way, but you're not taking accountability. And you got to
I
remember,
did.
She-Wolf, look, you're still not taking accountability. Even now, you're talking while I'm trying to talk, right? I know audience, everybody here can attest to your pictures. Sometimes you do show your cleavage, and you know you do, right? So don't even lie about that here. You
I'm
know
not
you do.
lying.
I'm Have you ever put anything on here that shows your cleavage? Yes or no?
Yesterday?
Did you hear what I just said?
You said
Have you
yesterday.
ever, listen to what I'm saying, have you ever done that?
You said I had a picture up right before this one. That's what you said.
You're still not answering my question. You see how you're running away from my question? Right? If Azayala had to correct you on that, obviously you've done it.
And I
And
already
yes,
admitted that he was right.
and
So I don't know
yes,
why you still
listen, and
asking.
yes, yesterday you had a shirt
No, I
with your
didn't.
cleavage showing.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Go ahead, Daniel. I'll be right back.
Hold on, Salaki, man. You know, we hate for things to get out of hand, so we want to just keep it in order. But man, we just gotta come back to these law, statutes, commandments, and that's really the bottom line. All the extra lip service is not needed. You know what I'm saying? Just understand what these scriptures say and do it. You know what
Yo,
I'm saying?
you shy 1 second. The point here is, right? Let me say this real quick. She Wolf, we've been dealing with her with this problem. All right. When you're dealing with people and they're doing the same thing and not applying it to their lives, right? It could get frustrating having to deal with you over and over with the same problems. Okay?
Right. I had on.
No,
So
she Wolf, mute up.
yesterday.
Mute up. I'm not
Yesterday.
talking to you. Just mute up. Mute up for a second. You got to stay in order. The problem is you're doing the same thing over and over. But again, and it goes back to the conversation of what we're talking about in this room. When we correct our men, the next thing I see from you is you not doing that same thing again. And we brothers, we understand that. We understand it. Right? If I'm a cloud chaser, guess what? Yahushua is a cloud chaser too. Because he rebuked the damn evil of our people and did it publicly. So guess what? I'm a cloud chaser then. The prophets did that daily. Yes, I'm a cloud chaser. Call me that all day. See, that's the problem with our people. They think that loving somebody, look at how retarded what you said is. Correct in love. You don't even know how stupid that sounds. Correct in love. What is love? You saying the same thing twice. That's how stupid that sounds. But because I'm not speaking to you in a soft voice and sweet sounds, now I'm a demon. Some of our sisters got to get this shit together, man. Right? If you don't want my correction, it's not a problem. I will not correct you anymore. Right? The brothers that you feel that does a better job, that's fine. Let them correct you. From now on, I'm done with it. I'm not going to correct you anymore. You can do whatever you want, but if you come on this platform, you are going to stay in order. You understand that? Because you're dealing with men in this platform. If you want to come up here and speak in any way, you are going to stay in order. Out of that, I'm not correcting you anymore. You live your life as you wish.
Hey, I just want to vouch and say that nobody in HOI should not even be in the same sentence with cloud chasing. Okay, if you really know about HOI, all we do is put in the work. You know what I'm saying? Like we're not worried about YouTube views. We're not worried about, you know what I'm saying, trying to be seen. Like, we had a channel that was a box channel, Waking Israel, had, I don't know, over 50,000 followers. And we lost that channel, yeah, it hurt for a minute, but we not crying about it. Every time we put up anything, it gets taken down. You know what I'm saying? So we don't focus on clout. We not worried if we don't get 1,000 views and, you know what I'm saying, like 2,000 views a video. Like, one thing about HOI, we just put in the work. And this goes without saying. I don't even really have to say this. We just put in the work. We on Clubhouse 24/7, and we go out to the streets 3-4 times a week. Some camps go to camp 3 times a week. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, that's not chasing clout. That's chasing the kingdom. You know what I'm saying? That's hey, I'm just gonna keep it real. The last camp that should be in the same sentence with cloud chasing is HOI. The very last camp, because we HOI was built off of work. You know what I'm saying? Work.
just putting in work, not trying to be famous or sing. Like that's the very last thing that any brother in HOI is. I just had to get that out, like, because I think most people know that, but I just had to get that out. With that, I yield.
But I think most people don't know this Shia because they see us come on the clubhouse. They don't know. And besides brothers like Danya Allen, certain brothers, Deborah's there, and they don't know the years and years. And like you said, you was able to come and see the years and years of no clubhouse, no internet, no YouTube. The years of sacrificing and putting our lives on the line, going to prison, going to jail. That ain't no clout chasing. Find a different way of clout chasing. You have to sacrifice going to jail, going through all type of things. So, you know what I mean? But it is what it is, man. Somebody give me Luke 6:22 and 23. And I noticed something, She Wolf, about you sometimes. It's like you try to put. I don't know if you're doing it intentionally, but you try to put like camps against camps sometimes. And why I say that because the last time it was Gorilla Hebrew. Listen to Gorilla Hebrew. And we love all our brothers. You know what I mean?
But
Now
you
it's
mistakenly
well
take that as me trying to
HOI.
put camps
Hold
against
on.
each other. That's not
One
fair.
second, sis.
That's not fair
HOI. What
because I show
hold on,
somebody
hold on.
love. I'm trying to
Hey,
put the
Let
camps
me
against
finish.
each
Kishma,
Let
come
other.
me
on,
finish.
Breeder,
That's not
come
This
on.
fair.
this is why we had this before. Penya, now the brother Penya, he deal with me different, which we love our brothers, man.
So
You
I
and
can't
Penya
say
and
that
somebody else.
without putting
You
camps
don't, you
against each
don't, you
other.
don't have
I
to say
can't
that.
say that.
You don't. No, you don't have to say that. You don't have to say that. Just say what it
You don't
is.
have
If
to
the
say that
brother
I'm
deal
putting
with that,
camps against each other because
give
that's
me
not
Luke 6
true.
and 22 and 23.
Con.
No, I'm just saying. Now, like I said, I don't know if you're doing it conscious or subconscious, but there's no need to mention. Well,
I'm
Gorilla
just being
Hebrew.
truthful
Go
about my
listen.
experience.
You said go listen to Gorilla Hebrew. Gorilla Hebrew. Go listen. Which that's our brother.
No, I
You know
didn't
what I
say
mean?
that.
Me and Gorilla Hebrew,
I didn't say go
we
listen to
always
him.
talk. We have a good relationship. But you said that one time. You said that
I
one
said
time,
shout
sister. I'm
out to
not lying
Gorilla
on you.
Hebrew. I
You
was
know what I
shouting
mean?
him out because he
So
showed me
give me
love.
give me Luke 6. So
I
whether
said
you
shout
believe
out
it or
to
not,
Gorilla Hebrew.
we show you love too.
Ishmael.
But give me Luke 6 and
Yeah, I
22 and
tell y'all I
23.
love
We
y'all
show
every time
you
I
love.
come in here.
This
The
is
Con.
the
scripture
book of
says
Luke.
the scripture says that many as I loved I rebuke, being zealous for the Lord. So sometimes love is rebuking people. That is a part of love. So give me Luke 6 and 22 and 23.
This is the
Con.
book of Luke, chapter 6, verse 22 and 23. Blessed ye are when men shall hate you
Come
and
on,
when
when men and women shall hate you, come on.
and when they shall separate you from their company
Separate from the company, come on.
and shall reproach you
And shall reproach you, come on.
and cast out your name as evil for the
And
son.
cast out your name as evil, clout chasing. You're clout chasing. You're not doing this sincere, brother. It's about clout chasing. You're rebuking me in front of people because you want to clout chase. It's not a sincere in this. We embrace that. It says what? Read that again.
Blessed are ye when men shall hate you and
Come
when
on.
they shall separate you from their
Come
company
on.
and
Come
shall
on.
reproach you
Come
and
on.
cast out your name as evil
Come on.
for the
But
Son of
come on.
Man's sake.
For the Son of Man's sake. So when people say you clout chasing, you're doing this, you're not sincere about this. Even though you put 30 years in this, but you're still not sincere about this. The Lord said, blessed, read on.
Rejoice ye in that day,
Rejoice ye in that day. Come on.
and leap for joy,
Come on.
for behold, your reward is great in heaven.
Your reward is great. So whether you believe it or not, she will for anybody else. If you think you're clout chasing, that's on you. But I know why I do this. I know the reason why I do this. And I'm good with my power. He knows why I've been doing this. And at the end of the day, we got to expect people to say all type of things about us. At the end of the day, we just want to make sure that the Most High and Yahweh Shai, and we're good with them. I know damn sure I can speak for most of these brothers in my camp. They don't do no clout chasing. This ain't about clout chasing. They don't put themselves on the line, not just on the app, but on the streets on a daily basis for clout chasing. I just know that. With that, I yield.
Well, to what you said about me pitting camps against each other, that I just, to my defense, I have to say, with me having an issue in here, one of the main issue people I've had an issue with, and that I had an issue that I spoke about with Gorilla Hebrew was Ariala. So I can't be pitting camps against each other because Ariala sits in these rooms all day long with y'all, and that was the main person who I spoke with about to Gorilla Hebrew was Ariala. That is ridiculous to say that. When I came in here and I said, thank God for Gorilla Hebrew, because I was talking about how I get treated in these rooms and he was there to listen to me. It wasn't about pitting no camps against each other. It was about somebody who like I said at the beginning of me coming on stage when I was invited on here, maybe I do receive correction better from people who say it in a way that I like. And I said, maybe, and I admitted that. I said, after listening to Priest Daniela and listening to Pana, that is could be a part of it, but you completely glossed over that. And you guys wanted to talk about the fact that I said that you guys say things in a certain way that other people don't, and you don't even address the fact that I tell you that when I come up here and try to be sincere with y'all and get and hear stuff from y'all want to talk about how I'm crying and oh I'm being deceptive and what else you said? Y'all just always got something negative to say. It can't just never just be the correction by itself. It always got to be,
Salakia,
theatrics with it. And if you don't like that
Salakia.
I'm saying that
Hold
theatrics
on,
come with
hold
y'all's
on,
correction on
Brenda,
Clubhouse, and I'm not saying that you're not being that it's not
Brenda.
real and what you're doing. Hold on, Daniel, just give me 30 more seconds. That y'all not genuine in this walk in this truth. No, that's not what I'm saying. Don't try to, make a whole nother point that I'm not making, Elder Torah, because that's not what I said. You guys do this work and walk this walk. But when it comes to these clubhouse streets and the way y'all do stuff on here with 100 and 200 and 500 people in the room, y'all move different.
Okay,
Y'all move
okay, Brenda,
different.
Brenda,
And
check
some
this out.
people move.
Hold on. 40 seconds.
Hold on,
40
just
seconds.
hold on, Daniel. Just let her get all her points out, cause I want her to feel like we cut her off or she didn't get everything she said. Just let
Yeah,
her
so I
land.
just want the
Go
narrative to
ahead.
But
be set that
Salakia,
I'm trying
Elder,
to that I'm
hold on,
trying to,
She-Wolf. Hold on, She-Wolf. Hold on. This is something we've been doing. We've been giving her opportunities over and over, right? Just like we don't give Tamario opportunity, all right? We don't give him chance. When he start talking trash, we kick him down. We're not going to be dealing with this with you too. This is what we're talking about, right? This respects a person. We give you way more opportunity. We have to be more lenient to you, but when it comes to a man, we can't be lenient to them. This is
Right
the
now,
problem.
right, Ari. No, I know what you're saying, Ari, but I mean, in her defense, right now, she's not really saying nothing disrespectful. Not too you know what I mean? So just let her land. But she won't. Once you land, don't run nowhere and just let us deal now. That's what I'm saying. Let her land. Okay? Because we gonna rebuttal that in righteousness. So that's all. That's why I said let her land. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to be clear that I've never ever intentionally or even not intentionally pitted camps against each other. Never done that. If I sit here and I say that one person has dealt with me a way that I received and other people have not, that's just my honest account. You can't sit up here and say that I'm pitting camps against each other. I'm not gonna like that's damn near like you calling me an agent. Like that's ridiculous. I'm not gonna receive that from y'all. I've been on Clubhouse since October. I've talked to y'all about real stuff in my life, and it's been hard to receive counsel from y'all. I don't know how you want me to tell y'all that. I don't know how y'all want me to tell y'all this. I don't know if it's the audience or what, but I'm not gonna back down on that. Okay? I don't think that you guys are disingenuous in the truth. No, I'm saying that when there's 200 people in the room on Clubhouse, y'all move different when y'all correct people. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Okay.
I am out of order sometimes. I am out of order sometimes. And you guys might use that as an opportunity to use me as an example to say, this isn't, don't do this, right? To other women. And I get that. That's fine, right? But
Okay.
like, okay, I guess I'm done.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was saying. Okay, we can't. All right, I hear you. But just remember, we're going to go back to it. Remember, you did make a key statement because I listened. Correct you the way you like. So we're going to go back to that statement. But go ahead, brother.
So, water, Elder. Brenda, listen. You said a lot of things. One of the things was saying that they deal with people different in these rooms. Look.
People come up in these rooms and get corrected just as how you would say harshly as you do or more. If you want to have some type of counsel and you don't like being spoke to a certain, because we spoke about this 2, 3 days ago. If you don't like being spoke to a certain way or feel like, it's an embarrassment because you in front of a lot of people, then ask for private counsel. You don't have to come up here and get spoke to and then feel like, we having some type of respected persons because that's not the case. Ever. Ever. And the men get it worse than y'all do. Period. So if you want to get any type of counsel and you don't like what you're hearing, most of the time it's because you don't like what you're hearing in front of people. Ask for private counsel. Now, when you was talking about being corrected, how one person gets why does the Southern Kingdom get corrected this way and Northern Kingdom don't? Doesn't matter. Shouldn't matter who's getting corrected how. Because first of all, there is no respected persons and everybody's getting corrected accordingly. The only thing that should matter is your correction. Worry about your correction. Everybody else is going to worry about their own. I'm not going to sit here and be like, yo, I'm not getting corrected like she's getting corrected or he's getting corrected. So, yo, don't correct me. No, my correction is my correction. I need to get it. Period. We spoke about emotions the other day. And every time you come up here, this is what it is. It's all emotions. And then things come out that are not even true. There's no such thing as clubhouse streets. No such thing. And they don't treat anybody different or act any different than they would anywhere else. That's
Daniel,
nonsense.
I'm sorry, but what I'm saying is, if they saw me in person, or if we were on the phone just one on one, they wouldn't be speaking the same way as if there were 200 people in the
Okay, so
room on
then the the question.
Clubhouse.
Hey, Question. hold Hold on on a a second. second.
That's
Hold on,
what
Daniel.
I'm
Daniel, one
saying.
second. 1 second. She Wolf, have I dealt with you like that in a way smaller room before? Have I talked to you like calm and where we built in a smaller room? Have I done that before? Yes or no?
Yes, and that's why when you directly asked me if you were clout chasing, I said no. So that's why I don't understand why you all like you're getting so upset with me. I'm not going to correct you anymore in this
I'm not.
interview.
A,
All right,
I'm
because
not.
we
I'm not upset with you. I'm just saying that when you're gonna make
I told
statement,
you
be
that you're not.
honest about it. Be honest about it,
And the first
right?
thing I said was that I probably just want you guys to say things a certain way that I want you to say it. I said that, so I don't know why y'all didn't listen to that or even address that and chose to kind of
Hey, so
Why
go
would we do
play off
that?
the handle on
Why?
something else.
What does it matter if we're
hey, Salakia,
correcting you? What does it matter?
Salakia,
I got you. I got you.
Salakia. Hey, yo, Cadillac, right?
Why are
Benjamite,
you calling me that, shower part?
right? Benjamite, right? First and foremost, right? Just, you from the Benjamite tribe. People in your family talk to you rough. You talk rough and straightforward, right? And you should know. You should know when someone's really correcting you out of love. Cause I got aunties that would cuss me right from morning to dusk, from dusk till dawn, and back around again. And they'll do it out of love, but nonstop verbal assault. So if you're a Benjamite for real, then you should know how our people get down sometimes, especially if they care about you, right? And I expect you to have a little tougher skin than this. Now, granted, I'm taking to what you say under consideration because you are my sister and I do love you, right? But sometimes somebody get a tongue lashing, and it's just something that they spirit need. Now everybody could talk to you like you sugar dumpling all the time, my gal. You hear me?
No, you're right, and that was the first thing that came out of my mouth, and I'm realizing that. I'm absolutely realizing that, but I think it goes both ways. I think maybe you guys don't want to hear the correction that
But
sometimes.
sister, you talk straightforward though,
Yeah, you're
and you
right.
talk
You're right.
aggressively though. You
You're
you
right.
talk real aggressively, and you are very straightforward.
And you're right about Benjamites. They are like that, and I never really liked it from a child. Like I've been that crybaby since I was a child that you couldn't really talk to me like that.
Cry, cry, baby, moonshine, darling. right? That right? But Benjamin will tell you cut the blood clot crying, right? So you should already know
You want
what
me to
time.
give you something to cry for?
Yeah, you want something for Cry Five? Well, yeah, Cry Five.
God.
So all that crying, if you're dealing with an austere man, or even people that that have an understanding, you're gonna cry, but then you also gonna learn when you're crying, because that's the understanding that most brothers up here have. You know what I'm saying? Most brothers up here have an understanding that we might make our sisters cry when we correcting them, but we don't care about the crocodile tears because you're gonna learn while you're crying. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I do hear you though, and I do feel like, what I'm saying, the daughters of Zion been through a lot, so we should handle y'all a certain way. Not no respect the person, but I do have more patience for the daughters of Zion than I have the men. The men, I'm just gonna rough them up and drape them up all sorts of ways. You know what I'm saying? But the daughters of Zion, I do have a little bit more patience for them. But still, sister, you got to understand, from a man's point of view too, that you are very, very rough, and you are very, very aggressive and straightforward too. So if you get met with that, you can't really much so blame a man too. You understand?
Yeah, I got you.
Salak.
And I apologize if y'all misunderstood what I was saying. I did never wanted y'all to think that I don't think y'all genuine, and I'm genuine with what y'all do in the truth. That's not what I meant at all. And I'm sorry that y'all thought that and I said that way. I should have said it a different way. I apologize.
Salakia, it's not so much what you said, or it's not how you said it. It's that you're claiming that there's clout chasing going on. All these men in their homes, when they're correcting their wives or their children or their brothers or sisters, there's no clout chasing. So why would it be different here when it's an abundance of us that need correction? There's no difference.
Okay.
There's no such thing as clout chasing. We
All right. And
really
I
are
apologize for
concerned.
saying that.
Okay, Con.
Salakia. Um, I just wanted to bring out Galatians 4:16 that we all know. It says, "Am I therefore become your enemy because I tell you the truth?" And not speaking to the sister directly, but speaking to sisters in general, that's would be the problem. Kind of alluding to going off of what the sister said about she didn't say the word, but it boiled down to tone. And she even admitted, her with her own admittance is that how brothers say what they say, right? And she used the example of the brother Panal, the brother priest Daniela, their tone and approach towards her, opposed to maybe another brother. Uh, you know, that's what determines whether she's gonna receive it or not. And at the end of the day, tone don't matter, right? You got to remember that every brother got a different spirit on them. Some brothers have a spirit of long suffering and meekness, and um, whereas another brother is going to be brash and harsh, like the brother Ariala you brought up. Because different brothers have different spirits on them, and you know, at the end of the day, it's about understanding that it's all out of love. It's all out of whether brother's harshly rebuking you or whether brother's taking the time to try to hear you and go back and forth. That brother love you. All these brothers up here, all love our brothers and sisters in the nation, and all we're trying to do is correct. And so, whatever spirit a brother got on him, you gotta kind of be aware that, hey, okay, this is a brother who got a harsh spirit on him, but I know ultimately what he's telling me is truth, and what he's telling me is because he loves me. Because if he didn't, he wouldn't say anything to me at all. And so that's what our sisters in the nation have to um, get to that place where they just understand. Listen, whether it's harsh or whether it's smooth, it's all love. So with that, I yield.
And you know what? I don't want. I get that because the moment, and it's the last I'm gonna say. Y'all can put me back in the audience after this. When Brother Ari said, "I'm not gonna say nothing to you no more," that cut me. That hurt me more than him ever like rebuking me harshly. I was like, for him to never ever correct me again, nah. Like, so like, I get what you're saying when you say like, if somebody don't care, they won't say nothing at all. Like, and I'm, I'm learning. Like when I came up and I heard like what the brother said, I really received that. I understand now that correction is, and I know I need a lot of correction, and that's what I was saying in the chat before I came up. Like, I do need correction, and I do need to understand that it's not always going to come in the tone that I want it, so
God,
I guess I learned something today.
I heard you admit that. Yeah, just keep growing.
So, and real quick, I will keep dealing with you, sis. Okay, all right, because I do.
Yay.
But you got to get it together, though. All right, honestly, you got to start
All right,
dealing
brother, I
with it.
promise.
All right, all right, sis. All right, so we're gonna go to the next in queue. D, Revelator. What do you got to add to the bill? Oh, Judah, hold on, Judah.
Salakia. Now I'm gonna let y'all go too. I just wanted to, this is actually my relative, my beloved. You understand? So I did want y'all to have the bill, but I just wanted to, I know Ariella not in here, but I've told some of the other teachers, about it. He wanted to have they wanted to have the conversation with him. Um, but I just wanted to let y'all know this is my relative. You know what I'm saying? He is our brother. He is an Israelite. He's an Israelite. You know what I'm saying? But it's a few things he was typing on the Facebook. I wanted him to come and talk to the teachers. These are the teachers of the platform. So now this is an opportunity to basically say that we're in assent to be in the camp. We don't know. I let him explain it. Salakia.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. You hear me?
Bring forth your case. Bring forth your case, King.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alright. So, it all started with it's been a lot of things, but one of the main things was something that you told me. I don't want that to be the topic, but I know it's false. So I wanna address the camps. Like, listen, all camps. I'm saying all the camps is false. Number one. Like, and it says yeah. Right. So I got scriptures. I brought scriptures. So how we gonna do it? I brought
Wait,
scriptures.
first and foremost, when you say all the camps is false, are you
All of
saying
them.
like you talking
Every
about doctrine, or like are you talking about?
yeah. You got some that believe the Messiah is a white God, or he's not. The New Testament is fake. You got some that believe he's not his son. It's a lot of confusion, and this is why the Messiah said what he said. And I'm going to repeat what he said, because it's so easy for Satan or Esau, whatever one of the two you want to call, to come in and to infiltrate the real Israel and set up leaders that y'all don't even have genealogy records. Like, we gonna get in the scripture, right? Y'all got scripture. I got scripture.
Hey, D, I got a quick question. Was Paul in the ministry?
And he said,
No,
"You
just
talking to
answer.
me?"
Yeah, I'm talking to you. Was Paul in the ministry?
Salaki, Elder, can we kind of get his complete biblical lens? That way we know exactly what it is.
Right. That's what
Yeah,
I'm.
that's what I'm trying to figure
So
out.
what I'm saying
I
is,
think the point he wants
what he.
to hold on a second. Hold on, the Revelator. We're gonna build. I think he kind of stated his premise. Like I'm dealing with the first point that he brought out. We can dive into his
Yeah,
spiritual
well,
lens.
don't argue about genealogies and
Hold on,
that's not what
Revelator.
I'm talking
Hold
about.
on, the Revelator. You got to stay in
That's not what
order.
I'm talking
Hold
about.
on. The Revelator, you got to stay in order. We do things in order here. I know you're Judas people, but you got to stay in order.
Nah,
Okay?
no, I'm not. You bearing false witness against me. No,
Hey,
I'm not.
brother, you sound. To be honest, you sound like you're a babe, and if you can't have a simple grown man
Right.
conversation,
But I'm saying,
brother, you on
I
someone
got
else's.
something I want
Wait,
to
hold
ask
on,
you.
brother. Okay, brother.
Stay in order.
He's telling you to get in order. He has the green bean. He's a moderator. So when he's talking and he's engaging you, that mute button that's at the bottom right corner, keep that on mute, right? So we can have a healthy build, right? You came up here, right? And there's how many people in this room? 197 people, 200 people, right? So if you telling us to debate our cause, right? We're trying to figure out what you're trying to debate. So give
All
us
right.
that time. So I could go ahead,
I
Ari.
got like 3 or 4.
We're gonna hey brother, we're gonna let you get your scriptures out, but we have dialogues, meaning when one person talks, the
True.
other one doesn't, right? So we just go on. We're gonna let you get your scriptures out, but we want to find out first of all, like what you believe. Then we're gonna let you get the scriptures out, but just mute up while going through the dialogue with Ari. All right, go ahead, Ari.
Yeah, and I'm going to yield to you brothers so you guys can really engage with him. I just wanted to establish something based on the premise that he came here with, right? So, what I want to know is, did the Apostle Paul have a ministry? The Revelator, you there? You can unmute now. Ask the
Yeah,
question.
but that's not what I'm here to. I'm not here to answer that.
Don't
I
run.
don't have nothing. It has nothing to do with what I'm asking you.
It has everything to do with it, and I'm going to prove it
Nah, it
to you.
doesn't. It doesn't. That's
Listen,
why I don't answer it. Because
listen,
when
that's
people
in
when
order.
when people debate or people try to take away from the debate by changing the
Judah,
subject,
can
I
you
don't want
talk
to
to
change the
me? How
subject.
we
I want
do
to
things here? Say it again, King.
change the subject. I don't want to change the subject.
Your Revelator.
That's not what I came. I didn't come to speak about that, brother. All due respect, I didn't come
Yo,
to speak about that.
Tyrone, listen, no, my elder always say those that are hasty to speech, right? You got to watch out for them. You're too hasty to speak. You got to stay in order, man.
Here's the thing, real quick, Ari, if I could, real quick. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the problem. If according to his thought process, the camps are teaching lies. So brothers have already said that they want to answer questions, right? But have the truth. I don't understand why you are also not willing to answer questions. It seems like you want to have a one-sided conversation that goes along the lines that you want to go, but you don't want to be questioned. If you have the truth, you should be as open to being questioned as you are to answering questions. That's how you have a dialogue. So are you here to have a dialogue, or did you come here to dictate what it is that you want us to do? Which is
He came here to try to get off and run.
I'm not here to dictate anything. I just got. I got.
okay, so he asked.
I listen, I came to ask a question. I just want the question answered, and y'all can
Okay,
tap
but
and not answer whatever. But if not, it's
your
cool. It's no
question
biggie.
was
Now, you said you had the bill with them, Tyler. You said you
Nah,
had
I
the bill
build.
with
What
them.
I'm saying is, I don't wanna. I don't wanna. I don't wanna switch subjects. I want to stay on the subject that I came
All
for.
that
I didn't
means
come for
is
the
I
so
don't want
yeah,
conversation.
to
so you want to
hold on a
dictate.
second. I don't
You
want to
just
I don't want to
dictate,
dictate.
but
You want
dictate
to do what
nothing.
you want to do.
Like if you official and you real, hear what I gotta say. Like it's just that
And
simple.
the
Like,
same goes for
and then
you.
you can talk
And the
to me
same
for
goes for
hours.
you. If you official, answer questions too.
That ain't what I'm here to answer.
I
I
know it's
came.
not. We know. We know.
I'm, I'm
We
not.
see what we
I'm
done
not here to
seen
answer
you a
that.
thousand times, King. We know.
You ain't seen me never in your life. Now
We
we ain't never. We ain't going
let me
nowhere.
ask
See
you a
see what we
question.
talking about.
Let me
You
ask you,
afraid or nah? You sound
bro,
scared to me. Like
bro.
answer what I'm
It
Hold
saying.
on,
sounds like
bro. Hold on.
mute
Everybody,
up.
hold up. Everybody, hold on. Everybody, hold on. Hold
No
on.
doubt.
Hold on. Well, elevator, right? What is the subject matter you want to talk about? We're trying to figure that out.
Salaki. Maybe I can help. Okay, because like I said, this is my relative, so he be coming to me on the Facebook, right? So he believes in the virgin birth. All right. He believes a camp is unlawful. This is it's what he said. The camp being in the camp is unlawful. We don't. We shouldn't be. What you said? We shouldn't wake up the
Well,
people.
that's the thing. That's what
Something
I'm
like it's
saying. Don't answer for me. Don't answer for me. Why you answering for me?
because
Let me
that's
ask
what
him.
we was talking about.
Nah, don't answer for me. Like
Bro,
let me ask him. I still ain't. We been on
I,
10 minutes.
I,
I
bro,
ain't even get a chance to ask y'all nothing.
yo, I'm saying I'm trying to figure out what's the subject matter you want
That's
to
what
talk.
I'm saying. So here it is. What God says in Malachi 3:6, for I am the Lord, I change not. His ways don't change. Y'all agree? I agree with that. You agree with that?
Absolutely.
So
Of
right,
course.
so when Ezra 62, Ezra 2, chapter 2, verse 62, right? When they came out of the second captivity with Zerubbabel and Joshua the high priest, they had to have their genealogy records, and when they could not provide their genealogy records to say they was priests, like y'all saying y'all priests, what happened to them?
Pull the scripture. Pull the
I'm
scripture.
about to pull
Let's
it
talk
out right
about
now.
it.
I'm about to pull it out. I'll pull it out. Ezra chapter 2.
Let's get a reader.
Get a reader.
Uh,
Verse 62.
the book of Ezra, chapter 2, and verse 62. These sought their register among those that would reckon by genealogy, but they were not found. Therefore were they as polluted, put from the priesthood.
Wow. And why they didn't rely on no curses? So when y'all using curses, y'all that was for a sign, not to you Israel, you Israel, you Israel. Like you be talking about African people. The Mexicans was Olmecs. They came from Africans and Spaniards that was European. They not Israel. Some of them maybe a small percentage could be in the four corners of the earth. But y'all grafting Gentiles in. Who told you to do that?
Now you saying a whole bunch of rhetoric, right?
So now you Negro
No,
only.
I'm
Hold on,
speaking
hold
the
on, hold on,
Bible.
hold
When
on,
the priests,
hold
when
on,
these men could not verify that they was priests,
hold
right
on.
after they came out of captivity with the Israelites, they were banned from the camps, removed, polluted.
Now there's also
So
hold on.
if his ways,
His
Brother, you
ways.
gotta you
Hold
gotta you
on.
gotta exercise a little patience, King. Like you laid your premise. Shawpar's trying to answer you, so now you have to go on mute so we can have a good dialogue. That's what we just told you. So go on mute and let Shawpar respond.
And this is what the brother doesn't understand, right? There's prophecy in the Bible that had to be fulfilled. There's Jeremiah 4 and 17. Someone pull that. There's prophecy in the Bible that has to be fulfilled. Of course, the Most High God didn't change. He never changed. But there's prophecy in the Bible that has to be fulfilled. Let me get Jeremiah 4 and 17, and someone give me Psalms 83.
This is
Jeremiah,
Jeremiah chapter 4 and verse 17. As keepers of a field, they are against her round about, because she hath been rebellious against me,
That's
saith the
Jeremiah
Lord.
4 and 17. Make it 17
You mean
4.
17:4?
17 4. Let me get that.
17:4. This is Jeremiah chapter 17 and verse 4. And thou even thyself shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in a land which thou knowest not, for ye have kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn forever.
So the Israelites will be in a land which they will not know. They shall discontinue from their heritage. Heritage means what? The written records too. Right? Written records of genealogy, that's part of their heritage. They shall discontinue from it. Right? And cause to serve enemies. Right? So not only are the enemies being served, but their written records, genealogy, customs, all that kind of stuff was taken away, was discontinued. So of course, yeah, the Most High God never changed, but you have to also understand that prophecy has to be fulfilled. Psalms 83.
God, it's the book of Psalms, chapter 83. You want it from the top?
Con.
God, verse 1. Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation.
They say what?
Come and let us cut them off from being a nation,
This is a prophecy that the children of Israel will be cut off from being a nation. That includes what? Genealogy and records. Read on.
that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
And their name Israelites, right? Them even being Israelites shall be found no more.
They won't even remember who they are. There will be no more in remembrance. Read on.
For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. The tabernacles of Edom
Uh
and
huh.
the Ishmaelites.
That's it on that. Let me get the last one for the 3 piece combo. Hosea 1 and 11.
Con.
Actually, 1 and 10 is 1 and 10.
The book of Hosea, chapter 1, and verse 10.
3 piece combo for you. You can keep the biscuit. Read on.
Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea,
Uh huh.
which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, Ye are not my people,
In the place where it said to the children of Israel, they are not the children of Israel. Like you said, the tribe of Issachar are Omex and this, that, and the third. You try to call them Gentiles. Read on.
there it shall be said unto them, Ye are the sons of the living God.
But then you got men that know the truth that's telling them they're the sons of the living God. Because there shall be in a place where they will not be called the children of Israel. But there be real men of the Lord that's going to let them know that they are the children of the living God. Real men of the Lord that did their research, did the prophecy breakdown, understand places like the Lost Lunar Stone, which has the 10 Commandments on it before any type of Western civilization came over here. You know what I'm saying? And this is how we know we have the true doctrine. And this is how all that genealogy records in the time of Ezra and the priest was putting people away. They can't put nobody away if they have no genealogy records, period. And that's all prophesied that we shall be cut off from being a nation and our name will be no more in remembrance. What else is your point?
So you saying that Israelites were the only black people here? There was no Moors. There were no there were no Olmecs. No. There was no Egyptians that came here. So only Israelites came here. That's what you saying.
That's not what I'm saying. And what is an
All
Olmec?
right. All right. So if that's so
What
if
biblical nationality is the
so
Olmec?
what I'm all due respect. I ain't trying to cut you, but what I'm saying is if 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 it, it, if if it, it, if if it, it if questions too, Revelator. This is how conversation. what am No. Because when you don't answer questions, that means you don't want the pressure put on you too. It ain't gonna be played one way here. You're lucky you're talking to Sean Paul because I wanted to deal with you, but I want the deal to happen. So you're gonna stay in order and you're gonna have the actual conversation. It's that simple.
What is an Olmec? What biblical nationality is an Olmec? Right? I'm just asking you this question.
I'm Jewish. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Oh, you stay muted.
The Revelator. Question is for what is it? Sean Paul. Ask that question again. Sure.
He said he don't.
What is the biblical nationality of an Olmec? What is that?
Right. Where does it biblically say that Mexicans are Ishtar or this? Where does it biblically say it? Where?
You can't ask a question with a question. Answer
No,
his
I just
question.
did. I just did. You don't. Mexican is the word. Mexican is nowhere in the Bible.
We're not moving to you answer his question. In the
That's
Bible,
how
what
easy
nation
it is.
in the
Jamaican
Bible,
is not in the
in
Bible.
the Bible, in the Bible nation would the Olmecs be? What would they
Haiti,
be?
Haiti.
Well,
They will be Gentiles. Gentiles.
that's
Half
not a
Gentile.
nation.
Half
That's not a
Hamites.
nation. That's not a
Half
nation. What
Gentile.
nation would they be?
Gentiles were
What
Spaniards, European,
nation?
Caucasian. They
What
have Caucasian.
nation?
They have Caucasian. Half
There's no
half
nation in the Bible Caucasian.
half
There's no nation in the
Hamites.
Bible Caucasian. There's no nation
Yes,
in the
it
Bible
is. The
called
Greeks,
Caucasian. There's no.
The Greeks are Caucasian. They not white. Japheth. They have Japheth, half Ham.
Hold on. He said the Olmecs. You talking
Yeah,
about the
I'm
stones that
talking
was
about
in
Mexicans.
Ecuador and stuff. You
The
said, wait,
Mexicans
hold on,
are
brother.
the Olmecs.
Hold on, brother. You're too combative.
He
Wait,
was
I
not.
got you.
He was not.
I'm just for clearance. Just for clarity, you say the Olmecs, right? You saying and they're half Spaniards and half Hamites? Is that what you're saying?
You need to
Doug,
look
is
in
that
the
what
Old
you're saying?
Testament to know this.
Are you saying that the Olmecs, the ones that was found in Ecuador and different places, Guatemala and in Mexico, are you saying those are half Spaniards and half Hamites? Is he there? Can he hear me?
Yeah, Elder, I got you. I hear you. I'm listening to you because y'all say I'm talking, so I'm listening. I mean, No, no, answer the question. Once the question is placed, you can unmute and answer. Okay, all right, go all ahead. right. So what did you ask me?
I'm saying the Olmecs, the ones, the stones. I'm assuming you're talking about the heads and stuff that was found in
those heads.
Mexico. Hold on, let me just finish, brother. I just want you to get the question. Those heads and stuff that was found in Ecuador, Guatemala, Mexico, and stuff. Are you saying that those are Spaniards and Africans?
No, I'm saying the Mexicans are a mixture of those Olmecs who were Hamites and the Spaniards that raped them, which were Caucasians. Esau, you want to call them, whatever you want to call them. Now, I'm saying that some of them,
What
like
proof
Puerto
do you
Ricans,
have of Hamitic?
here we go.
No,
Right. What proof do you have that they are Israel?
but I said the
Like,
lost lunar stone. I gave you the lost lunar stone. Do you want me to
but
post it up? I'll post it up right
what I'm saying is my people. I got another scripture. All right, right. So We're not done with this point. We gotta stick to this
Yeah,
point.
because
All
he
right.
trying to
So we
run.
so
He trying to run.
I'm not running from nothing. What I'm saying is the Almacs come from Africa. They are Hamites. Israel is in Northeast Africa, but the Almacs were Hamites. They were not Israelites.
You still
Yeah, we
ain't
said
answered the question yet.
Yeah, what is
I
proof?
just
What is
answered it.
proof?
I just
Prove
answered
it.
it. I just
Prove
answered
it.
it.
Prove it.
Hey, prove that you were Israelite. You prove it. With your blood, with your genealogy.
Well,
Prove
listen,
that.
Let's
we
prove
get
that.
into that.
You
Why are you
can't
trying
prove
to
it.
move the goalpost? Hold on. Why
That's
are you
not
trying to
making
move
the.
the? I'm asking you. You made the
You over.
statement. Listen,
You over
that's what I'm
talking it.
saying. No, I'm not. You made the statement, right, that the Olmecs was Hamites. Those are Hamites. That's the statement you made. So we just asking for you to prove that. We will get to the point about we proving that we're Israelites. We're gonna get there.
Hold on,
But just based on your
Nah,
statement,
you asked me
just
to
based
prove
on
it.
your statement, we're asking
I'm
you to
not
prove
in
that.
front of the.
Can you
I'm not
prove
in front
that?
of like.
Hold on,
If
hold
we was
on,
in front of
hold
each
on.
other, if we was in front of each other and brought the paperwork, yeah,
What paper
yeah,
you got, man?
yeah, yeah. You know
This
how
is
much history is
2000.
on the
Hold on,
Almex?
hold on.
Yeah,
This is
you know how much history is
2022,
on the
bro.
Almex?
Bro, this is 2022. Can you explain the lost lunar stone? I brought up the article right there.
Can you explain where Mexicans
No,
are
explain
Israelites
the
at? You
stone.
can't. I
Explain
don't
the stone.
listen. I don't listen. If you can't answer me, I don't answer you.
What are you
Like,
No, he
talking about?
answered
Then I
you.
answered you
Listen,
three
listen.
times. You just ain't
Hold on,
responding.
y'all. Hold on,
hey,
y'all.
one mic,
Hold on,
everybody,
y'all.
one mic. Go ahead,
Hold on,
Sharpo.
y'all. Hold on, y'all.
Y'all. Listen, you asked me to prove. I asked you to prove.
You
You ain't.
just said what you said. You just said what you said. You running your mouth now, bro. But you just said what you said. Now I said what I said, and I'm bringing
Now I
receipts.
back up my mouth too, though.
Where's your receipts?
Like, where's your receipts? That's what I'm
It's
saying.
right
Where
there
is
on
your?
the
Who
top of
are
the
you?
screen.
I'm saying you're a Hamite. I'm saying you're a Hamite. They went to
Listen.
slavery.
Where's your
Hey,
receipt?
hold on. They went to
Hold on.
slavery just like us. They went to the
Will you
plagues just
address
like
what's on
us.
top of the
I'm
screen?
saying you a Hamite.
I'm
Now show me
saying
you
you a
not.
dick sucker.
Show
So
me
what
you
are you
not.
talking about? So what are you talking about?
Yo, I'll blow your
Address.
motherfucking head off.
Well, hold
Hold
on,
on,
hold
hold
on.
on.
Now,
Yeah,
most
let's keep
Africans
it
not
kosher.
talk mouth for 30
Let's
minutes.
keep it
Go ahead. You
let's
got it,
keep it
King.
kosher.
Let's
Let's keep it
keep
kosher.
it clean. That is my family, y'all.
Yeah.
Let's keep it clean.
Yeah, let's
Real
keep
quick,
it
real quick.
kosher.
Hold on one
If I
second. All
could,
right, let's make something clear. All right,
hold on.
everybody mute up.
Salakia,
Mute up.
Salakia. Everybody Salakia. But what is up there is up there. And you ain't gonna call me no Hamite because you want to do that to my face. So let's keep everything kosher. And what is up there is up there. Cause if you're not gonna address it, then what's the point of this conversation? When you address this,
Nigga, I've been killing shit out here. Nigga, you a die playing with me,
Hold on,
nigga. We sending him down for a second. We sending. Hold on, Judah,
Brother,
mute
you
up for a
not even
second.
cut like that.
Hold on, Judah. Everybody, hold on. All right, yeah, we're not gonna do that. All right. We're
see that?
spiritual men. I get it. We get upset, but yeah, we're not gonna get into those Blum talks, man. All right, your brother can't stay in order. He needs to learn order. We're not talking or building with anybody that talks like that. You understand? He has a lot more to learn, right, than what he knows right now.
Nah, you
He's
see,
very
it's the simple fact that I pulled a receipt, and then he tried to call me a Hamite. He wanted to say that to my face, and I apologize because I got even more disrespectful with him. But then you talk about you blow somebody's head off, brother. Come on now, man. Like, what are you talking about, man? We go everywhere fully prepared. You know what I'm saying?
Salaki.
Brothers got to stop, man. Brothers got to stop all that crazy talk. I brought a receipt, and his response was to call me a Hamite. What's the point in that? What's
Well,
the
Sean
point?
Paul, the point is, he never came to the stage expecting to be questioned. He came to the stage with his doctrine and wanted to dictate the stage, and found out that he was in a den full of lions. Wrong place, wrong time.
right. Yeah, we can't have that here. I get it. We disagree, right? But with all that, threatening people, you're gonna blow their head off. That's bullshit. We're not gonna tolerate that here, man. All right. I don't care who you are. I have a question.
I
I
have
have
a
a
question.
Hold on a second.
Why is it Salaki Akim? But why is he even here? That's the small hats. Why is he here?
Yeah,
Yeah, why we here, small hat?
I think we know why, but let's hear it.
Go ahead, small hat. What you got to add? Joe, small hat. Oh, okay. Is that my name now? Small hat. Question is, do you guys believe that you are descendants of the children of Jacob?
Yeah. We actually know it. And do you believe that you are Israeli?
Well, my mother was born in Israel, so I am Israeli. But the
Your
children of
mother your
Jacob
mother doesn't your mother doesn't decide anything.
in Judaism, the mother actually does decide your Judaism. No, she doesn't. Your
Uh,
mother does not determine what nation you come from. Well, I'm citizen of Israel.
that's
Yeah,
not
we
in the
don't care
Bible.
about that.
Where's
Show,
that in the Torah? Show us where that says that in the Torah.
It does talk about the that Judaism goes through the
Then you can have
matrilineal
no problem.
of
Pull it up, bro. Pull it up.
Where could you show us where
and
that says in the Torah? Where in the Torah it says that?
book chapter verse.
I can't quote that. We don't. Judaism doesn't. We don't go by
Of
verses.
course,
Yeah,
because
we
it's
know,
not
we
in.
know,
Because
we know.
you're religious and you don't go by real things. You're a fake Jew. Because the
No,
real Jews go by the Torah.
I only study the Old Testament, the Torah, but our rabbis don't teach us the Torah by verses and
And that's why
numbers.
you're talking so ignorantly, because your rabbis know who the real Jews are.
Okay.
Your
Yeah, we
rabbis
know
don't
what you're
teach you.
saying.
Your rabbis teach you commentary. They don't teach you verbatim what the scriptures are saying, which is why you
I
don't
read
know. You
directly
don't know.
from the scriptures. I read directly from the Torah. So
Well, where's the
Okay,
scripture that
so
says?
Then
Where's the scripture that
so
says? Where,
I'm not an expert in the Torah, but I can look it up and I can let you know.
Google it.
so where is
Then
it?
show
Is it
directly.
Bereshit? Is it Bereshit? Is it Shemot? Is it Devarium? Where is it? Where is
Why
it?
don't you go on Chabad or CHABAD.org and then look that up
Oh,
because
so we
it's
got to go on a website someplace because you don't know where it is. Yeah, you're not on the level. You're not on the level. Why are you here?
goodbye. Where's your rabbi? Don't leave yet. Get your rabbi over here. Joe, the small hat.
Crispy.
Joe,
He
did you
flew.
hear me? Oh, you floated?
Yep.
And that parachute is something else.
Now,
yeah,
what
he
did he say?
So
probably
He
if I
said
could
that
real
his
quick,
rabbis don't
he,
teach him
he, he
directly
probably
from the
was just
Torah.
in here. He probably was just here to report people.
probably that's why I was asking y'all why he was here, but y'all wanted to engage, so it is what it is. Um, I just want to talk to Judah for a second. King, I believe that you had good intentions for bringing your cousin here or whoever he was. Um, and we tried to deal with the brother sincerely, but he wasn't really here for a sincere conversation. You know, brother willing to have a conversation. I'll give it to you right now. Brother willing to have the conversation with him. He has to come to the conversation in good faith, King. He has to come in good faith, meaning that he can ask his questions and we'll give him answer. But he has to be prepared to be asked questions as well, and he must give an answer. That's the only way the conversation can be fruitful for anybody. I yield.
And I do agree. I do agree. But at the same time, at the same time, I understand why he blurted. Like we, Shell Paul from the same place we from. Them, you understand? So nobody gonna just. He was responding off of that was him responding off of just that one comment. I believe if we, I do wanted to hear the build, and I honestly I know he's not gonna answer them questions. That's my cousin. I love him to death, but I know he ain't gonna answer questions because he ain't gonna be answering the questions when I be asking him. You understand? So I just wanted to hear the build, with the elders because I feel like sometimes maybe he don't hear from me because I'm just a little cousin. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted him to have the
Judah.
build with some elders. You know what I'm saying? So I would still love it. Maybe if y'all could try it one more time. You know what I'm saying? Because you
Hey,
know it.
Salakia, Judah. Hey, and tell him I apologize too. I lost my temper. I just don't like bullies. I felt like he came up here with a bully spirit, and I'm from Brooklyn, and if I feel the bully spirit, I kind of turn up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So
You know what I mean? We all from New York. You know what I'm saying? So he got
yeah.
and not to mention
All right,
my brother.
I'm back
You know
with
he.
the verse.
Oh, whoa, hold up. So
Yeah,
yeah,
hold on.
Hey,
yeah,
you gotta wait. Ain't no white privilege here. You gotta wait.
yeah. So and at the same time, we also dealing with systematic stuff. You know what I'm saying? So my brother just you know what I'm saying he's coming. He brothers got issues with certain stuff like that is a little like hold up now. You know what I'm saying? So I hopefully he accepts your apology. You understand? And he is still in the room, I believe.
Yeah, hold on, Judah. Hold on. Let me make something clear. You see, Shaw Paul is a little different than I am, right? He's more lenient. I'm more straight to the point, right? Again, we talked about this earlier. I get what y'all saying, but he has to respect order. He has to say, okay, well, I'm amongst my brothers and I want to build with them. Maybe we can get some type of understanding because that's what a build is. A build is not just you just blurring out things and not responding to question or you taking pressure.
I
You
agree.
understand? You
You're
gotta be
not proving nothing.
right. You gotta be that's build. Actually, you proving what you're saying, whether it's through the scriptures, right, or some type of research or something that you got, not just you just saying things and we just gonna believe it. You understand? So they gotta be order, man. You know, I'm big on that. I hate things that are out of order. It just does something to me. So, but anyways, we could definitely still deal with him. I'll rather deal with him than small hats, because that's our brother. I'll rather build with my brother and hopefully we get some type of understanding. So
The
just
water.
tell him to raise his hand up and we'll bring him back up. Who's in the Matrix? I think that's Azariah.
I think that was the small hat. I think phone call. You got a phone call from the Mossad.
Yeah, might have to switch your room, man, because these demons they coming here. Oh, they
Where you
really.
from, Julie? You from the East New York?
Yeah, I'm from New York. You know what I'm saying? We from Strong Island Belt. You know what I mean?
You from where? Strong Island?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, see, you know what time it is, man. Me and your brother probably. Or is that your brother or your cousin?
That's my older cousin.
Yeah, me and him would have probably had to shoot the five and then drink some Hennessy after. You know what I'm saying? Because he
That's
did.
all cool. As long as everybody can be brothers, you know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
cool.
because he did come up with a bully spirit, and then it kind of triggered me. If you up it, I'ma up it. You know what I'm saying? So but that's just the old man. So tell him I apologize. We could build. You know what I'm saying? But
All right.
he can't come up here trying to bully nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because the same way you're from Long Island, I'm from Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing, King. We got to respect each other as men.
Nah, I agree. And like I said, I definitely love to hear the build. Like, you know, I just want to. I want to hear him answer the questions. You know what I'm saying? So If we could keep it straight biblical, yo, fly tie, I know you hear me, man. Let's keep it straight biblical, man. You said you wanted to show me something. I'm a humble student. I love to learn.
This is Joe.
So,
Can I show you where it was?
Salakia. I saw that Irie, his second account came in as a listener. Y'all could bring him up
It's
because I
like,
don't see his account up
fellas.
here no more.
I don't know if y'all see what Revenant's saying in the chat, man, but I mean, you just got to go with that.
And I just seen when he put in the chat. He said you're running them though. You because
And I,
you wasn't answering the question. He said you was running them.
hold on. I never said that I wanted a man to suck my dick. I said he sound like a dick sucker because he called me a Hamite, and I said that because it sounded like he got some doctrine from a camp hater. That's what I really meant. That it sounds like he had a doctrine from a camp hater, and he just running with the doctrine without any information, like he dick riding, or I should say bandwagon jumping. You understand? If you bandwagon jumping and you just going off of what other people say, that's what I'm gonna call you, right? I never said I wanted him to suck my dick. I never said that. The replays is on. I
No
said that
man,
he
we
sound.
understand. Benjamin hard to understand sometimes, man. We understand. Man.
Yeah, yeah, but I never said I want him to suck my dick. I don't play them type of games. But I said he sound like a dick sucker because he calling me a Hamite and saying he don't believe we Israelites, and that's just a rhetoric that he heard regurgitated from camp haters. You know what I'm saying? There's no real truth behind it. And if he did have the truth, he'll come up here and talk about it.
Right, it got a little heated. It just got combat. I mean, certain words we know from the streets. Certain things, no matter how it's said, once you say that, excuse my language, that dick sucking, once you mention that's instant. That's it. Though, that's it. That's the next level. So I think it got a little, you know, out of order. Definitely out of order. But the brother said it.
Hey, what I miss,
He
man?
he apologized. Hold on one second. He apologized, and
Well,
it is
well,
what it is.
Stern apologized for calling me a Hamite.
Yeah, yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
definitely. Yeah.
Because a Hamite is
I
well,
agree. I agree. That is disrespectful too. Don't nobody want to be called no dirty ass Hamite.
right, a dirty ass
Huh.
Hamite that bathed in cow piss. You know what I'm saying? That's nasty. I'm not dealing with that. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, like I said, if the brother want, we can have a dialogue.
Yo, Ty,
Hey,
raise your
Salak.
hand.
Time,
Raise your hand one time if you want to have a dialogue, man. You know.
Time. And I was gonna say, man, he disrespect the elders. Like that's just sad. And like what he said, I ain't gonna lie, it turned me up. So like if he do come back on the stage, he need to calm his ass down and learn how to have some self discipline about himself.
Hey, Salak, you out of one. What did I miss, man? What's going on?
Ron, yo, what's up?
I already told you to join the
On some
room.
weird
Y'all
shit.
stop.
Yeah, my bad. I was on some phone calls, and I had you know how I be, but I'm good now for a while, man. Was it like a Negro only or something? What's going on?
I'm not sure. He called me a Hamite. So I would think he a Negro. Shh. He called me a Hamite. So I'm not even sure if he a Negro only.
What?
He
I
just a
mean,
hater.
what? He's still here?
Yeah, I think so.
Come on stage,
Yo,
brother. I have the convo with you. Come
yeah,
on
where is
stage,
he?
brother.
Yo,
Well,
Star Power, mind me up. And where is he anyway?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
He's all the way at the bottom. He is here. He just I don't know if he just don't want to have the
I
build
mean,
no
he in
more.
the room.
Yeah,
He
he's
on
in the he's just at the bottom.
Oh,
the
yeah,
bottom
but
of the
he
top.
he he, he sound like he got a problem with the whole Bible. You know, it's That's why I said it sounds like he a babe, man. Like sometimes when brothers get in this, they just, you know, I remember there was a wave of that camp bacon back in like 2015, 2016. Like what Daniel Allen said, like this ain't nothing new. Like this ain't nothing new. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I said, like, are you a babe in this? You know what I'm
Oh yeah,
saying?
Salaki, he on the stage. He on
Yeah,
the
I'm on
bottom. He on
stage.
the stage.
I was asking the question, what does the harvest
Hold on
mean?
1 second. The revelator,
I
hold
got
on.
something I want to say.
Hold on. Hold on. All right. So this is how we're gonna do things, right? We're gonna start afresh, right?
No
We're gonna
homosexuality.
hold on. Just hold on, man. We're gonna start afresh. We're gonna treat each other as brothers. We're gonna respect each other. We're not gonna talk over each other, right? We're gonna stay in order. All right. You and Shaw Paul are primarily building, but Yawasop does want to deal with you. All right. So you can send it right to Yawasop and y'all can build. And you got to stay in order, man. If you don't stay in order, I will kick you again out of here because I don't function out of order. So just please stay in order. All right. All right. So I'm gonna yield the floor to Shaw Paul and Yawasop.
Hey, Shalom, Shaw Paul. I don't know if you want to start and I add in what you want to do out of line before.
Hey, all I want to say, Ak, you know what I'm saying? You don't call nobody a Hamite, and I did lose my temper, right? And I apologize for calling you a dick sucker. I just want to get that out the way. You know what I'm saying? Leviticus 19 and 18, I hold no grudge against you.
Hey, he apologized, man. You know, forgive your brother, man.
That was real. I appreciate that shower pop for real, for real.
Yeah, the Revelator. What do you got to say about that? You accept the apology and you want to move on with the build? You can unmute now. Just hit the mute button.
I mean, like, I don't respect that, man. That's against the law. I gotta follow his law. His law is no homosexuality or no such. Like you just that's his law is his law. You want me to what? Put aside his law because it applies to y'all now? Why?
See, that's what I'm saying, brother. That's why I said you may be a babe in this truth.
No,
Scripture say, forgive your
I
brother.
ain't
Hold
saying
on,
I'm
brother.
not. I ain't
Hold
saying I'm
on,
not.
hold on, hold
I ain't
on. The
saying I'm
scripture
not.
say, wait, the scripture, all right, you're not saying you're not. Okay. The scripture say, forgive your brother 7 times 7. All right, so the man said he apologized on that. So you keep saying no homosexuality, but the man said he apologized. He lost his coat because you called him a Hamite. So now we gonna deal the bill, but do you respect that? It says forgive your brother 7 times 7.
Yeah, I forgive him.
Oh,
All
cool.
praise.
We can move on.
The water elder. All right, y'all stop. It's on you. Then I guess Shaw Paul will build with you. Right?
Kawakan. Appreciate you, Artie. You always a good mod. The Revelator. I don't really, know what you teach. You
I don't
understand.
teach.
One second, brother. 1 second. Or your understanding. So, like, what is your main thing? Why did you come up on this stage? Like, what's your contention, brother?
Like now, here's the thing. Like in Matthew 13, if I asked you what does the harvest mean to you, what does it mean to you? I could tell you what it means in the scripture to me, and what it means in the scripture in Matthew 13, right? When the Messiah sent everybody away and he spoke to his
You gotta
disciples.
read the. You gotta read the scripture,
I'm about to
brother.
read it right now. I'm about to read it right
Okay.
now.
Okay.
And he says, the field is the world. The good seed are the children of the kingdom. But
You
the
gotta
tares
quote. You gotta quote the verse, brother. Not for
this is
me,
this
but
is
for the
Matthew,
audience.
pardon me, Matthew
The
13,
Revelator. Hold on. This is how we're gonna do this. And is there a read on stage?
Matthew.
Hold on a second. The
I
Revelator.
can read it.
Work with me, King. All right,
I
we're
can
gonna
read
be
it too.
all right. Gabal, hold on 1 second. Duwad, you go ahead and read. Call the scripture out.
I
We're
want to
gonna
read
get
it.
it. No,
No,
we're not doing it
no
that way.
disrespect, but I want to read it. I can read.
All right, go ahead and read it. Go ahead.
All right, Matthew 13, verse 39. Well, verse 38. Matthew 13, verse 38. When the Messiah broke down the parable to his disciples, he said, the field is the world. The good seed are the children of the kingdom. but the tears are the children of the wicked one. The enemy that sold them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the world. The harvest is the end of the world. And the reapers are the angels. Now, when you go back over here in verse 29, verse 28, he said unto them, an enemy has done this. The servant said unto him, will thou then we go gather them up? Come out the end of the world, the harvest. The servants, me, you, humans, asked, can we go gather them up? And the Messiah said, nay. Verse 29, he said, nay, lest while ye gather up the tares, you root up the wheat with them. Let both grow until the harvest. And in the time of the harvest, I will say to the reapers, not the camps, not the preachers, not the men, not me, not nobody. The reapers, he just said that they were angels, to gather ye together first. And he says all through the scripture, he says the angels will gather us up from the four corners of the earth, not mankind. There were Africans here when Columbus came here. There were Israelites that was here when Columbus came here.
I got you,
And
brother.
we
So I got you. So let me
so
build
so
with you,
how do
right?
you know
Hold on, brother. Let me build with
who's
you,
who? You don't
Oh,
know
the
who the who.
regulator,
He
you gotta
said
brother.
stay
I'm gonna
muted
build
now.
with you, brother. I'm gonna build with you, brother. Don't worry. All right. So you brought this up to say we don't know who the children of Israel are now. Is that like your main premise?
no, that's
Because
not
that's
what
all
I'm
I'm hearing.
saying. I'm saying that he said. He just told you that's his words, not my word. He said the harvest is the end of the world, not in
Brother,
his time,
brother,
not the beginning of
brother,
the world.
brother,
He said the
brother.
harvest was the
Hold
end of the
on.
world.
But
And the
Ak,
servants asked him, I'm telling you, you asked me, I'm
Ak,
telling you.
no, you're not telling me. Listen, I
I'm
heard you're just repeating yourself. Listen to
right,
the question.
right.
Listen to the question. Did you go here to show that we don't know who Israel is?
As a whole body, we know he sent signs so we know black people in America are the chosen people, but we can't take
Hmm.
everybody and say you Israel, you from Judah, you this. That's
So
not in the scripture. That's
who?
not in the
But no,
scripture.
but we don't do that.
But what I'm
And
telling you,
that's the
what I'm right.
hold on. We don't do that. We don't tell everybody who's black that they're Judah. We don't tell everybody that. It's by the Spirit, brother. The 12 tribes, because obviously your contention is the 12 tribes chart,
That's not his.
right?
That's not what he's saying. The word. What I'm
Brother,
saying,
I'm
the
not done
harvest. He
speaking.
said,
I'm
bro.
not
He
done.
said
I
the
didn't cut
harvest
you
is the
off.
end of the world. You You
Brother,
you
hold on.
you ducking it. You ducking what I'm saying. He said the harvest was the end of the
Brother,
world. And when the servants
hold
asked, could
on
they
a
gather us
second.
up in the end? He said no. Why did he say no?
Brother, first of all, you're not
Nah, don't act
understanding.
like don't act. But nah, answer the. Come on, answer the question.
You
Why did
didn't
he say
ask
no?
me a question.
It's not a. That's we not. I ain't here for that. Just answer the simple question. Why did he say no?
Are you
All
here
right,
to have a
okay, regulator.
Why
Now
did
conversation,
he
or you
mute
say
up.
just want to
no?
hear yourself
When the
Regulator, you
speak?
servant
gotta mute
asked,
up. You gotta mute up so he can answer the question. You gotta stay in order. I keep saying that to you, man. Stay in order. Go ahead, Yawasop.
Well, before I even will be able to answer a question, he hasn't answered mine. He's jumping around it. I listened to everything you said. The parable of the tares and the wheats is one of my favorites, and we could go through it verse for verse. It seems like you went to the bottom three, then went back to the middle of the parable and thinking you're teaching the whole understanding when you didn't even start at the top. This parable cannot debunk, because this is what you're trying to do, that when we're out on the streets teaching that our people are the children of Israel, that now all of a sudden they're not, when you just admitted out of yourself. This is why it's very confusing, and your argument is extremely inconsistent, because you just said black people in America are God's chosen people, but you can't just be teaching black people that they got. I don't understand your argument. So before you even ask questions, I have to understand
yeah, play dumb,
what's what.
play
I'm
dumb.
not,
You got to play dumb.
brother,
I'm asking you,
brother.
why did
Chill
Christ
out.
ask? Did Christ say the
Can you
harvest
have
was
a
the end of
little
the
bit of
world? Did he say that?
decorum?
But
Can you have a
look,
little bit of decorum, brother? Just a little bit. Just have a little bit of discipline, brother. I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, brother. All right? Can we do that? Because if not, I'm just gonna go on. If I can't talk to you without you acting effeminate, because that's what you're doing, I'm not gonna talk to you, brother. I'm not. So can we do that, brother? Before we move on, can we talk as men? You're muted, brother.
You can't answer the question. Why did Christ tell them the Messiah, whatever you want to call him, whatever you want to call him? I call him Melchizedek. Why did he say no when they asked to gather up the Israel in the last days from the
Yeah,
tears? He said no. He said let the angels do it. So why
yo,
are you
All right,
doing it?
let's read from the. We're not doing that. Like
Come on,
that's
man.
that's the point I'm
You
making,
not
brother.
playing with no babe, man. You're not playing with a
We're
babe.
not Revelator. We're
And
not
then
doing
y'all
that.
ordaining yourselves as priests. You don't have no bloodline of
Revelator,
Levite. You don't prove
Revelator,
you're a Levite before you say you're a priest. Before you marry
Revelator.
somebody, before you make sacrifice like King Uzziah,
What's
you
going
might be
on
a
here?
leper.
Okay,
What's
so
going on here?
bro, shut up.
Man, y'all got it.
right, you making
I gotta listen to you.
Panah, we can't hear you,
Can't answer nothing I'm talking about. Like I know when people can't answer what I'm talking about.
brother.
You won.
Brother,
You got
that's
it, but
not
you
it.
can't answer
Is
me.
that brother? That's not it. Is that you don't know how to have a conversation? The
Why did he
only
say no?
way,
Why did he tell the children no?
brother.
He told the
Hold.
servants no. Why?
You see what I mean? Like, chill out, bro. I'm trying to build with you. If you can't build with me, I'm gonna pass it to another lion. That's not gonna be as
Nah.
nice as me, brother.
and you can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, brother, right? Because you're not a revelator, right? He's asking you a simple question. This is why I asked. I said, are you a babe? Because first and foremost, you don't have any decorum or any intellect to have a position to debate. Like you just don't got it. And right now, you're just making yourself look like an ignoramus, man. Like straight up. So, can you just please be cordial? That's all I'm asking. I'm listening. I'm at work. I got my headphones in. I'm like, man, this brother can't even have a simple conversation. I wouldn't want you to go out in the streets, right? Making brothers look crazy out there, right? Have some decorum. This is probably why you in the house, because you'll probably end up getting hurt because you don't have any wisdom behind you, brother. Right? But go ahead, y'all. What's up?
All right, so Revelator, hold on, Revelator. Let's please. I'm gonna give you another chance. I don't know what happened between you and the Adawan Shawapar and the Mighty Brothers at HOI.
Yeah, he asked the grown
I'm
man to
not
suck his
done
suck his
talking.
penis.
I'm
That's
not
what
done
happened.
talking, brother. I'm not done talking. It seems like you're still holding a grudge when you just said you
I'm
forgave
saying
him. Hold
how
on,
could a man be gay amongst you? How could
brother.
he be
You
gay?
That's
need
not
How
to
is
what he
that
be
said.
possible?
quiet.
Stop it. That's it. See that, and now hold on. See now the brother. I don't know, man. If y'all want to
Hold
deal
on,
with
hold
the
on.
brother, because he told me.
Yeah,
One
all
second,
that.
Shaw Paul.
Yeah.
Shaw Paul, just real quick. 1 second. He said he
I just
forgive this
asked the
brother. He
question. It
said
can't
it.
be
He
answered.
said he
You can't
forgive this
answer the
brother,
question.
and now he's bringing this back up again. How could a man be gay among you? Go ahead, Shaw Paul. This, hey brother,
Listen,
you
I'm
very
asking
confusing, man. You very
Why did the
confusing, huh?
Messiah tell the servants not to gather Israel up in the last days? Let the angels do it. Why? And why
That's
are you
not
gathering
what
up
he
Israel? Why?
said. That's not what he said. That's not in
So
the
go
parable.
read it. Read it and tell me what
Thank
he
you.
said.
Let's read it from the top. This is ridiculous.
Con.
This is ridiculous, brother, because he's not saying not to gather Israel, brother.
That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
No,
What are you
he's
talking about, man? Man, I'm
not.
not hearing
No,
that,
he's
man. You
not.
lying,
He's
All
man. You
right,
not
lying.
D.
saying
You
Okay,
not
lying.
to
okay, D. Let
separate.
him prove.
Yo,
D.
kick
Hold
this
This is
on.
nigga off the
ridiculous,
stage.
brother.
This is an unfruitful dialogue. This
Then
nigga,
kick me
All
off
right.
the stage then.
Hold
I
on.
mean,
Hold on. Ariella. This is what we're gonna do. Duh. I'm gonna say this one more time, right? This is the last time, and I'm a man of my word. If you go out of order again,
man,
I
you
will
a
put you.
sucker,
No.
man. You a sucker.
There we
All
Bro,
y'all
yeah,
suckers.
get him out of here,
don't do
man.
that.
Get him
Don't
out
do
of
that.
here. You know,
Don't do that.
Nigga, you a sucker, nigga. Hey, yo, chill, chill.
Con.
Yeah, this is mad.
Hey,
Hey,
see,
I
but
don't
hey,
know what's wrong
nobody.
with that brother,
Hey,
man.
Judah, yo, tell your man from Staten Island I slap box him though. We could throw some gloves. You know how we do.
Yeah, man. Like I said, that's my cousin. He would never turn it down. Honestly, like
All right, tell him
Oh, that's
But
your
he needs some
but
cousin.
hands.
but that's not what
Hey,
we here for. I really wanted.
I
Nah, because
really wanted the
I,
bill to happen. You know what I'm saying?
we
But
Israelites.
I get it.
I'm
That
just
he don't answer the questions though.
no, hold on. Let me tell you something right now. We Israelites. I don't think that he will respect it unless he get into the ring with either me or my brother or Yawasop, and I'll take it easy on him. I don't think Yawasop will take it easy on him because I'm 6'3", 300 pounds, and I lean in with my hits. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he'll last 3 minutes in the ring with me. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, we don't even listen. We don't even want to go on the carnal level. I know what you're saying, man, but cause all he gonna do is come up. I know the street lingo, nigga. You crazy, nigga. You crazy. You don't know me, nigga. I'll handle any of you niggas. He just gonna go back on the carnal level, and it ain't just gonna. You know what I mean? It's just gonna be unprofitable. Judah, man. I say, man, but before you bring this brother up here, man, you had to know what type of spirit you was dealing with, because you know how we run out here. We're not gonna deal with that crazy spirit, man, that crazy street spirit. Like I start feeling what Shaw Paul said. I wasn't gonna go to that level, but like you ain't just gonna come up here and you know what I mean, just try to bully niggas, man. At the end of the day, we men too. We come from the same street you come from. But we trying to be brotherly, but you're not just gonna come and push your weight around, call brothers suckers and all of that. You're not gonna do that. So I'm telling you respectfully, Judah, you got to know who you bring to this stage. We're not just going to allow people to disrespect us. You hear me?
Like I said,
This
I
ain't
didn't
Hey,
right.
think
what's
This ain't one
crazy
of
is
those lukewarm
I didn't
rooms.
think it would get disrespectful at all, King. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want to bring disrespect here. I really wanted to get the edified bill. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I wanted to hear the bill. He's been saying he wanted to speak, so I was like, okay, fine. Look, I've been sending him the links, and this is I guess it's his first day on. You know what I'm saying? So he's actually new to the platform. You know what I mean? So you
Right.
could
and nowhere
you
and
could
real quick,
you
nowhere.
could
These are these.
charge me for not explaining to him how you guys operate fully
Yeah.
on the, but I didn't expect it to go left like that. But I would take that. I'll take all the blame for it because that is my cousin. But I don't think he came here to disrespect neither. You know what I'm
So
saying? And that,
so so maybe in time, King, maybe in time when he learns the etiquette of Clubhouse and how it works, maybe by sitting in the audience or for a few rooms, whatever, and see how we dialogue with other people, maybe at that time the conversation can take place. Because I read the spirit when he first came on the stage. That's why I said what I said to him originally, even before the conversation started, because I read the spirit. So maybe he does need to learn a little bit, and then we can have the conversation at that time. Because nobody's running from the convo. It's just that it has to be had in order because there's 218 people in the room that are trying to learn. It doesn't help when you're being asked questions and you won't answer them. And when you ask somebody a question and they're trying to respond, you're talking over them. That's just confusion, which our brother Ari always talks about. That's confusion. Nobody's edified by that. So maybe at another time. You know what I'm saying?
con, con.
Real quick,
Shalom.
to the brothers that came up stage, the Wad, Gabar, HOY, Joshua, Brother Corey, Ratazan, welcome to the stage, brothers. All right, y'all,
Hey,
Bashim
tell him
Yashar.
y'all
Shalom.
about to
Hey, I
shut
did.
up the thumb.
Hey, y'all about to brother Thumb. I just wanted to say one thing
Hey,
before we
shalom.
move
Y'all
on,
some
right? Uh, it's crazy because it seems like his argument was, and I might be wrong, but from the gist of what I got from him is he's saying that we're not supposed to be gathering the children of Israel right now, which
Yes.
that's not
Yeah.
what that parable. That's not what that parable's saying at all. Like then that's going to make the Bible have a lot of contradictions from Ezekiel 37 to Zephaniah. What is that? Zephaniah 2:1. Gather
So he
yourselves
literally
together.
says, before the decree, bring forth. Zephaniah 2.
Right.
So that means before the decree of what? When all hell breaks loose, like we're telling everybody, before the Most High decrees that to the reapers, bring forth who? The children of God, the Israelites. Now, how are the people going to know that except the preacher be sent? And this is my point. Right?
Exactly.
These Korah type brothers, man, like, could you imagine if the Most High didn't swallow up Korah? We would have had a whole nother quote unquote Torah in the world, right? Let's start our own priesthood. He's telling people there's no priesthood. That's dangerous. Right? First Peter 2:9 say that we are royal priesthood, a chosen generation. Right? Revelation 5 and 10. Right? He has made us kings and priests. Right? So his whole argument is inconsistent. It sounds like bad. It sounds like maybe tried the damn thing and it just didn't agree with his spirit. So now he want to attack every camp in sight. And that's a very dangerous thing. You know what I'm saying? With that I yield.
Yeah,
Can
it's just
somebody
it's. Oh, go ahead, Ottawa.
can somebody so like I'll be quick. Can somebody get Hosea chapter 1 verse 10 and 11? Because that's right to the point. Hosea chapter 1 verse 10 and 11.
Yeah, that's what I brought out earlier. But
Oh, you
like,
did? So forget it. Forget it. I just wanted to
That's
say that.
amazing. I don't understand. I'm gonna be real quick. I'm in
Hey,
Hosea chapter
Jameer,
1.
Jameer, you gotta mute.
There's a reason.
Barazal, you gotta mute. What you mean? You gotta mute. All right,
So
Salakia.
whoever else is going to speak, go ahead.
I'm gonna be real quick. I just find it amazing. Literally, one sentence. I find it amazing that you're literally telling people that the Bible says for the children of Israel not to gather together or not to get. I don't understand that. How are you even getting that from that parable when that's not what that parable is saying at all? It's crazy.
What about Hebrews 10 and 25? Did anybody pull that one?
Can somebody get that and read on stage?
Yeah,
Khan,
Hebrews 10 and 25.
Khan. It's the book of Hebrews, chapter 10 and verse 25, and it reads, "Not forsaking the assembling of ourselves together, as the manner of some is, but exhorting one another, and so much the more as ye see the day approaching."
We're supposed to gather and assemble ourselves together. I don't understand. From me listening, it kind of sounds like the brother may have had a bad run-in with a group of brothers or something to that extent, and now he's going on this tear to kind of disrupt brothers coming together under rulership and leadership. Because that's what it sounds like. You niggas ain't no priest. You know what I'm saying? Like when you attack somebody and tell them they're not priests and, they're not leaders of men and that so on and so forth, it kind of sounds like the brother really his problem is he got a problem with authority, and he may have had a run in or a bad experience, and now he's just on this tear to just destroy organization, and the Bible is not for what he's talking about. The Bible literally says, forsake not the assembling of yourselves together. How are we not supposed to gather if we're supposed to assemble? Right? That precept is for you, King. You are trying to stop Israel from unifying under the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High God. I don't understand. How do you feed the sheep? What do you do? You tell the people the truth, and then when people are like, okay, cool, I need guidance on what exactly I need to do, you say, oh well, we're not supposed to gather, so you got to figure it out on your own, or you just got to do it on your own. Like that don't even make sense. Like how are you supposed to? How are we supposed to feed the sheep? We got people out there that's trying to learn. We got to feed them, and we out there. We teach them. We tell them the knowledge, and then they say, "Okay, cool. I want to learn more. Where can I go? What place of gathering can I go to? How can I get together with like-minded individuals?" And then we just tell them, "Oh, we're not supposed to do that right now." Like, does that even make sense? Like, and that was very disrespectful how the brother came at these men on the stage. Like, these are very respectable men on the stage. Like, I wasn't here for the earlier little spat, but, that brother got to really change his spirit, because the brother Yahweh Sop was really trying to build with him and come to him as a man, you know what I'm saying? But and I was really wanting to hear that build, too, you know what I'm saying? So, but peace to the room and peace to the brothers on stage, man. We're
Hey,
going to continue to build.
Hey, peace.
Zan, hold on one second, Akim. 1 second. Zan, yeah, I was the same way too, man. I wanted to really hear that bill. I love when Yawasop gets into the history because I'm not great in history. I'll admit that. So anytime he gets into the history or
Salakia,
him,
Salakia, Ari,
go ahead.
Salakia, Salakia. Hey, I'm getting word that the brother's disrespecting the sisters in the chat, and he about to join the party now.
Okay, Khan, yeah. Yeah, Judah. Just work with him. He gotta, like the priest said earlier, he gotta kinda get to see how things work in Clubhouse before he can get on this stage again.
Yeah, he
Hey,
can't
y'all, what's
disrespect
up?
the sisters.
Shalom. Hey, y'all, what's up? Real quick,
So,
if you guys don't mind, I got a back. People in the back chat hitting me up. They asking, could you still build on what you were trying to build to with that understanding, if it's possible.
Hey, Shalom, brother.
Hey, shalom. Yo, y'all, what's up? You there?
he on the phone.
Okay,
Salaki,
cool.
can
Yeah.
somebody
Hey,
pull?
what's up, Pana?
Hey, shalom. Who is that?
Who is that?
That's Malak.
Oh, shalom, King.
What you mean? You gotta stay muted or I'll kick you down, man. Stay muted.
Hey, real
I gotta
quick,
move you down to the audience.
can somebody pull Zephaniah 3 and 18 really quick? This is an important scripture too.
Uh,
That you should keep in your in your your quiver. You know what I'm saying?
Repertoire.
uh,
Tell him I got it.
chapter 3 and verse 18. I will gather them that are sorrowful for the solemn assembly, who are thee, Salah, who are of thee, to whom the reproach of it was a burden.
You see that? So when you read that scripture, right, when he says, I will gather them that are sorrowful for the solemn assembly, right? Meaning this should be something that your heart is panting for. The solemn assembly took place at Mount Horeb when we were all together and we was able to make that covenant with the Lord coming out of Egypt, being reproached in Egypt. So us being reproached in America, you should want to see the unification of your people and hedged about in structure and order, right? And the scriptures go on to say, who are of thee to whom the reproach of it was a burden, right? So anybody insulting it, that's a problem. That's a problem. If you listen, I consider brothers like that, what the scriptures say, those be they that separate themselves, having not the spirit, sensual, meaning you too emotional for this assembly. You don't like rank. You don't like, and trust me, Yawasop could attest, we've dealt with brothers, right, that have threatened our lives. I'm talking about, when I see you, I'm going to kill you because he didn't want to go through proper process, right? Brothers that were ex-gang members, presidents of gangs, and ambassadors in the streets shooting down people, now trying to repent, and we trying to bring them order, right? But they don't like order, right? They don't like ranks. They don't like assembling themselves in a proper status, what we like to call, rank in the community, right? They don't like the idea because they think the idea of do whatever you want to do. You don't gotta take orders. You don't gotta respect eldership. Then you trying to say the Most High's kingdom is unorganized. There has to be some type of order. There has to be some type of discipline, right? So I just wanted to bring that scripture out because I always, keep that in my sheet too for a lot of these Korah type brothers.
Con. Great scripture, the water for that. Let me see. Malak, what's going on? Ratazan, did you have anything else you wanted to bring out, or that was it, King?
Nah. I just wanted to bring that out because it's just bewildering to me when you deal with these brothers like that. It's just confusion. But that's all. I'ma just enjoy the build. But I did wanna hear what Yahweh Sop, man. I was so irritated with that because I wanted to hear what Yahweh Sop was about to bring out. But I'm with brothers. I'm with brothers on the stage.
Con. I'm with you on that too, man. I did want to hear that build, and I think I was getting into that before Shahpar told me about the brother. But y'all, what's up, man? If you, I don't know, he might be on the phone. I know he steps away from his phone sometimes. But whenever y'all, what's up? If you can, who's that?
Yeah, but here's the thing, brother. Not to quote from the brother Tamario, but just the thing, I think Yawasop was trying to find out what he wanted to build on. Like, we still was trying to get a feel of what this man wanted to build on. Because every time he quote Matthew 13, and then he has so many things build up against us. He quote Matthew 13. Then he say, "Y'all ain't supposed to be calling yourself priests." You see what I'm saying? So he was just all over the place. So when
Wow.
Yawasop is off the phone, we want to find out what was his real argument, because I still don't have a clue what he wanted us to build on, to be honest.
God,
Me too. I don't know neither.
that's why I
Yeah,
was
because
kind of
he touched
Yeah,
on
see,
a couple of things. Yeah, because remember when he first came in here, he was talking about we didn't need to be in camps, that we're not supposed to have camps. That was the first thing he was talking about. Then went into a whole bunch of other stuff, man.
now see
God.
the brother didn't know. He don't even know how to have a build. You see what I'm saying? That was the problem. He didn't know how to have a build. He thought he was just gonna come with his questions and he wasn't gonna have to answer no questions. You see what I'm saying? So that brother, and then he didn't have the knowledge to answer the questions anyway. So he just came with some doctrine, like Shaw Parr said, something that he heard regurgitated. It sounded like he had him some cuts, and he wanted to come over. He wanted to come to some room somewhere and try to, you know what I'm saying, just get off his questions, not thinking that it was gonna be a build though. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people, when they babes like that, they really don't even know how to build, and they
Yeah,
definitely can't
he
answer
had
no questions.
Lucky shot, but yeah, he had all type of like. He would say like, "Well, y'all call him Yahweh Shai, whatever. I call him Melchizedek." So I was like, "Wait, oh, I wanted to stop with that right there." Like, but it's just nothing you could get the man on solid. The man was just saying everything. So real
But
confused, man.
that explains why he can't be amongst the camp. He don't even know how to talk to brothers.
Yeah,
Starts
cause he was
there.
kind of
Salakia.
spazzing.
I think to Czar, you were gonna say something, King?
So like, yeah, I was just saying, just going to what I was saying. That's why at the beginning, the way he kind of started at the gate, it was obvious that the brother was kind of novice. At least I picked it up immediately, just at his approach, and that's why I was kind of trying to reset and say, let the brother kind of give his position. That way, we knew exactly, because even to this point, none of us really can hard down. No, we know obviously it seemed like he's just anti everything that what he would call the camps teach. You know what I'm saying? He's obviously anti all of that. Some type of Negro only is something like that. Everything is, we can only allude because he just spewed so much stuff, and that's why I was just kind of hoping at the beginning if we just kind of gave him 5 minutes, brother. What do you believe to be true? And that way, then at that point we could have kind of dealt with him instead of we're finding things out as he speaks. He's spewing, and we got to kind of unravel and learn. And I know I don't really like that. That's why I was trying to just try to get it at the beginning. That way we didn't have to even go through these circles of trying to figure out what's what. It's kind of good if at the beginning we just ask them, listen, what's your viewpoint? What's your worldview? And then we can start breaking them down. Man. But that's all
We
I have.
did, we did, but every time we did this,
Ryan,
one second, one second, every time we did this, he would change. He would change the post, so to speak. We did let him talk for a few times. Then when you say, "Okay, brother, okay, so you got a beef with the camps," oh well, y'all ain't supposed to be calling yourself priests. Like he would, and I deal with these. Sometimes some people you just can't deal with. I'm gonna just be straight up because I've dealt with this for years.
okay.
They got an agenda, and you just can't deal with them because every time you try to stay on one topic, they jump to the next topic. And that's what the brother was doing.
If I could, real quick, if y'all pay
And what
attention,
high
right?
priest?
Just like 10 seconds. If y'all notice though, right? His cousin was trying to help him out too by trying to lay it down for him. Because I think his cousin kind of knew he was going to be all over the place. I think Judah kind of knew that. So he was trying to help him by laying it out to us what his cousin believes. But notice he cut his cousin off. Like, I don't want you talking for me. I'm going to talk for myself. And everything went downhill from there.
Facts.
Right. But no, go ahead, King.
No, I was gonna say, he said I call him Melchizedek. So if we're not priests, what high priest do you know that don't got lower priests? I mean, his whole argument just doesn't make any sense. And to be honest, I'm not trying to bash the brother so that he could get put to shame in the end. Like I'm genuinely like, that's why I asked him, you sound like a babe. Like he just sounded like he was very youthful in the scriptures. Like he didn't appreciate the sincere milk, you know what I'm saying, so that he can handle meat. Like you jumping in stuff saying, y'all can't be priests. You jumping in your Hawashai parables, and then he got a completely different understanding. Like the disciples didn't run off and run with, oh, we ain't supposed to be gathering. Shortly after that, James writes a letter saying to the 12 tribes scattered abroad. I believe James was there when he gave this parable. And I believe he knew that the Messiah did give them the decree to go get the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So why wouldn't we do that?
Con,
Salakia.
con. All right, go ahead, Daniel. Then after that, we're gonna go right back to the queue. We got a couple of people on stage, but go ahead.
Real quick. I think what he was trying to link the parable to the chart. That's what he was doing. He was trying to say that we're not supposed to be. Uh, he was trying to link the whole wheat and tear parable of separation to the chart. That's what he was saying in the beginning. But I don't think he. And that's why I was telling him we don't do that. But he didn't hear it. That was his whole point of contention. Was the chart, just like everybody else.
Yeah, I know. We're doing a lot of assumption. I really wish he was here to really go through it with us, but it's all good. Again, the brother's always welcome here. He's our brother. We love him, but he got to stay in order. So hopefully he'll learn how things are done on Clubhouse. And Judah, we appreciate you bringing him here, man. But yeah, that order got to be there, man. If not, there would be absolutely no edification. I don't like having conversations where I don't get no edification out of it. It's a waste of time to me. So, but all praises and honor to the Most High. We're gonna go right back to the queue real quick. Got a couple of
Yeah,
people.
and let
Go
me
ahead,
say
Ari.
one thing real quick, Ari. And Ari wasn't really disrespectful to him. He tried to deal with him fair, but then he disrespect Ari out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Calling him a sucker and all of that. That was disrespectful. So come on, man. The brother just had too much problems, man. Go ahead, Ari. Salaki.
Yeah, it's all good, man. We already know what we're dealing with. But it's gonna take men like us that are in order, right? That understand the scriptures and how we're to carry ourselves. Of course, all of us have a certain level. Most High has given us a certain level of lot in the wisdom that comes from the scripture. But with us together, doing it together, right? That's how we get that balance, right? Because we just can't let people come up here and run amok, but at the same time, we can't be overly harsh with our people, and that's where that balance come in, right? Like Brother Tazar was bringing up earlier, he was saying some brothers are a little harsh, some are a little bit more easy, and with that, that's how we get that balance and make sure order is in our nation. All right, so that's one thing we're gonna have to snap out of as a nation, man, is stop this whole I can't be corrected. I have to, for me to have an actual conversation with you, we got to be yelling and cursing and fighting each other, right? That has to go, man. And it's going to take men of the Lord to bring back that order through the spirit of Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai. It's that simple. If you don't like it, then don't come to this platform, man. All right, but with that, we're just going to go right back to the queue. Yakana, I see you upstage, but you here with us usually. Did you have anything you want to say real quick, and we go right to the next
Yeah,
queue?
yeah, con. So first I wanted to add it to the room. What is an Israelite? Are you are black men and women Jews? And I'm gonna say most definitely yes. But if you ask me, I feel like you gotta earn that name, because we coming from the world. So, you can be a Jew or whatever, Israelite by blood, but if you behaving and acting like a Gentile or a heathen, then that's how people gonna look at you as. And yeah, that's just that. But I did want to also hear the build from y'all was shopping Shaw Paul with the brother, the Revelator, and Yawasop asked him. Well, Yawasop said, Slakia. He said, I think the problem that I'm getting from you is you have a problem with the chart, and I wanted to hear, what that brother problem was with the chart. So,
Right.
Ari said something. I can't really remember what you said, King, but yeah, I can't remember. But no, great room, great topic. Um, I just wish we can, as a people, just listen and understand each other first before we try to speak out of term about something we don't really fully understand, you know. Um, and this is why the Most High tell us to unlearn and relearn everything. You know, we need to be more like kids. You know, a first grader is quick to sit down, you know, on his or her bottom, you know, cross their legs, pretzel style, and learn. And I think we need to be as adults that same way. But yeah, I'm like everybody else. I wish we, you know, we all could have, you know, just had that build and just learn, because it's a lot of wisdom and knowledge that just flew out of the window that we could have had, and it all just went away just because a brother, you know, got emotional and hostile with his brothers and, you know, wasn't willing to hear or listen. And with that, I yield. Yeah, about you, Shah Barakatah. Shalom to everybody too. Salakia.
No, you good. Yeah, about you, Masha Barakatah. We got Wavy on stage. Wavy, what's going on? You see the topic, you're here to build. What do you got to add to it? Or did you have any questions?
Nah, shalom, Mark. I'm just listening right now.
Shalom, shalom, King. All right, Jermaine, you're next on the queue. You see the topic, you're here to build. What do you got to add, King?
Shalom, shalom. In 2 miles, take exit 28A toward I-64 East. Shalom, Kings.
Shalom, go ahead.
Shalom.
Yeah, I really, I was in the same shoes that brother was in, with all the contention, you know, trying to debunk everything that the brothers were saying, and that wound up bringing me into the truth. So what I'm saying is, some of these brothers that's out of order and don't believe in the truth, they have to come against it in a certain type of way, and the Most High, when they get to find out that it's really real and they can't debunk it, that's when they gonna fall in line. And that's all I wanted to say, King.
Yeah, the thing, yeah, I hear what you're saying, man. And yes, we do have to have patience with our people. But the problem with that is if he's not being cooperative in any way, that's not edification, right? I get it if you disagree with what Brother Yawasop was saying. That's a different thing if you guys disagree. But for you not to even let the brother speak, you interrupt him in his speech, you're going back and forth, you're changing the topic, moving around all over the place. That's confusion, man. I would rather not even hear that conversation and waste whatever time it takes to have that conversation out of my life. That's how I see it. It's that simple. But some people see it different. All right. This is not too much of entertainment for me. This is more for edification. Whether it's for me learning from my brothers or it's for me sharing whatever wisdom the Most High has given me with my brothers. Right. That's what we're here for. All right. Zayton, what's going on? Welcome to the stage. You see the topic. You're here to build. What do you got to add to it, or what questions do you have? The floor is yours.
I don't really have any questions, to be honest. I'm actually Muslim, but I like listening to other religions about what their beliefs are, what they do. But I don't really have any questions. I'm really listening, to be honest. It says, for your question, you said, what is an Israelite? What are you asking about black people, Jews? Is that what your question?
Black women, yeah, man, yeah, Hispanic, Native Americans, but go, black people, Jews, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to say yes, but I probably would say no. Because the reason why I say yes because Prophet Abraham, well, we call him Abraham or Khalil, which means of multitudes of other people. Israelites. Abraham was a.
Hold on 1 second. Let me explain when we say Israelites. Okay.
Yes, sir.
That includes the nation, the nation Israelite, right? Northern and Southern Kingdom, right? Those are the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. All right. That's what I mean in general, Israelites. Okay. So the Jews are more of the Southern Kingdom, the 3 tribes. All right. But the nation as a whole is the Northern and the Southern Kingdom. Okay. That's what I mean. By blood. All right. Descendants of Jacob.
Okay. So all they technically are, well, black people, not the Hispanics. I'm not really sure about the Hispanics, but all they technically are, because the Jewish people who are,
You said you're not sure about the Hispanics?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Go
Unless,
ahead.
unless I'm confused.
Uh,
I mean, if it's something else, I like to know too.
Quick,
I thought
right.
one for
Hold on a second. You see, this is why that conversation would have been great if it was had, because my brother here, Zayton, would have probably learned something about from that. Because I know, Yawasop would have got into the history on that end, but it's all good. We might still get into it. See,
Yeah, I
Yawasop
could
is
I
back.
could definitely. Oh, there you go. He back. Oh, he on the phone again. I could definitely go into the history as well. If the brother needs some edification on Northern Kingdom.
Time. And
I
if,
know
and,
Rocky the
and
lowest.
if, yeah, and
Go
if
ahead.
y'all don't mind, I can chime in too, because I can give him the curses of the northern kingdom, of the southern kingdom, of Israel, period, and let them know that they fit what our people going through right now. So we can most definitely
Time.
jump into the curses. So, and
well, hold on.
I can
Can
get
we?
into the
Hold on,
Quran for
hold on,
him.
hold on, hold on,
I,
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Right. Let's get a grips on what's going on. Right. So we need to come up with definitions. Right. Uh. So first, I want to ask you a quick question, brother Zaytun. Right. What is your ethnic background?
My ethnic background. So, due to
Yeah.
lineage, I am Arab, but
You're Arab.
yes, so my father he is Palestinian and he is Arab. My mother
Oh,
is
so your
African American.
father is Palestinian. All right, he's Arab. Where your mama from?
My mom, she is American. She is African American.
Black American. Okay, so you would be all right. You wouldn't be an Israelite, right? You would be an Ishmaelite because your father is a so-called Palestinian, right?
Ishmael.
Right.
Yes, sir. Ishmael. Yes, sir.
So we're having a conversation with this guy who's not an Israelite is fruitless. First and
I
foremost,
didn't
right?
even see it, Ariel.
Right.
Salakia.
I seen
Right.
the Benjamite flag. I seen the Jamaican
Yeah, I
flag
see
on his
it.
profile. I'm like, hey, Benjamin.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was
my father,
confused.
his mother is Jamaican, but due to lineage, I made it confusing. His mother Jamaican, but his father is Palestinian. So yes, due to
Hey,
lineage wise, I should have. Wait,
So
go
you're
ahead.
real
you
quick. Real quick, Zaytun. Hey, Ariala, you know how some of our people would put like Indian flag, just mix it up so that way they sound more exotic. You know what I mean?
yeah.
That's what I thought was going on there. That was why I was like, because he had Benji, you know what I mean, on there. Then I was like, yeah, he got to be, uh,
Yeah,
No, he
Israelite.
looked
uh,
like
But
he
anyway,
looked he looked
got
like
it.
He
it.
looked Jake.
He looked like Israel.
I look like Israel. What do you mean?
He
That's why
sound
you
like
can't go
Jake
by
too.
looks,
Well, he's
man.
Israel Jason. That's why because his mom is an Israelite and his
yeah,
dad's has Israelite on his mom's side. So he's not per se a quote unquote textbook tear because tears is dealing with Edomites. But this guy, he's Hebrew. All right, I'll give him that. He's
he come
Israelite
from
adjacent.
Eber.
Yeah. So you don't matter. Like I actually don't care about you. Like you could drop dead right now and I wouldn't bat an eye. But the other brothers on the stage who your mom, for instance, and your dad's mom, I love them. I care about them. I don't care about you because you are an Ishmaelite and your forefathers enslaved our forefathers. So we don't even need to have a conversation with this guy about whether or not Latinos are Israelites or not. You know how many times I be in New York City and I see a little Ishmaelite, a little corner store Dutty Ishmaelite that I think is a Northern Kingdom brother, right? So for an Ishmaelite to say something like that is wild to me. So I guess we can move on in the queue.
Ariala is crazy,
Yeah,
man.
Hey,
I
I,
was I was screaming
I
behind the
like
mic.
I like to still learn things though. Feel me?
Hey, you
Just
want to learn something really quick? Okay. You follow the Quran?
as I am Muslim, but I was actually raised Christian at first.
Wait, so your father is an Arab.
Yes, sir.
So he's a Muslim.
Yes, sir.
So basically, you grew up under your mother's whim, and then your father brought you back to the Ishmaelites, religion.
Yeah, his dad's side of the family, they're Christian Arabs, but he grew up under his mother's side because his mother children are Muslim as well, but his father's side they're Christian Arabs.
Yeah,
But I am
I've met Christian Arabs before. I was in Egypt in 2012, and I met Christian Arabs. and I definitely met Muslims. So as far as the Quran, right? I have a question, concerning the Quran.
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right, so is the Quran? Would you consider the Quran the word of God?
What I consider it.
I mean, that took a bit long. I think you don't really truly believe that that's the word of God if it took that long.
I mean, I believe it. I
Like
believe it. I
for
believe it.
example, Ariella, ask me if the Holy Bible is the word of God.
Hey, Panah, is the Holy Bible the Word of God?
Yes, it is, and inspired by it, right? So, do you believe the Quran is the word of God?
Absolutely. Wait, somebody asked me, is my father Afro Arab though? His mama's black. His father is black as well, but he's white. Meaning, like, his father is mixed. His mother is white. His father is black by Arab. So yes, my father technically his grandfather. So my father basically is Afro Arab because he's black by Arab.
I've met Afro Arabs, so that doesn't technically mean that he's an Israelite, though, because Arabs or Ishmaelites originally are black before a lot of the Ottoman invasions, and the Ottoman Turks and the mixing with a lot
Yeah.
of the Idumeans and things of that nature. Okay, the Greeks and things of that nature. So so when you say Afro Arab, it still doesn't make you inclusive to Israelites if he's still an Afro Arab. You get what I'm saying?
Explain it for me, please.
Okay, if somebody could pull Genesis chapter 17, verses 5 really quick.
And Zay telling you one question. You got your Quran with you?
Absolutely no,
You
sir.
said 17. You said
I'm
Genesis
asking
17
for
and verse 5.
Con. I just want to make a point really quick.
Neither shall thou name be called in Salakia. Genesis, this is the book of Genesis, chapter 17 and verse 5. Neither shall thy name any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be Abraham, for a father of many nations have I made thee.
Yeah, keep going.
God. And I will make thee exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come out of thee.
So when it says he shall make nations of thee and kings shall come out of thee, right? We know that Abraham, his name was changed to father of many nations, right? So, Abraham has many children. He has children according to the flesh, right? Meaning he begat them. When you read Romans chapter 4, since Abraham was in his old age, and by faith, what did he do? He performed the work with Sarah, and therefore we had Isaac, right? Be born, right? Because
it's check. Sir.
Salaki, somebody said something?
Oh yes, sir.
I
It's check. It's check. We call him it's check. Y'all call him Isaac. We call him it's checking out of it. It's still
Okay, well,
check.
we would say Yatazaku, right, in the Hebrew. Okay, so it means he laughs. You know why? Because he's gonna laugh in the end, right? Because Ishmael thought that he could go in the land, proclaim the land of Israel. Ishmael thought that he could, create what we read today, the Quran, right? He said that Israel, they're infidels now. So let's not, you know what? Abraham was supposed to bless Ishmael with his inheritance, and Ishmael is the seed of promise from Allah Shadia, right? But see, the word Ishmael, Yashamayala, mean he hath heard God, right? But he doesn't know God. He's only heard of God, right? So now jump down to verse 18. This is where I wanted to go. So we know that Abraham was promised to have nations come from him, kings and things of that nature, right? But let's see something that's really clear that's in the Bible. And the Bible predates the Quran, by the way.
This is Genesis 17 and verse 18. And Abraham said unto God, oh, that Ishmael might live before thee.
So Ishmael was his son. He wanted Ishmael to live before him, right? And the Lord said, you know what? I'm going to make Ishmael a prince of, I'm going to make him 12 princes, right? There's 12 sons that came from Ishmael. You have Koresh, you have the Nabateans, and so on and so on. So Ishmael has a people. They're a people. So he wasn't going to allow Ishmael to die, right? Because the Lord, he heard Abraham's prayer, right? He interceded for Ishmael, right? Well, go ahead.
And God said, Sarah, thy wife shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac, and I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him.
So here's the problem that we have with Ishmaelites. The Lord said he was going to make his covenant with the son that he promised, and that was through the free woman, Sarah, right? And we know that Isaac was born. The Lord said he was going to make his covenant with Isaac, not Ishmael, right? So that cancels Ishmael, right, from being the people of the covenant, from being from being prophets or having the prophethood, right, the priesthood, the kingdom, the rulership, and everything that comes with you being a king and a free person, right, on the earth. Meaning, we're not homeborn slaves. Ishmael is under and was subjected under to be a servant under Isaac, right? And the Ishmaelites are furious at that, right? So the Lord said it would be an everlasting covenant, which means it's not going to cease, right? So whoever came from Isaac's loins, right, he was going to be the progenitor of the one who gets, or their people have the covenant, which is established forever or everlasting. Well, now we have to deal with Esau, right? The Edomites, or the so-called white men. But he was rejected by God even before they were even born from the womb, doing good nor evil, right? So when I asked you, is the Quran the word of God? I'm going to say no. I'm going to answer for you. You know why? Because Ishmael was not given prophethood, right? But Isaac, Jacob, right? Somebody give me Genesis 20 verses 7 really quick, right? Abraham passed on understanding, right, and prophethood through Isaac and Jacob. So therefore, Muhammad is not a prophet to us, right? Neither do we see one prophecy that Muhammad spoke that came to pass, but we see the prophets of Israel, right, speak, and then things came to pass. Those who spoke in the Most High God's name, they spoke, and it didn't come back void. I mean, it happened eventually in the process of time, right? Go ahead.
This Genesis chapter 20 and verse 7. Now therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for thee,
Right.
and thou shalt live.
So when Abraham was in Egypt, right, amongst Abimelech, right, the Most High called Abraham a prophet, right? But prophethood did not pass down to Isaac. I mean, to Ishmael. It passed on through Isaac and then Jacob, right? Now go to Ezekiel chapter 38, verses 17.
This is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 38 and verse 17. Thus saith the Lord God, art thou he of whom I have spoken in old time by my servant, the prophets of Israel?
You see that? So the Most High spoke through his servants, the prophets of Israel, not Ishmael, right? And Israel was the son of Isaac. So that's where prophethood comes through. I'm gonna get one last passage, and then I'll pass the mic or whatever you want to call it
Yeah,
on
let me
Clubhouse,
chime
right?
in. Let me chime in when you finish, if you don't mind.
Go.
Galatians chapter 4 verses 22.
This is the book of Galatians, chapter 4 and verse 22. For it is written that Abraham had two sons, the one by a bondmaid, the other by a free woman.
You see that, Zayton? Do you know who this is talking about, right?
Say it again for me.
Read that scripture again for him.
For it is written that Abraham had two sons, the one by a bondmaid, the other by a free woman.
Yes. You see
All
what
right.
he's talking about. Miss Hager, they're just an Arab woman.
No,
Yes. She was a,
Hagar was not a free woman.
I know what I'm saying. She was a handmaiden to Miss Sarah. She
Okay, I
gave, she
misheard
gave,
you.
She gave Abraham, Prophet Abraham, peace be upon him, Hagar to bear a child of Ishmael. Ishmael. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, yeah. So you agreed that she was a bondmaid, right?
Yes, sir, she was, because she was handmaiden to Miss Sarah. Yes.
Right, and Sarah was a free woman, right?
Yes, sir. Because
Okay,
Hagar was up under Miss Sarah.
right. Continue reading.
Con. But he who was of the bondwoman was born after the flesh, but he of the free woman was by promise.
Do you know what that means, Zayton?
You said he freedom was made by promise.
Yeah,
Was it?
the son that was born by, like, for example, right? The Lord didn't compel Sarah to say, you know what, you should lie with Hagar, right, and have a son, an heir, right, to inherit your possessions, Abraham, right? That didn't happen. So when it says he was a child of the flesh, meaning Ishmael was born from a simple carnal decision that Sarah made, right? So this is what Paul is explaining, right, concerning Sarah and Hagar and Ishmael and Isaac, right? This is where the family feud of the Israelites and the Ishmaelites originate from, right? Because one was rejected by God from being an heir to Abraham's promise, right? That he would have land, that he would have kings, right? The Arabs are not kings, right? They're servants, right? They were born from a servant. We were born from a free woman, right? Go ahead.
Which things are an allegory, for these are the two covenants, the one from the Mount Sinai, which gendereth to bondage, which is Agar.
Now, this wouldn't matter to you. I could expound on this, and give you, deeper wisdom concerning the two covenants and, Paul using them as allegories to understand something greater because the covenants only pertain to Israelites, right? So that wouldn't matter to you at this time, right? Your people, you could fly to Pakistan right now and you'll be with a people, right? And live amongst them and have your own culture and vibe and live, right? So we, right, falling from our covenants, receiving a new covenant through our King, Hamashiach Yahushua, the Son of our God, right? We will be set up in our kingdom on that day when the Most High sends His Son to reestablish our kingdom, because He promised us, right, to have this land, right, to have this rulership, right, to be His priests and His kingdom, right. He didn't promise the rest of the world that, right. He didn't promise Ishmael that, right. Go ahead.
For this Agar is Mount Sinai in Arabia, and answereth to Jerusalem which is now, and is in bondage with her children.
Yep, keep going.
But Jerusalem which is above free, which is the mother of us all,
You see, so he's talking to Israelites because Jerusalem, which is above, is free, right? Jerusalem does not answer to no other place. It doesn't need to. And believe it or not, the Ishmaelites used to bow to Jerusalem, right, before they bowed to Mecca. But they tried to use the book of Habakkuk, chapter 3, right? I think it's verses 2, where it says, "Oh, the Lord, He stormed from Teman," right, where Mount Sinai is, and say, "Oh, that's because we're supposed to bow to Mecca." No, you're not supposed to bow to Mecca. Jerusalem, which is above, is free. Jerusalem don't answer to Mecca. Now that should we be bowing to it, right? Jerusalem is where the house of God is, where Jacob, where he in Genesis 20:10, when he had that dream, he said, "This surely is the house of God." Right? That's where the original Jerusalem is located, right? Go ahead.
For it is written, Rejoice, thou barren that bearest not, break forth and cry, thou that tra-
Travailers.
travailest not. For the desolate hath many more children than she would have a husband.
So now, so what you got to understand is now, see, the nations, they're living in their blessings, right? It says Ishmael have 12 princes. Even Esau, he's living by the sword right now. He's going into this land, he's killing, he's stealing, he's being the devil on the planet. Ishmaelites know that the white man is the devil, right? They know that. Whenever they see the white man, they know that's the damn devil, the red devil, right? So who is who is this one that was barren and she brought forth, right? But that's Sarah, right? That's the free woman. In her old age, she was barren at one time. You read that in Genesis 11:30, right? She was barren, but the scriptures say, "Blessed be the barren," right? Because she bared a child, being in her old age, and that child was Isaac. So this is what Paul is trying to explain here concerning the children of the promise, right? Go ahead.
Now we, brethren, as Isaac was, are the children of promise.
See, we, brethren, Israelites, right, are the children of promise. The children of Israel from Isaac are the children of the promise, the children that God promised Abraham to have, and be the father of that multitude of nations. Because Israel's a company of nations, right? Ishmaelites were children according to the flesh, but they weren't children of the promise or children of God. The Israelites are the children of God, right? Go ahead.
But then as he, hold on, Salakia. But as then he that was born after the flesh persecuted him that was born after the spirit, even so it is now.
And see, y'all still do that today, right? The Arabs, still persecuting our people, right? You ever heard of the sub-Saharan slave trade, right? Where they were hanging up our people upside down, cutting off their feet, doing the same thing that the so-called white man did over here in America, right? The Ishmaelites was persecuting Israelites, and they've always been persecuting Israelites, right? Setting up their little shops, just like they do here in ancient times. Nehemiah rebuked the damn Arabian, right? The Lord said in Ezekiel, the Arabian shall not pitch his tent there anymore, right? This is all Ishmael do is go pitch their tent and try to make money off the children of Israel, right? Go ahead.
Nevertheless, what saith the scripture? Cast out that bondwoman and her son, for the son of the bondwoman shall not be the heir with the son of the free woman.
Yeah, so, and there you go. So, this whole for God so loved the world, and God is blessing everybody, and when he comes back, no, Ishmael is not going to be heir even in that day, right? That's how it was from the beginning. The Lord called the end from the beginning, right? So Ishmael's just doing his part, and Ishmael is going to shortly be subjected under the children of Israel, right? And they're no longer going to be bowing to that stone in Mecca. They're not going to be blowing themselves up kamikaze in the name of Allah, right? They're not going to be doing any of that no more, right? Because the children of Israel is going to put all that down, right? So that's our faith.
Real quick. Let me just add to what Panah brought out real quick. Then, Ariala, you guys gonna have a room today at God First Gang? Do you know, King? He probably stepped away. Yeah, because we're probably gonna be wrapping things up in this room pretty soon. So I kind of see if the brothers are gonna set up a room so we can shut this down. Hopefully. Hey yo, Shaw Paul, see if you can reach out to Corey, if you don't mind. With Shaw. Okay, Khan. All right, let me just bring out a quick precept, and I think one of the brothers was gonna add on to the topic. Brother Wade. Right? Okay, Khan. I'm gonna bring out a quick
Call it
precept,
out,
and
Ari.
Proverbs 30, start at 21. Yeah, you can get right to it. Proverbs 30 and 21.
For three things the earth is disquieted, and for four which it cannot bear.
Read on.
For a servant when he reigneth, and a fool when he is filled with meat.
Right. You see that? It says, for a servant when he reigneth, and a fool when he's full with meat. Right. We can see in these days that we're being ruled by base men. Right. That's out of order. All right. The earth is out of balance because of that. Right. But read on.
For an odious woman when she is married, and an handmaid that is heir to her mistress.
Right. You see that? And that's getting into the wisdom that Pinar was bringing out. Right. It's out of order for a damn handmaid to be over her mistress, or have the same heir with her mistress. Right. Read on.
There are four things which are upon the earth,
Actually,
but
drop
they are
that.
exceedingly
Drop
wise.
that. Now you could drop that. Give me one more. All right. Most High deals with order. Go to Proverbs 29:2. Just stay in the same book.
Con.
All right.
This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 29, and verse 2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked beareth the rule, the people mourn.
Right. And that's why the people are mourning, especially the children of Israel. We the ones going through the most hideous thing you can ever think about, right? In this society, man. All right, but I just wanted to add those two scriptures real quick. Panah, the water for always sharing your wisdom. We appreciate you being on this platform. All honor and glory goes to the Most High for giving you the ability to share that wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. All right, brother Wavy, it's on you, man. Go ahead, King. You got the floor.
Shalom, family. I don't know if the Ak was still in or in the audience is listening, but I wanted to share with him. A lot of the time, the first things a Muslim brother will say that is Allah love everybody the same and all that. But if you go to their book in Surah Al, I don't know how to pronounce this, it's Baqarah. It tells you, it says,
Al-Baqarah.
all right, yeah, it says, "O children of Israel, remember my favors upon you and how I honor you above others." And then in the Surah Al Jathiyah, it gets you 45 and 16. It say, "We give the children of Israel the book and the wisdom and the prophethood and provided them with good things." So it lets you know, even in their book, and there's more verses I can bring out, but that's not that important. So they understand that there is a chosen people. So again, when we get to where they role that they play in the hand in dealing with oppressing our people, you go to Psalms 83:2, and you because it let you know the nations who played the role, and they tell you that Ishmael played a role as long as with Edom. It says
I got you,
that
King.
lo,
I got you. This the book of Psalms, chapter 83, and verse 2. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that have hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, Come, and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel
hold
may be
on,
no more in
hold on.
remembrance.
So you see right there, it say let us make a tumult. So they made an uproar, and they came together, and created a crafty council. So they came and they wanted to, and they went to call us African Americans and Puerto Ricans and Latinos and natives and all this other things outside of what the Most High named us. They would went hard and come together. And from my opinion, this is what the United Nations is. They come hard to create laws and rules and whatever the case may be, because we spread it all throughout the earth. So in all these countries, is we the lowest, and we got the bottom. We oppressed in all these places, and they go hard to make us. Even throughout slavery, we couldn't read the book, But you can go ahead. I'll continue.
For they have consulted, hold on, wait. They have said, Come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee.
And then they give you the tabernacles. They give you who the nations is: Edom, the
Yep,
Ishmaelites, the
I got you.
Moabites.
The
Now you ain't got
tabernacles
you
of
ain't got to
Edom.
go on. You ain't got to go
Okay,
on. It's just
come.
it's just to show that they identify themselves and know that they Ishmael, and it lets them know that they play their hand with our people. And then when they want to say, well, how do you know that y'all the Israelites? And you can just easily go to my jump and deal with the curses. You can either go to Psalms 137. Psalms 137 to 1, or you can jump straight to Deuteronomy 28:15, or jump down to 28 and 62, and you can read those verses for the ox and let them know that our people, even though a lot of nations been enslaved, our people that was the ones who was enslaved that way, speaking right there, dealing with the slave ships, having to sing songs of Zion and mirth, which mean they want us to be happy while we singing songs of Zion, coming to a strange foreign land. That's describing our slavery. You know what I'm saying? Or in Psalms where it's breaking down, crying under willow trees. That's us in the South, So it's just easy to break down scriptures, no matter if you want to jump from their book or our book, to identify who we is from the curses, or letting them know the hand they played, and it shows them in their book from where even saying that Christ is the word of God, is the word of truth. So with that I yield.
All praises, man. The water for that. We appreciate you, King. All right. All right, family. Let's see.
Hey, Ari,
Hey,
what's going on? I wanted to before you close out, I wanted to get some. I came in kind of late. I wanted to get some understanding about this post up top.
you mean about the topic or the post
No,
itself?
the post shared by Sharper. What's up, Sharper?
Oh, I didn't even look. I didn't even see that. To be honest with you, hold on. What is it about? Oh, the Los Lunas Stone. Okay, Slakia. Yeah, it's just an article that gets into that. All right. You ever heard of that?
No, that's why I wanted to, give me a little wisdom on that. I'm just here today.
No, it's just really getting into the history of the Northern Kingdom being over here, on this side of the earth. So the brother was here. I don't know if you were here when he came in, and he was basically he made a whole bunch of claims. But in regards to this topic you brought up, he was just basically saying that we can't prove that they are Israelites. He was saying that it was Hamites that were over here. It was just a whole bunch of stuff going on. But you can read the article. But you know, we can see in the scriptures the Northern Kingdom and how the passage that they used to get over here. Let me see. I'll give you the actual scriptures in Ezra. Uh, Give me 1 second. Let me pull my thing.
The first, I
It's
mean, regular Ezra.
regular Ezra. No, it's in Ezra's, and it's in Second Ezra 13 and 41. I think it starts at. That was how Christopher Columbus really found out how the Northern Kingdom were here. Now, of course, not all of them came here, all right, but it was a good amount of them that came over here, and you can see artifacts of them being a society here. All right, so that's what they were getting into, but the brother could not even like chill out so they can have that build. So but yeah,
Brothers
I
come to
was talking
scoff
about
every
getting.
morning.
Oh, sorry, Malak. What you said?
I said brothers come to scoff every morning.
Right. But that was the wisdom that we're getting into. But like I said, that's one of the scriptures that shows that prophecy that the Northern Kingdom came over here. So Second Ezra 13, 41 on down. But yeah, read that article though. It gives you a little bit more info on it, and you can do your own research on it too, just to get a little bit more info.
Hey,
You know,
Salakia, is this that article is going into how the quote unquote indigenous of New Mexico and Mexico had a Hebraic language? If you get into the exact language, it is Paleo Hebrew,
Con.
right? Um, and then when you get down to how it breaks down into different dialects, the further you go into South America, you see that all of them spoke different dialects of Hebrew, right? If you just start with the Los Lunas Stone, then start breaking down all the indigenous languages going into South America, you will really understand that all of the indigenous, quote unquote, indigenous tribes of the Americas, right? They did speak and keep some type of Hebraic customs.
Some of them were Hamite customs too, but that was the problem with our people. They never gave up the ways of the heathen. That's why you find, temples and pyramids even over here in Americas,
Right.
and totem poles and other stuff of idolatry.
Right. A lot of our peoples have always had a history of learning the ways of the heathen. That's always been our problem. That's why when you see certain hints of certain hedonistic customs that we always kept when you really go into the history of our people, right? Because a lot of it was, what caused our downfall. If you really read the scriptures, right? A lot of times the real reason why Israel fell, we were heavy into idolatry, right? When you really study the scriptures, that was primarily the thing we were really heavy into. And even till today, we're still big on that. Because when you start worshiping these other false god, now you fall into their customs and their way of doing things, and and that's how you become a heathen and a Gentile, right? So that's the first step to getting into it, right? You join yourself with them. The next thing you're worshiping their gods. So this is why the Most High has always said, when you get into the scriptures, He's always said we should separate from these nations. That way we don't take to ourselves their customs, right, and worship their gods, right? When you read 1 Kings 11, that was how King Solomon fell, not because he had the wives of other nations, but because he followed their customs. He started worshiping their idolatry god, man, their false gods. All right, so yeah, look into that. Study the history a little bit. Like I said, you can always come back here, ask questions. We can build. Tomorrow, what do you want, man? We're trying to shut this thing down. Yeah,
Hey,
Shaw Paul.
Salakia.
Hey, Salakia. Yeah, go ahead.
Before Tamario speaking nonsense, hold on. Go to Nana. Go to Nana. Yeah, he'll be back. Go to Nana. Before Tamario starts speaking nonsense, I just wanted to say and add, tonight, me, Gabar, and Daniela, the Young Lions platform under the banner of HOI, we do have a room opening up, right? We know that the brother Kevin Samuels passed away, and there's a lot of people bashing him now that he has passed away. So we got a room opening up tonight around the time of I probably open up around like 7:30ish. So if I can get a lot of the elders in there, and all the brothers and sisters that's in the audience and whoever's on stage, we can chime in, because right now Israel is being cold, right? Every time one of our brothers or sisters leave, there's always a joke after it or a meme. And we are at the Most High does not take pleasure in death, and we became so desens. I pray I'm saying this right. Desensitized to whenever one of Israel die, our brothers and sisters go and make a joke or a meme out of it. And this is not no joking stage, right? The time we in right now is not no joking playing stage, because the Most High is clearing His chart. He's taking people out left and right. So we do got a room tonight. Like I say, around 7:30. Um, so if there is no other rooms, major rooms or classes, I pray I see a lot of you brothers and sisters in there, and we can all get our edification on, and give out what we think. So
Hey,
like,
y'all can tell them the title of that room. What's the title gonna be?
I'm a text it to you. I'm a back text. I'm so used
No,
to
I'm
texting.
saying,
I'm a back chat
well,
that joint to you.
yeah, you might want to let everybody in here know too, because if they go down the hallway, yeah, they'll see the HO after the chairs fly, but they might, the title might help them too. What was
The
that other one?
title is, okay, Israel is cold, but the time is not to be cold. I don't know, bro. Like I say, I don't know. Like, I just come up with the
Just
titles out the blue. I don't know.
yeah, just figure it out, and you could send it to him. It's no big deal, man. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Y'all was Yeshaya Salaki. You were gonna say something else?
Nah, that's it.
Okay, Khan. Hey, Wavy, you gonna say something real quick? Okay, I guess he's dropping off. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and shut things down. Israel, the water for being part of the room. All honor and glory to the Most High, our power. Yahweh Bashim Yahushai. Again, the water for joining the room. It was a great room, a great build. Tomorrow we'll deal with you tomorrow. I think we got enough for you today, brother. All right. So on to the next one. Israel, remember, we still got next. Kwame Asharala. Shalom.
Come here, Charlotte.
Yeah.